Yeah, like you and just one or two other people are... Yeah, I've only got 2, maybe 3 beyond tier 1 subs. So yeah, I really appreciate you. Thank you. Oh, dude.
Thanks for the support. The LTF4 stream is a superhero with the unique ability to manipulate and control technology. With just a few keystrokes, they can take control of any electronic device, making them a formidable force in the fight against crime. Their origin story begins in a dark, underground server room, where they stumbled upon a mysterious, glowing computer chip. As soon as they touched it, they felt a surge of energy coursing through their veins, and they knew that their life would never be the same. From that day on, the LTF4 stream used their newfound powers to detect the innocent and bring down those who would use technology for evil purposes. They are a true hero in every sense of the word, always ready to leap into action at a moment's notice. Whether they're taking down a cybercriminals network or saving a city from a rogue AI, the LTF4 stream is the superhero you can always count on to get the job done.
So I refreshed so I could get a good solid clip of that one. Because there's a lot of really good bot voices out there. Yeah, that one's really good. The placeholder they had for us was not that good. So let me manually do some of these other ones. John Codes.
Thanks for the support. Johnny John Coates Thompson was always a whiz with computers. From a young age, he could fix any electronic device and had an uncanny ability to understand complex coding languages. As he grew older, he used his skills to protect his city from cyber threats and criminals. John Code's superpower is his ability to create powerful computer programs and hack into even the most secure systems. He can control technology with his mind and use it to create force fields, manipulate objects, and even disable weapons. His origin story began when he was just a teenager. While working on a school project, he stumbled upon a dangerous virus that threatened to destroy the city's infrastructure. Determined to stop it, he worked tirelessly to create an antivirus program that would neutralize the threat. Since then, John Coates has dedicated his life to using his powers for good. He works closely with local law enforcement to track down and stop cybercriminals, and he's even helped the government take down international hacking rings. Despite his heroic efforts, John Coates remains humble and dedicated to his mission. He knows that with great power comes great responsibility, and he's...
Oh, it got cut off. Damn. Hold on, let me rename this one. You've got a rye? Yeah, so because St. Patrick's Day is coming up, I picked up 3 Irish whiskeys. One was this one that we hopped into yesterday a bit. It's not bad. Tyrconnell. It's not bad. Yeah, no, I get you. This one right here that we're doing today is Green Spot, which Security Live mentioned they're familiar with, which is awesome. Super cool. This one is better than the Tyrconnell. The Tyrconnell has like an overpowering honey taste. Has like the aftertaste. I don't like honey. Don't tell Adam don't tell Adam Learns Live. He gifted me some honey at one point. It was delicious honey. As far as honey goes, it was the best honey I've ever had. But I'm just not a fan of honey. Green Spot got expensive. Yeah, Security Live was telling us about Yellow Spot as well, which is interesting. As far as Irish whiskeys go, I really like Tullamore Dew, right? As like a Jameson alternative that's just better, but it's around the same price point. I really like Tullamore Dew. Yeah. Now hold on, let me do a raw taster of this. Jameson Stout Edition. I like the IPA edition too. Yeah, green spot's really good, man. Yeah, no like overpowering like aftertaste. It's got a bit of burn, so it would benefit from it, at least if you're gonna drink it straight, maybe some like drops of water. But yeah, not bad. Yeah, it's a good old time. But yeah, hold on. I was gonna say something. Oh, another good Irish whiskey that's like a cheap one, but better than Jameson is Hellcat Hellcat Maggie's. Yeah, I don't mind that one either. Yeah, I haven't been much of a rye drinker before. There are definitely some that are really good, but some of the bad ones end up tasting like bread, you know? If you really like bread, then that's actually a feature, not a bug. But yeah, like some of the like ryes that I've had before, just too bready. Yeah, if you like bread, like, yeah, that's probably why you opt for the ryes, isn't it? Now, there's definitely some really good ryes out there. It's just not something I typically like just jump for. I think Old Overholt is not a bad one. I know I've had some others. Rittenhouse Rye wasn't terrible. Despite the negative connotations of the name. Triple R? Okay. Yeah, someone got that reference. Rittenhouse Rye tastes like crocodile tears. I just came up with that too. I'm pretty proud of it. Alligator tail? I've never heard of that. Oh, like actual like food wise? Okay, yeah, I've never had any actual like lizard meat. I've never even eaten snake. I'd love to try it at some point. I've heard that it just tastes like chicken. I'd like to actually verify that. But yeah, hold on. Let's see. Can you upload audio clips to Twitter? I want to double check. It's gritty? Oh, interesting. Okay. Like when you say gritty, like maybe like stringy? Like I'm guessing because it's still protein, it's like, you know, strands of muscle fibers, right? So like, do you mean like kind of like gristly? Like overcooked flank steak? Actually gritty, like they eat sand. Oh, really? Oh, that sounds strange. Now hold on. Has anyone tried to do an audio clip on X? not just Chris. I'd have to look up the exact definition. I feel like I only know it from reference. The fact that that did go through, yeah. I mean, if they're gonna cancel ours, I'm gonna cancel mine. So yeah, 1 second. Twitch. Yeah, they most likely did it for budgetary reasons, but I don't know, man. If you've had a sub to someone for years and you cancel it, that kind of means something, doesn't it? So I will not renew mine either. That actually kind of bums me out now. All-consuming fire. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I feel like I've never seen it used, like, literally for fire, though. Oh, I know. No, it's just one of those things. It's only gonna bum me out a little bit. No, it makes sense. No, it's whatever. Use it in a sentence and your wife said, what does that even mean? Yeah, I think it's one of those things that is never actually used for what it literally means anymore. Right? Typically people use it in place of the word conflict, just to sound smart. Right? These days, I've typically heard of a conflagration, you know, as like, they don't want to say the word battle for like war stuff. It wasn't a battle. Got it. But yeah, OCAML. We're doing some OCAML today. Yeah, DM Mulroy wasn't available this week. He did mention that he would try to stop by when he saw us working on some of it. But yeah, I'd like to get this SDK over the finish line. So sorry? No, it's fine. Like, yeah, it's whatever. Space Case. Yeah. When I was in elementary school, if you didn't do your homework or you got, like, in trouble with the teacher, one of their one of their punishments was you had to stay in at recess and copy the dictionary. Don't ask me how I know. I attribute my vocabulary to that. It's actually a pretty good punishment. Right? You get to learn something.
Thanks for the support. Devil That Wist is a superhero with the unique ability to manipulate technology and code with just their mind.
Wist. What?
With a twist of their wrist, they can create powerful algorithms and complex systems that can solve any problem or challenge they face. Their origin story began when they were struck by a rogue Wi-Fi signal, which gave them their extraordinary abilities. Now they use their powers to protect the world from cyber threats and keep the internet safe for all. With a mask and cape adorned with binary code, Devil the Whack Wist is a true digital defender and a symbol of hope for all those who rely on technology.
Yeah, that was a good one. I like it. Yeah, that was solid. Let me do just one more tweet. I was gonna do one, but yeah, whatever. Let me at least copy this image. That isn't it. Yeah, that's the one. There we go. Okay. Boom. Yeah, I want to share this one out to people. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, MJ. You need a motorcycle or a sailboat? What about a schooner? A schooner is a sailboat. You know what? There is no Easter Bunny. Over there, that's just a guy in a suit. Yeah, I was quoting Mallrats. If you haven't seen the film, that seemed pretty random. But if I see the word sailboat or hear the word sailboat, I'm going to do that quote in my head. This time you all got to hear it. Hey, thanks, Dev, with the twist. Appreciate that. Hey, look, it's a scooter? Is that like the reference, like play on words for schooner? There you go. You're just trying to get me with, there's that South Park thing.
Yeah, I don't know. It just happens. When someone says, come sail away, I have to do the whole song in my head. I'm sailing away in the ocean.
And he starts doing the whole song. Like, yeah, for sure.
I'm sailing away. Oh, God damn it.
And he does it again. Yeah, for sure. My brain does stuff like that. Ooh. Does that mean we need to do open let? Can I not do the let at thing in here? I think I need to add LWT. Woodwork. There you go. Oh, so I could just do the EXN. Okay. That works for me. All right, so we got mocked now MS. Are you talking about the chat rules? The police? On my VS Code? I don't know what you're talking about. What policy? Looks like indentation here is a bit mangled. Ah, font. There you go. I mean, it's just Comic Sans and we added ligatures. Very different than making a font. I wonder if this is like an LSP issue. Interesting. Ooh, and I think I see what's going on here with date time, right? So they do this to limit the amount of like date underscore time dot kind of like stuff. So that's strange to me. I feel like the piping should be working. Anyone familiar with OCAML understand what I'm doing wrong here? Because I feel like this looks right. Could always pull things out. so start time here. We want to do the same thing. So then, technically, can you pipe within parentheses like this? Okay, so yeah, that'll work. It's a little more effort, but probably fine. And because we're going to be doing this much, I think we probably should add it to our datetime library. So we got the result versions, we got the exception versions right here. Yes, that's actually all it is. Right, so 2 seconds exception. Two milliseconds exception just abstracts that. To do it for a result might be more work than we care to put in, but yeah, this int mul 1000 thing is probably not worth it. So at least we got this nice and easy function. And yeah, we're gonna end up doing this a bunch too. So we should probably do a yeah, 2ms res too. Alright, so what I'm thinking is... And yeah, what's everyone up to today? Y'all having a fun, awesome day? Looking forward to St. Patrick's Day in any way? Maybe not. I want to figure out a good pattern for chaining results in this way. But I don't have a good one. Right, I guess I just don't understand it yet. Right, when is the right time to convert, and like what's the right way of like bubbling it up if it's a failure? I don't want to have to pattern match on it. Doing a take-home assignment for an upcoming interview? Nice! I actually really like the idea of a good take-home assignment. I find them really fun. Yeah, a company before the one I'm at now did a tic-tac-toe kind of game, and it was fun, especially because it wasn't like a single game. It was like over a series of games. You need to alternate who's going to start the game and a whole bunch of those things, and so much of it was actually able to be just derived from like original state. So yeah, I used Yotai, and basically pretty much everything was computed, like whose turn it was, who won the game. Like, the game state was all entirely computed from initial state, and it happened in just, you know, my state.tsx, or TS file. And then from there, I just subscribed to state changes to any of those, like, derived through the chain, like, props or variables on my state, which was then awesome. It meant I had zero, or very few, use effects in my actual application. It was a very, very clean and fun way to implement that. So yeah. Yeah, I was really happy about that. At some point, I can probably share that code. But yeah, okay, so you have a question, career-oriented, obviously, just open to opinion and people's thoughts, if you may. Yeah, go for it, Solthoth. Yeah, you can just ask. Yeah, and no worries, MJ. Yeah, see you soon. I think that part's tough. So you've been in a leadership role. When you say leadership, do you mean like Like team lead? Or do you mean like more like manager? Like PM or product management? Or are you talking like full on like VP or director type stuff? Because that's typically what I understand when I hear leadership. Okay, so you've been a manager, basically, right? Okay. That part's tricky. Yeah, I don't know. I may have a similar problem if I decide I want to go back to being an engineer instead of dev advocate or dev rep. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, finding it hard to stand out. That's the tricky bit. Yeah, I don't know. I've never done it, so I don't know. Anyone else that wants to offer any advice if you've gone from management back to individual or independent contributor or whatever? Or individual contributor? I don't know, right? You know, IC, basically. What do you think? SRE is, yeah, valid. Yeah, totally useful. So here's the biggest thing. Software engineer is like a big, broad, top-level category. I think SRE and front-end engineer and back-end engineer are all just under the SWE umbrella. But management is fundamentally separate. I would say QA is fundamentally separate. Even if you're doing testing, right, and writing code for those tests, it's still not under the SWE umbrella, in my opinion. So you want to get back to feature dev. Yeah, I don't know, maybe Solthoth. Could you try pivoting to more of like principal or staff engineer? Because those involve a lot of like management techniques, right? Cross-team collaboration kind of stuff. Right? Maybe are you like aiming too low? Yeah, because staff and principal ends up being more of a people role than like a dev role. You're still gonna dev, but they're expecting like better like communication and people skills than a typical IC role, right? Yeah, and hold on. There's like a series of like articles and things about like staff engineer. Staff engineer book, I guess is it? Staff eng, yeah, here it is. And maybe like just look at the top level first. So yeah, I'd say maybe try and focus on this, right? Yeah, exactly. I'd say like there's a big difference between senior and staff. Senior is expected to mentor, senior is encouraged to mentor, and it happens often. Staff is required to mentor in a lot of cases. So I think that might be a big part of it too. At least, I don't know, from some of the stuff I've seen. I would say check out a bunch of like the articles and guides, and maybe even the book, and maybe even the podcast. Yep, yeah, no worries. Good question, though. I like it. Hold on, did I paste this link? I did. Cool. Yeah, I think I am actually qualified for staff engineer and principal. I forget the difference between them. But they require so much in like provable experience that it's actually like a tough filter. And for me, right, I tend to spend some time without a job for a while. There's a bunch of companies for staff and principal that would look at that as a red flag. Is what it is. But yeah, I think for me, moving into dev advocacy or DevRel just makes sense due to like the fact that I basically do that stuff on my own time anyway. And I can scratch like the engineering itch by just building out my own, very much like engineered projects, right? Like I don't think anyone would look at Vexilla and say this is not engineering, right? So I can scratch my engineering itch with my side projects and focus more on content anyway, which I think is going to be perfect practice for me because I need to grow my content creator career anyway. Right? And I really put like big quotes around content creator. I'm just a streamer. For now, at least. But yeah, what's up, Don? How you doing, Mr. Sir? What you up to? %, I have a tweet saying that exact same thing. So basically, ooh, someone has a friend at 110? Oh, that's huge. DevDad, killing it. Let me just do a quick reply to this. DevDad has a friend of theirs that is at 110 as a watch streak in their stream. That's huge. So I need the right, there we go. Need the right GIF to reply to that. That's crazy. 110. So Chaotic, you got competition. They're gonna miss one eventually. As long as you keep it up, bam, the title is yours. But yeah, so sorry, I was looking through a thing and got distracted. Ken Wheeler made a tweet, and I gotta find it now. Here we go, this was it. So basically he said, it's funny how few full-time devs just make websites for shits and giggles. Like, I should have hundreds of sites at this point. When you do it all day for work, right? Ugh. To which I replied, this was part of my motivation to start streaming. I had so many side project ideas that I wanted to work on that I would just keep putting off. On stream, we get distracted, but it's nowhere near as bad as how much I can distract myself on my own time. So yeah, I think you're really into something there. Damn right, yeah. That's like a 100% like good tweet. I'm happy with it too. Motivation is the real gorilla? I mean, that's what I mean though, Steve-O. If you were streaming, you can like mix motivations. Some days you're motivated just to hang out with people online because maybe your friend group in person isn't that large. That's my thing, right? So it's not like you need one thing to motivate you all the time. You can actually combine motivations with streaming. There you go, exactly, Don, for sure, right? And yes, I get distracted. We're chatting right now. We're totally distracted from the problem at hand. But I'm gonna get back to it way quicker than I would if I decided to just start playing some Madden, and then where did the day go? having a consistent schedule is pretty key, but I want to point out to everyone out there, streaming as much as I do is actually not a good thing. I do it because I enjoy it, rather than like trying to grow my channel or anything. If you just maintain like 2 days a week, that's a really good idea. 3 days, totally fine. When you start hitting 5, people lose that like FOMO mentality, right? Like you gotta get there to see it because you might miss something. If I'm here 5 days a week, there's very little FOMO. You're gonna get to catch up. Yeah, Bedtime Bear. Technically, we've looked at the numbers. I stream more than a full-time job. I stream like 2,500 hours a year. And a full-time job is like 2,000 with vacation. That doesn't count my other stream. Shh. If we actually do the numbers, I stream over 5,000 hours a year. If we count gaming stream and this stream, I stream 5,000 hours a year. More than that, technically. It is a lot of streaming. But as a person that's really not that social, I'm not the person that's going to organize a friend group thing. I've done it once or twice. It always feels like I didn't put in the effort and it just happened, which is nice. But I'm not the person that organizes like hangouts with friends that often. I rely on other people to do that. I'm not the person that texts a friend out of the blue. I don't do that. Man. So yeah, I'm really just like, I'm shooting myself in the foot by it, but I'm just not that socially motivated. So instead, I can scratch the social itch by chatting with y'all. And yeah, exactly, bedtime. Yep. I get it. About twice a year. That's why we need to get the Angular meetup going. If only to have a monthly place to hang out. It's actually not a bad idea at this point, right? But yeah, who's gonna pay for it? Not me. Not me. I'd buy that for $1. Yeah, exactly. Wait, what do you mean Robo-Man? You mean, oh, yeah, RoboCop. Yeah, for sure. You knew the reference. Kind of. Where you're from, Rumple, is it called Robo-Man instead of RoboCop? Is that like a translation thing? Oh, it is cop? Okay. Just double checking. I was just curious. Like, if you're from some other country, sometimes the names change based on the country you're in. That's definitely a thing. Is there not like a result dot or error? Oh, there you go. You're in Japan half a decade ago, and the newest Fast and Furious movie was Sky Mission. Nice. Batman is the leather patch in Sweden? A species of bat is called that. All right, that sounds amazing. Yeah, I love that. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, see? That's amazing. Now I want to start something and call it the leather patch. Make the logo yellow with a black center of, of like the cutout. The Swedish Batman is intense? Interesting. Ooh, yeah, like the patch. I was thinking more like the, the symbol in the sky, right? Like the spotlight, the bat symbol. But yeah, exactly. He's got it on his chest too, for sure, man. Right? We could totally rip that off. It's just a yellow circle. Come on. As long as we don't, don't exactly copy the shape inside, I don't think they can sue us. So what do? The leather patch. It's gonna be the name of some project. Locally sourced farm-to-table leather scraps for your hobby needs. Maybe. Ooh, yellow oval with a Kraken logo in the middle. We do have a feature called Cloud Patches. Interesting. Kraken Man. Oh, yeah. I can see that. I can see it. It makes sense. Kraken Man. Just a little bit smaller than Leviathan Man. I bet a lot of people were not expecting to hear a They Might Be Giants reference here on stream. That's just how good this stream is. Who here only knows about the band They Might Be Giants because of Tiny Toons? I'm raising my hand right now. Istanbul was Constantinople. Now it's Istanbul, not Constantinople. No, you can't go back to Constantinople anymore. I really wonder how that worked. Like, why were They Might Be Giants featured so heavily in Tiny Toons? Does anyone know the history to that? Oh wait, really, Steve-O? Oh, that's legit. Yeah, They Might Be Giants are great, man. They're super good. If we weren't doing the YouTube stream right now, I'd totally play it. I'd totally play my favorite They Might Be Giants songs right now. Ooh, and I actually missed a follow. Andrea, I hope you're out there. Maybe it's Andrea. Let me know. I can pronounce it better. Hope you're still there. I wonder, did you find my stream, Andrea, if you're out there? Did you find my stream from commenting on, like, what's her name? Christina Debs? Like, I think that's her name on Twitter. Because your name seems very Italian, and I believe she's Italian too. Wondering if that's like a little bit of overlap. What's up, Lul said? How you doing? What you up to? Man, yeah, Green Spot's really good. This is nice. This is a solid Irish whiskey. I'm doing well. Yeah, just hanging out. What are we doing? Right now, just kind of chatting. But the main code that we're working on is for a thing called Vexilla. We are working on the OCAML SDK for it. If we get enough people that would like to have the elevator pitch of, and it's barely an elevator pitch, it's a bit longer, but would like feature flags explained and why Vexilla sets itself apart, or how Vexilla sets itself apart, we can do that. But I'd like to do it for a group of people rather than just one person at a time. So, yeah, if there's enough people out there that are just not sure what feature flagging is, why it's important, why Vexilla is different from other feature flag things, we could dig into it. If not, maybe wait for a raid, and I'll totally do the spiel when a raid happens. When you say smoky, I bet you mean peaty, right? P-E-A-T. And I don't like the peat flavors. So I typically drink bourbon, which tends to have more of a brown sugar-ish kind of feel to it. Right now we're drinking on Irish whiskey because St. Patrick's Day on Sunday. We're gonna save the red breast until Sunday, and we'll crack that one open. I grabbed 3 Irish whiskeys from Costco because that's where I tend to try and buy booze because it's such a good deal, but also because they had a collection of Irish whiskeys, not together, but they had a bunch of Irish whiskeys that were for sale probably because of the holiday. You like a light amount of peat? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's to each their own. Just because I don't like the peat flavor doesn't mean you should do anything based on it. Hell no, that'd be terrible. Could you imagine how boring things would be if we all liked the same stuff? Ugh. Here's the biggest thing. I typically mix my whiskeys, right? So I like something that accompanies other flavors pretty well, especially Coca-Cola. If I'm out and about, I'm drinking whatever whiskey I want in Coca-Cola. A lot of bartenders think they're hooking you up. I'd rather have a little bit more Coca-Cola. So I should probably start ordering talls. OCAML is just a general purpose programming language. Consider it like Go or C or C++. It's garbage collected rather than manual memory management, so consider it like Go, but it's heavily functional. So it's a functional programming language. The original Rust compiler was written in OCaml. Nowadays, the Rust compiler is written in Rust. But the original Rust compiler was written in OCaml. It's fine. I don't think it's actually that necessary, right? I'm doing it mainly because I thought it would be some really good, fun content with DL Mulroy. I just wanted to do some pairing thing, and DL Mulroy's awesome. So yeah, we got to do a bunch of pairing sessions for it. Now I'm on the hook to finish this SDK, which is fine. I would say if you're really curious, go check out the websites that are linked here, right? You can check out Vexilla's core source code. You can check out the marketing site that explains what Vexilla is trying to do. But yeah, I would say put in a little bit of knowledge just looking into that stuff. Read about it on those sites, right? Vexilla.dev or the GitHub site. Start digging in and looking at how the code base is kind of structured. I would say Vexilla.dev will explain a little bit more about the business side of things. If you're not sure what feature flags are, you should definitely look that up too. And if you have questions after that, then we can chat and really dig into it. But again, like I was saying, I don't necessarily want to do the entire explanation of what feature flags are and why you need them for one person at a time. If I did that for every single new person that came into stream, I'd never get anything. If we get a group of people that would like it explained, well then yeah, we can do it. And then beyond that, if you just hang out and chill, you're going to gain a bit of the context of the code that we're trying to write in. I do sometimes get things done. Yep. It does sometimes happen. Is it an everyday thing? Definitely not. What's up, buttermilk pancake? How you doing? It's a good thing Owen Codes goes by Owen now because he used to be Mr. Waffles, and I don't want to fight. I don't want you guys fighting. I don't know. Bad joke. D-Pole. Is that like a reference to like the Interpol like database, which I think is actually called dpol? Or is it more like deep? Olay! Is that it? It's, I think it's deep. Olay! There we go, nailed it. Yeah, I think so, Steve-O. Yeah, I mean, look at it this way. I don't have a server to operate. It's just a static JSON file. So the only thing that would make this service work is SDKs. Sorry, the burp. Sure. I don't actually eat any of them. There was a time where I would buy like Eggo waffles or something. Right? Just for like an easy thing, right? Throw it in the toaster and just, right? Like eat it raw. Or not raw, but like without anything on it. I used to do that for sure. You only eat breakfast? There you go. Yeah, I'll sometimes do breakfast for dinner. Right? Nice bacon and egg croissant. Love that. That's a good meal. All right, so we end up doing that, but we're not handling the other case, and that would be yeah, so I'm trying to figure out what the right way to wrap this existing result-based function is. Error T. Oh, hold on. No worries, Steve-O. Yeah, thank you. So I think map might be what I want. OCAML result. Interesting. So they hate that too. Okay, I need an example of result.map. What's up, Fallen? How you doing? Setting up a new computer. Nice. Okay, so there we go. Now I get it. We get a result back out of this, which is good. The error can bubble up, so result.map is really what I was looking for. Cool. So to MS rest, we pass in T, but we might... I might want to explicitly annotate this. I don't know, something seems a little off. Oh, I totally broke something here, didn't I? Okay, seems like all that red was just a bug. Okay, so we can end up cleaning up all of this. Oh. Boom, and then, yeah, we do this, very similar to how we did it over here. Okay, and now we're back to this part. Yeah, this part gets a little meh. Alright, we don't need that. We are gonna need this, and 0 comes from there.
Thanks for the support.
Hey, Dan is bored.
Dan is bored, also known as Boardbuster, is a superhero with the incredible ability to vanquish boredom and apathy. With a snap of their fingers, they can create thrilling adventures and engaging experiences, keeping the world entertained and inspired. Their origin story began when they stumbled upon an ancient artifact, the Bore No More Stone, which granted them their extraordinary powers.
The Bore No
Now they
More
travel the
Stone.
world, seeking out those who have fallen victim to the crushing weight of ennui and rekindling their passions and interests.
Oh my god,
Borebuster's powers also include the ability to create exciting hobbies and pastimes, making even the most mundane tasks enjoyable. They are a beacon of hope for those who have lost their spark, and a reminder that life is full of wonder and possibility.
That is the absolute best one. That is the #1 awesomest, coolest announcement we've had. I'm downloading that one right now. If you want that for your own collection or whatever, just send me a message over on Discord and I'll send it out to you. Yeah, exactly. You're a superhero, man. Didn't you know that? Yeah, I prefer Discord just simply because it's easier to send files, right? Like especially audio files. So yeah, if I don't see it here soon, just let me know that you did send the message and I'll send the file right over. That was the best one we've had. That was super good, man. That's awesome. All right, so we fixed those bugs. Yeah, a bunch of these are gonna have to change. Let's at least make that a 0. Nice and easy. Ah, okay, there you are. Cool, yeah, I definitely would not have remembered that's your Discord name. So 1 sec, let me paste that over. And there you go. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the sub, dude. Appreciate you. The superhero thing is the easiest way for me to give back. So yeah, I'm glad it's feeling so valuable at this point. All right, so we got a little bit to change real quick. I do have to use the restroom, so give me a sec. I gotta go pee. And yeah, seriously, thank you, Dan. I appreciate you. But yeah, let me go pee. We got enough water for now, so we're good there. So yeah, we got more stuff to do. There we go. But yeah, we got some bugs to fix. We're actually, I think I'm getting to understand this a bit more. I'm glad I've done some other functional languages before. I think some of the stuff I've done with Elixir really helps. I think watching DM Mulroy do a bunch of this and the amount of effort he put into giving us a really good finishing point is really awesome. So yeah, I'm actually fairly confident that we can make all this stuff work. And really, the more I'm writing some of this OCAML code, the better it's feeling. I'm less confident that I could do a library from scratch, but I know I could eventually. I'd probably use a lot of boilerplate from something. Yeah, man. Green spot. Good stuff. So yeah, what's everyone up to? Any plans for the weekend? Plans for next week, etc.? We've got a little bit over a week before I end up having to take like 4 days off from stream. It's not like I want to, but I have to. I gotta go into the office. And it'll be good, meeting people in person, etc. I think they're gonna realize how short I am. Taking them to the local theme parks. So Legoland, SeaWorld, others. Cool. I'm gonna guess that you're in SoCal at that point. Sorry for doxing you, but you kind of did it yourself. Maybe Florida? Tomato, tomato? Okay, there you go. Yeah, no worries. Just having fun. Yeah, no, that sounds cool. Just gonna relax this weekend? What about me? Yeah, just chilling. Just relaxing. I was planning on like maybe trying to like schedule a dinner or something with some friends. Bedtime bear. But really, I'm thinking because it's St. Patrick's Day, it would suck going into the city anyway. And also, I'd kind of like to just celebrate here on this stream, which means I'm in no condition to head to Seattle afterwards. So we can figure out another day, maybe in a couple weeks. More free mid-April? Yeah. Yeah, let's check with the other person so I don't dox them, but, right? Yeah, let's check with them too. And yeah, maybe Colin could join too. I know, I just didn't want to dox her name. That's all. I know I've said it before, but I don't know. That was probably the mistake, rather than trying to guard right now. I don't know, man. Whatever. But yeah, bring them along. And bring your other person too. Yeah, I think that'd be a good fun dinner. We got to think about what food we're going to do, right? We've done sushi, we've done some other stuff. Like, what are we going to do? Where are we going? And other person, not your other person, but other person can bring their other person. That's fine. I don't mind. Other person is taking on way too many meanings. It's getting confusing. The other person. Yeah. The other person's other person. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't mind. All right, so we're gonna actually need to convert these P times into what we're talking about here. And because it's a test, yeah, we can do option.get, which means we can also do some more piping. Yeah, so 2 MS exception here in a test, that's fine. Oh, we might have wanted to keep that way. So tomorrow and 2 days from now. Sorry for the burps. It's one of them days. This is St. Patrick's Day weekend. Oh, wrong place there. There's most likely a bunch of refactoring we can do here pretty soon. We're not going to focus on it at the moment, but, you know. Ooh, start time and end time are actually a problem. What we want to do is instead 0. Yeah, so we're gonna have to go double check start time and end time in a couple other places. Just double checking. I might want to try and hop into the Jacob MG Evans space if he starts one today. I actually want to start up a couple spaces about like DevRel and dev advocacy at some point. I think those would be kind of fun. Wow, basically nobody watching over on YouTube right now. Am I muted or something? Can y'all hear me? There's no one on YouTube, so they can't hear me. Technically. Test, test, test. Yeah, music might actually be a bit loud. Ooh, did I miss the fact that the music's too loud? No, that looks about right to me. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. All right, so mopped now MS. Okay, so that should be a good portion of it. We're not getting good fixes, though. Right, like our formatting doesn't seem to be kicking in for some things, but maybe I'm misunderstanding some of that. So yesterday and tomorrow need to be a today thing. Let me look at every place that we're doing start time. So we'll start from the top. Start time 0, start time 0, 0, 0, 0. Here we get into actual start times. There it is done from today. And that needs to be 0. Yep. This also needs to be 0. Start time and end time there are also 0. Nice. So here's something. We've got epoch set. And we've got 0 set. Those should not be separate values, though. So the places where we're doing today... Oh. I want to be doing 0. There we go. Let's start from the top. So that one stays for now. Oh, okay. Epoch, and I'm saying it's epic, like technically. Okay. So, epic. We don't need 0. We save, we see some other errors, they kick in. This becomes datetime.epic. Oh man, bunch of test runs and then we fail, and okay, so we're back to still failing. This is for active daily. Start end is working now. So this is where our daily logic needs to actually take in a bunch of this as well, but we might not be passing the right value to our tests as well. But we got the start end stuff working. Start end is totally fine now. Awesome. So now we need to write the daily tests. Oh wait, hold up. No. This one's failing. Oh, what is that one? The 24-hour test should have worked. Oh, Happy Path is failing now. We're gonna let that clear things out. Yeah, we still fail at those two exact places. Oh. So wait. Test schedule. That's one bug with Tabby here. There is no, like, clear everything from Tabby's cache. We can do clear, and that'll clear, like, Linux's terminal cache, but it doesn't deal with Tabby's cache. We're gonna close Tabby. It's just, it's missing a major feature that iTerm has, and that is being able to clear all, like, previous history. Now hold on, we should probably just update. Yeah. Sure. Why not? Why not?
Thanks for the support. Ramu, a superhero with the unique ability to create and control rhymes at will. With a snap of their fingers, they can create a rhyming couplet that can either soothe or stun their enemies. Their origin story began when they were struck by lightning while holding a poetry book during a thunderstorm. From that moment on, they discovered their newfound powers and decided to use them for the greater good. Ramu's costume is a sleek black and silver suit, adorned with a cape that flows dramatically when they move. They have a mask that covers the upper half of their face with a small symbol of a quill and inkwell etched on the forehead. Despite their intimidating appearance, Ramu is a kind-hearted superhero who uses their powers to inspire and uplift those around them. They often visit schools and community centres to share their love for poetry and encourage others to find their own unique voice. With their quick wit and clever rhymes, Ramu is a beloved figure in their community and a true hero in every sense of the word.
Legit! That was awesome. And 5 years, dude! Thank you! That is crazy. If you want that audio, I will absolutely send it over to you. That's one of the best ones I've heard, too. So yeah, just send me a message over on Discord and I'll send that to you if you want it. Up to you. But yeah, that was awesome. That one was really good. I know, 60 months. Raimu is my longest sub. Prime, I think, is behind Raimu by like 1, maybe 2 months. Unless he canceled it. Alt F4 was at 55. Technically, they got gifted. But 55's not bad. Prime's at like 58, I think, maybe 59. Raimu is leading the pack at 60. How you been, Raimu? I don't know if you heard this, and I actually used your anecdote. The machine knows your secret identity. Exactly. For sure. For sure. But yeah, I started working at Get Kraken on Monday. I used your anecdote of how you use Get Kraken when you have like a really tough merge conflict or something. I spoke to it during the interview process, and I still use your like user story in various like conversations at work even now. So yeah, man, I really appreciate you. If you'd like to discuss how you use it, you know, on stream or off stream, I'd love to get like more insight into what it does for you and, you know, how that works and all that. I bet you didn't even realize that I remember you mentioning that before. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. I'd love to pick your brain about, like, how you use Get Kraken, though. Because that's, like, a massive user story. So, if you ever want to chat about it, you know, anytime, basically. You switched to VS Code for merges? Are you using GitLens to do that? I'm just curious, because we own GitLens as well. If you're just using like native VS Code stuff, I'd love to chat more about that. Not sure which plugin brings the nice merge tool. I'd love to know like if you ever figure that part out. Because yes, we own GitLens. Our CTO is the writer and creator of GitLens. Yeah, I kind of figured 30-second like lag. Yeah, you must be on mobile. But yeah, cool, man. Yeah, happy to have you just chilling and lurking and hanging out. Yeah. You don't have to say where you're going, but man, enjoy the vacation. That sounds great. But yeah, I mean, the fact that you're using GitLens, huge. I would love to chat about it more when you have time. That's my job. I'm a developer advocate now, rather than a front-end engineer, at least as far as job title goes. I'm all of the above here on stream. Ways to visualize merge conflicts. When you have a merge conflict, how do you deal with it? You just go onga bunga. All right. That's a different thing. Yeah, a visual tool for conflict resolution is so much better than the CLI in many cases. That said, we also have Git Kraken CLI. So Raimu, real quick, if I were somehow able to get you a license, would the pro features seem valuable? And if not, that's fine. I'm just curious. Oh, thank you, Alpha. Appreciate you. Yeah, if they wouldn't be useful, I get it. That's fine. But I think, you know, based upon some of what I know about you and your job that might be out of date, I think it would be a really, really easy way of convincing, you know, someone to gift it for a trial period at the bare minimum. Right? Like 3 months kind of thing. So Raimu, does GitLens not do that for you? Because it should. That's like GitLens' bread and butter. I thought that was something that you get for free with the free version of GitLens. So I'd be curious what GitLens is not doing for that. And again, no such thing as bad feedback here. It's my job to get this type of like info from, you know, from users. Yeah, that's actually a big problem, right? Many features of GitLens and even GitKraken are a thing that you kind of need to like discover on your own, especially within VS Code, because you don't have a good way of doing like a guided tour in VS Code, just due to like the APIs that VS Code gives us. Now, I did have some feedback for a coworker who does work on GitLens, and I brought something up to them that they hadn't necessarily thought about yet, at least as the way they phrased it. And who knows? Maybe we have a better onboarding experience for people who install GitLens for the first time. That'd be cool. Right? Over time, of course. Yeah, my favorite part about this is I have insights into like understanding like how devs use these products because I'm a developer myself. And no one else in marketing is necessarily as much of an engineer and a dev. So I can have like insights that I've been making and like keeping a list of like notes and things that I think would be really cool that I don't think a standard like marketing focused DevRel would actually know, right? You need that technical expertise. And yeah, I've got like a list of notes of things that I think would be really cool, right? How awesome would it be to have like a GitKraken SDK? So you could like, you know, wire up to GitKraken's cloud services within other tools. That'd be awesome. Could you get the focus view inside of your own like company's dashboard? Abso-fucking-lutely. If I can convince them that an SDK is worthwhile. So yeah, I think that'd be pretty cool. All right, so yeah. Let's build or scope this out to the right size, and there we go. They hired me for content. I think value that they didn't realize they would gain is my like thoughts on the product and how like, you know, directions it could go. I hope that's something they find valuable. I haven't actually like reached out and seen if they care. But at least a bunch of the devs I've talked to value my feedback, right? The people on the marketing team value my feedback. What they can action upon might not be quite the thing, but still, like, man, just even like getting some real-time feedback on some of these ideas where the product go. I'm pumped. I don't know. Yeah. It's the first week on the job, so who knows where it goes from here. My main goal is to provide value. So yeah, I'm pumped on it. Yeah. I pivoted into dev advocacy, or DevRel. Career pivots are incredibly hard. So yeah, I'm stoked on this one. And yeah, it is fun. All right, are you saying you're taking off, though? And if so, yeah, appreciate you hanging out. And yeah, thanks, Cream Pain, for sure. I need to deliver enough content over time that my other things are valuable to, such as product insights. Yeah, I don't know, right? Like the, hey, great news, have fun, almost seemed like, and I'm out of here, see you later, see you next time. It almost seemed like that's where you were going with it, so my bad. No worries, just curious, that's all. Ooh, the mate, though. Are you from Australia? Is Australia just now waking up? Maybe New Zealand? Are you a Kiwi? No worries, I'm just having fun. I don't know. It's Friday night. New Zealand is on the other side of the earth to you exactly. You're in the UK? I would guess based on your name? The exact word, Antakentro? I mean, we can Google it. Anticenter. All right, so yeah, it kind of translates directly pretty easily, but I don't know what that means. No, I think we got there. So hold on, you're saying imagine a circle. I bet you mean imagine a sphere, right? Because the center of a circle, if you flip it, is still the center of a circle. So what you're maybe saying is counterpoint, right? Is there a word like asymptote? No. So asymptotically being something, right? They never meet, but they get close enough. Yeah, so it's not an asymptote. I would say just counterpoint, but I don't know what like the geometry term would be. Right, as far as like the exact opposite point on a sphere. I don't remember what the English word for that would be. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I ever learned in slacker high school geometry. Yeah, it's like they came up with most of this stuff or something. It's weird. That damn Archimedes. How dare he? I don't know that name. I don't know what that name is. Yeah, all right. I got like a 2.4 GPA in high school. So I ended up getting the slacker classes because I was a slacker. For junior high, I was in like the advanced math classes. And then I realized I could just slack off and not do any homework. Well, come on, so English only, please. Sorry, Alpha, but yeah, come on, man. I don't know what any of that stuff is. Because I don't know it, I have to hold you to the same rule I would judge someone else by. English only. I let the previous one slide. I bet there are people that would be offended that I didn't do it for you as well. All right, gotta enforce that rule evenly. No, it's fine. I'm not saying it's a problem, I'm just letting you know why I did it. And yeah, you know, there are definitely other people that would be offended that I didn't delete your comments, but I deleted theirs previously, you know. Yeah, so thanks for getting it. Appreciate you. Sure. Sounds about right. Gotcha. Makes sense. Take it easy, PC Locker. Would you be stoked on someone saying that about your language? Probably not, man. So instead, I just simply want to say you use some very ugly phrasing. And that's worse than how a language looks. So you did that on purpose. No, we can criticize because your comment was very critical. We can criticize people who are being overly critical. Right? Don't want none? Don't start none. I don't care. That is a terrible phrasing. And PC Locker, right? We've dealt with you making comments like this before that just plain suck. You've been banned before for very similar things, right? So be someone worth talking to. So far, you're not. Oh, you can't talk shit, so now you just leave because you can't talk shit? PC Locker, do you think I actually want to chat with you ever again if you're going to leave the moment I push back on you kind of sucking? I can make it ban number 2. Real easy. Cool. Goodbye. You realize number 2 means you're never coming back, right? So, later. For anyone unaware, PC Locker has sucked to talk to multiple times. And I'm just sick of it at this point. I gave them the benefit of the doubt more often than they deserved. And you saw their comment. They wanted the ban. I can oblige. Some people just suck to talk to. Is what it is. My biggest win? The fact that we're so close to releasing Vexilla 1.x. I'm really proud of that. Technically, when we do the official 1.x release, that'll be the win of the year. For me. Here's the big thing. I'm not sure if PC Locker was talking about OCAML or whether they were talking about the Greek that you pasted. Either way, unacceptable. Either way, completely unacceptable. How grades work? To get a 4.0, you need 100% in everything. If you get like a B+ in everything, you get a 3.0. If you get C+s in everything, you get a 2.0. And anything less than that is technically failing. But it's better than Fs. If you get straight Ds, and yes, there's definitely a D's nuts joke there if your mind is in the gutter. You're at like a 2.0, I think specifically. I don't remember the exact numbers. No, I did not say I was a top student. I said I was a lazy student. I said I was really good at math. Let me put it this way. I'm a terrible student. I was good at learning the content, right? I can learn the curriculum, but you're basically not going to get me to do homework if I know the actual subject matter. If I know it, I'm not going to do the homework for it. Nope. So, if I can get a class that says the grade is 70% tests and the other 30% is homework, I'll just not do the homework because I know I'll pass the class. Because all I need is a D or greater, right? 60% or more, and I pass? Yeah, I'll just do that. And as it turns out, that's most of the classes I took in high school. You mean I can just do 0 homework and be fine? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I don't care about getting an A. I care about knowing the content. If your tests test me and I know it, and I still get a C or a D in your class, that actually just means your class is shit. Because you're measuring effort rather than knowledge. It's a shit class. If I don't have to put in any effort to ace your tests, I'm gonna do that. And you giving me a lower grade because of it means you're just a shit teacher. Sure, that makes sense, Space Case. Again, that is more effort than I'm willing to put into a class where I know the content. Right? So even then, could I do that? Yeah, sure, why not? The teacher could tell me all the homework ahead of time. I still wouldn't do it if it's only 30% of my grade. Yeah, hell no. Now, I get that, Space Case. It makes sense. Like, yeah. My parents were pretty lax. My parents massively encouraged autonomy. So because of that, I used my autonomy to do as little work as possible. Yeah, I'm not saying do it as I do it. I think that's actually a bad idea. If you want to get into a good college or university, don't do what I did. I went into, like, snowboarding and being a snowboard bum because I knew I wouldn't make it into any university off the bat anyway. So who cares? Fuck it, I got time. If I'm going to do the community college to university route, I can wait 10 years anyway, because who cares? So yeah, and my parents were all for it. They were like, yeah, use your knees while you got them. Your knees go bad whether you actually use them or not. Your knees are gonna suck as you get to a certain age, no matter what. Right? They're a finite resource. That resource is constantly expiring and getting worse. Use your knees while you have them. My parents were very, like, down to earth. Technically, when I said I wanted to be a snowboard bum and I was going to go down to Mount Hood and snowboard all summer, they were like, that sounds awesome. I wish I'd done something like that. My mom said that pretty much verbatim. Yeah, so I have very understanding parents. My parents are awesome. Yeah, we come from very different families. My family is a very rare thing. My parents are based as fuck. Like, pretty much the best. I know I have a privileged upbringing simply because my parents used their brains. Yeah, I'm into it. I'm stoked on it. I'm happy. I'm lucky. I know this. I wish everyone could have parents that cool. First time I smoked weed, my dad gave it to me. Is what it is. What's up, Rada? How you doing? No, you don't gotta say sorry. No, I get it. Yeah, it's a great thing. Yeah. Because Cream Pain, there was zero pressure to go to college. Zero pressure to do university. Zero pressure in general related to school. They heavily prioritized autonomy and living your own life. Within the realm of reason. They were still parents, you know? It's not like they didn't give a shit. But it was more, you're an adult, make your own decisions. and figure it out, right? Very few parents actually give that to their children. That level of autonomy, that level of trust that you'll figure it out. I'm extremely competitive. Yeah, for sure. I know, time flies, Rita. It's kind of crazy. I think a competitive nature is essential. Personally. If only you're just competing with who you were yesterday. Having that competitive nature of comparing yourself to yesterday is massively important. I think it's one of the most important mentalities to have. Competitiveness in a healthy way is extremely important. Without it, who would push the boundaries? Who would care about doing more? Self-improvement is competitive. Like Elfo, for sure. Self-improvement is competitive. The person you're competing against is you. That's the only difference between competitive against other people and competitive against yourself. I'm also competitive with other people. For sure, 1000%. As an example, in snowboard days, I'd be sitting there just shredding for the day, not really pushing myself. And the moment I saw someone like hit a jump and spin, even if they didn't land it, well, shit, they're spinning today? Well, now I gotta go chuck. Because if they're doing it, fuck it, I'm not gonna let them show me up. I believe that type of competitiveness is also essential to getting better at what you do. I know, Prime loves to quote, "Comparison is the thief of joy," or whatever, right? Competitiveness is the seed of progress. That's my counterpoint to that. If you're not judging yourself against something, whether it's yourself or someone else, how do you actually track progress? You don't. Because if you're not comparing at least now you versus past you, how do you know that you're getting better? You don't. There's no way of knowing because you're not doing that comparison. So a competitive nature, at least in the smallest way, of only comparing against yourself is important. And then at the end of the day, comparing yourself with other people, I think is still important, but it has to be done in like a healthy way. And it can be real easy to make it unhealthy. Yeah, comparing to yourself is always good, but at some point, am I improving as quick as the people around me? You kind of need that too. Hey, what's up, YK? What's up, Nate Codes? How y'all doing? Welcome, Raiders. Our bot should kick in here in a sec.
Thanks for the support.
Here we go.
Dojo is a superhero with the unique ability to shape shift into any martial arts form. With a mere thought, they can transform their body into a master of any fighting style, making them a formidable opponent in any combat situation. Their origin story begins in a hidden dojo nestled in the mountains, where they were trained by the greatest masters of all martial arts. Through years of rigorous training and discipline, Dojo gained an unparalleled understanding of combat and strategy. One day, a powerful being threatened the dojo and the world beyond. In a moment of desperation, Dojo unleashed their full potential, merging all martial arts forms into one ultimate style. From that day forward, Dojo has travelled the world, using their powers to protect the innocent and uphold justice. With their unmatched combat prowess and unwavering determination, Dojo is a true superhero and an inspiration to all.
So they called you Yeek Dojo, but YK Dojo, that was my random bot envisioning you as a superhero. You can wire up to that in any way you see fit. This is, Yeek Dojo. Yeah, exactly. But you could actually, you would have to sign up to Vappy.ai. That right there was 60 seconds of content. Let me look at the exact numbers for it real quick, just to be sure. That right there cost me 15 cents, which I am more than happy to pay forward to a raid that meets my minimum raid number threshold, right? How many people came through on the raid? Boom. If you do it only based on bits and subscriptions, then you're making even more value on it, right? For a subscription, it's $2.50 or something. To spend 16 cents shouting out that sub, pretty worthwhile, right? So yeah, feel free. The superhero part is actually, that's my stream. You can actually give it a different prompt. All this, the thing I just linked out is doing, is wiring up the events, allowing you to configure which events you want to listen to. It's really just like a proxy to TMI.js, which is a really nice library for doing Twitch bots. It adds a little bit extra on top and passes things to Vappy for you, but for the most part, you still need to set up Vappy and decide what prompt you want it to take someone's name in as and do something with. So yeah, you can do the superhero thing, you can do the super villain thing, you can do whatever you want with it. I'd love to see what you do with it if you do want to use it. But yep, I think it's just a fun tool. So yeah, let's do the shout out thing. My bad, we were in the middle of a rant. But yeah, what you been up to, YK? I haven't chatted with you in a space for a while. I'm sorry about that. I used to do the spaces in the morning while I was working. And I got laid off in November and haven't woken up early enough to catch a good space for a while. Nowadays, I actually have a job again, and I'm in a dev advocate role. So I'm actually basically encouraged to hop into spaces now. So I'll be waking up at 9 a.m. my time, for the most part, every weekday. Yeah, exactly, Shook. And then, yeah, I'll try and hop into some spaces. I'll try and start one too, because I don't know anything about DevRel. I kind of want to start a tell me about DevRel kind of space. So I think that'd be fun. Which company? I started with GitKraken. This is my first week on the job. I got hired on Monday. Yeah, that'd be really fun. I think so. I think we could involve Bash and a bunch of other DevRels that I know. I think it'd be really cool. Technically, one of the products that we make, right, the GitKraken CLI, is using Charm Bracelet for a bunch of their UI stuff. So I really want to hop on a one-on-one with Bash about just, Charm and CLI tools in general. I think that'd be kind of cool. I'd like to plan it out with her ahead of time. I haven't sent her that message to plan any of this, so no idea. Maybe. It's a Friday night, right? I would not expect Bash to be chilling here. But if so, how you doing, Bash? Cheers. People with social lives. I don't get it. I can't understand it. Social life. You mean streaming? Not the same thing. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's fun. It's my first dev advocate role, or DevRel in general, right? So I don't know what I don't know yet. The focus for the company, though, is really on content creation, though, which I think is nice. They're really focused on technical content. They have some really good marketing people that are good at like marketing content. But I think the content they're really trying to like create that they haven't been able to create yet is content that speaks to like what a developer would actually want to like see as content. Oh, there you go, Cream Bane. So yeah, like as an example, I enjoy content that is technically focused. So how did they do a thing? What is like a dev problem that you hit with a thing? And I'd love to do like stories about just various parts of our developer processes and things like features we made, not just like the feature itself, but how did we make that feature? What tools were involved, etc. I think that would be really good, fun content. Because that's the only kind of content I like in general. Yeah, telling like the internal dev story, telling about just like the libraries and things we use to actually do it. And at that point, yeah, it's like very top of funnel. But that's actually, in my opinion, what devs appreciate more. Right? It's about how the sausage is made rather than just the end result. And I think that's incredibly valuable. So yeah, very similar to like the Netflix engineering blog or like just anything, right? My favorite technical blog post of all time is the Facebook one from like 2015 maybe? One second, let me grab it for you. This one right here, the technology behind preview photos for the mobile Facebook app. And you've seen this technique all over, the blur up technique. You've seen it in all sorts of applications. In the Facebook app, they needed to make it happen within the first 200 bytes because they had like a very heavy like performance burden to get within. And they go with a whole bunch of crazy stuff. But the technique itself of like the blur up, yeah, you just create some super tiny JPEG, blow it up, and then throw like a client-side blur on it until the larger image has had time to download. And then once that's done, you just replace it or fade it in or whatever. That blur up technique, I'd never seen anyone do it before Facebook posted this article, right? And it's awesome. It's really nice. So yeah, my goal is I want to create content that I would enjoy reading, for sure. So yeah, this is my favorite article of all time. In most static site generators and just like libraries and frameworks that have good image manipulation, this is table stakes at this point. But it was novel back in 2015. It was something no one else was doing back in 2015. So yeah, I really like content like this. But what were you up to today, YK? I saw that you were doing some editing, right? Can you give us a little sneak preview of like the video that you might be releasing soon? And yes, I lurked and I saw your title. We did do the shout out thing, right? Let me double check that part. And yeah, Nate Codes, Mr. Sir. Did you also raid into YK's stream? I saw you streaming earlier too. All right, so we did the regular shout out. I think we probably did the main shout out. Oh, you raided into Shook. So yeah, Shook, I don't think I follow your stream. Let me do that real quick. Oh, I already follow you. Did you get a Time Enjoyed raid recently? Like you were doing like a later night thing or something? Like within the past week or two? I rated someone that rated you, I think. Yeah, and I definitely threw a follow. So yeah, awesome stuff. Hell yeah. You do a lot of really late night streams. I think it was a time enjoyed raid. For sure. Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Yeah. Only 152 followers? Come on, chat. Come on, chat. We can fix that. Come on, everyone. It's a single button to press. You can do it. I know. I wasn't trying to throw any shade there. I was just trying to, like, nudge the viewers into clicking that button. That's all. Sorry. I hope it didn't feel like I was throwing shade. So you're the inspiration. Good job, Nate. Oh, man, expanding the category. You're our liaison to the outside world because most of us are kind of antisocial, right? Awesome. Hell yeah. Yeah, good stuff. James Quick, Taylor Decine, or I don't know how to say his name. That's cool. But they don't stream like we all stream, you know? James Quick does, but I don't know. I've been in his stream and it's less interactive. In the same way that, Kent C. Dodds. He streams to Twitch every once in a while, but it is just so, like, non-interactive. And I think that's missing the point of what Twitch really is. Right? Like the AWS stream. They won't acknowledge a single comment. They don't even treat you like you're watching. They're just doing it like it's a YouTube video. You know? Ugh. That's the worst. I get it. Yeah, if you're streaming and chat isn't chatting, that can get, like, pretty boring and kind of a bummer, too. Yeah, I get that. You almost need to, like, take breaks and, like, prompt chat to chat at you. And I think another thing that, like, new streamers don't do as much is just, like, say what they're doing as they're doing it. Right? It's really easy to, like, get in your own head and just, like, you know what you're trying to type out, but why are you typing the thing you're typing? If you can say that as you're doing it, it's a better stream, usually, because of it. I think one of the bigger things is ask chat questions while you're doing stuff too. Don't expect an answer every time, but simply just ask, like, how's everyone's weekend going? And I'm actually asking y'all, like, what are you up to this weekend? Let me know. Nate! We playing some League later? I bet Zayu's in. Toddlers at the grandparents' night. Oh, I mean, does that make tonight a date night? I'm pretty sure that's what, like, parents end up understanding grandparents' night to be. Date night. So, if you got date night to do, go for it. Yeah, I mean, stamina is definitely a thing for married couples. Without getting too gross. We could get way grosser. We'll leave that for chill stream. Ooh, Nana Papa weekend instead of grandparent weekend. Interesting. In our family, it was Grammy and Grandpa, but very similar. But yeah, Nate, more than invited. I might try and invite Sympathy to join too. I got to go to 5-Iron Golf with Sympathy and, Colin from Zod and Bedtime Bear and a bunch of people. I don't know if we'll be fully stacked, but we can at least, stack it up a bit more. I forget what lane Sympathy plays. I think mid, which would be perfect. You can be our jungler. Zayu will be our ADC. We need someone to do sup, and I can be our losing lane top lane. I play Singed, so I'm gonna lose lane. Duh. Lull them into a false sense of security, and then we kill them all. I don't know what that means, actually, Nate. I'm not sure. Okay. I'm guessing that's a reference I'm just not getting. Mundo? Oh, Rammus. All right. I'm not familiar with the meme whatsoever. For some reason, when you said, you were trying to make okay a thing, I just heard Mundo going, okay, right? Or something like that. Mundo strong. Okay. That's what I ended up hearing in my head. Mundo goes where he pleases. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Him saying okay like that. I feel like you would have done the O and the K capitalized if it was a Mundo, because everything he says is a yell. So that's where I should have seen the difference. That's a good point. Yeah, Mundo would have yelled the okay. But Nate uses a lot of references you don't understand. These are League of Legends things. If you don't play League, you're better for it. For sure. Is my stream extraordinarily loud? I am 3 decibels below peaking pretty much at all times. I have a compressor that kicks in where even when I yell, the compressor should be limiting the volume to 3 decibels below 0. What you might be used to random here is that other streams don't do their audio right. A gruffer version of Ed from Ed, Ed, and Eddie? I know I've seen a couple episodes. I like doing voices though. So yeah. I actually kind of want to do voice acting. Any indie games game devs out there? I'll do some voice acting for you for free at this point. I'll do voice acting for free if you're just willing to let me do it. I want to do voice acting. I want to build up a portfolio. I want to make a website that showcases some of the voices I do. My best character voice? Let me put it this way. Real quick. I'm playing The Dark Urge for my Saturday night game stream with Acorn, Algo Bro, and Robotic Head. We're doing Baldur's Gate 3. My character is the Dark Urge, but he's like the creepy old wizard.
So, he kind of talks like this. Yes, why wouldn't I cast a fireball into that group?
Right? Like something like that. He's like the creepy old guy. So yeah, that's my voice I use for that stream. I do other voices as well, but it's really hard to do on command, you know? I gotta like get into character, I gotta like do all that. So we're on that stream, I'm not sure that we've actually established the partners. In my other like Baldur's Gate, like the Wednesday night stream, that's the good playthrough. The Saturday night stream is the evil playthrough.
And that's why I use this voice.
Right? That's why we do like the creepy old guy voice. But on like Saturday nights, I play a halfling bard, and he talks kind of like this. Yeah, he's great. It's like a mix of Barney Fife from that one show and, you know, like a radio announcer. So yeah, the bard is very much like a radio Barney Fife. It's pretty good. It's pretty fun. In that stream, though, I believe my halfling bard is romancing Karlak. No, I'm not picking Astarion, sorry. No, I believe the halfling bard is a really good mix with like Karlak and her, I don't know how to phrase it, right? Like middle school dunce vibe, if that makes sense. Yeah, of course she didn't do the homework. Is she gonna ace the test? Hell no. I'm trying to remember who the other romances are, because again, it's like multiple people playing it. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. My evil playthrough tried to actually romance Minthara. I think evil playthrough is actually eventually trying to romance Minthara. All right, so real quick, hold on. Let me use the restroom. I need to pour some more water. Give me just like a minute, like 30 seconds minimum, a minute max. I gotta go use the restroom, pour some more water. I'll be right back. Yeah, for the evil playthrough, Minthara is like the perfect romance, for sure. So, BRB though, and then we got more OCAML to do. OCAML my camel. The fact that it used the, oh, that was the wrong scene. The fact that it used the right sound effect right there was great. Right, that was the Batman theme exactly. Which one was that? Okay, so I'm back. Welcome everyone to the stream. Appreciate y'all hanging out. And happy to keep chatting more. If you guys want to keep chatting, go for it. I do want to think about the code that we're writing right now. We've got failing tests still, I think, but we need to get those rerunning from the watcher. So let's do that. We need another tab. This tab needs to run our test server. So let's go do that. We just recently switched back from Tabby to iterm2. The main reason is iterm2 doesn't have a good way of clearing all history. You can do clear, but it still maintains like the previous history, and I want to actually be able to clear all history so I can like scroll things easier, and iterm allows us to do that. So we're switching back to iterm for some of these things. All right, we're back in the Vexilla repo. And hold on, we just got a big raid. Let me point out and explain what we're doing for anyone that's curious, right? Bare minimum, the tool we're working on is called Vexilla. It's a thing I made here on stream like 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, because I had an itch I needed to scratch. I needed feature flagging, but I couldn't afford Launch Darkly. Growthbook wasn't well known enough at the time. It might have existed, but I didn't know about it. So yeah, Growthbook, if I had known about Growthbook, we might not have ever actually made Vexilla, and that would have been a shame. So I'm glad I didn't know, because I think Vexilla solves a niche that Growthbook isn't needing to solve at this point. So yeah, we're building out Vexilla for feature flagging for my own use cases, because I'm a broke boy, and if I don't need to spend money on a service, I'm not going to spend money on that service. So there it is. It is a static file-based feature flag tool. So why static files, I guess? Or let's start out first with why feature flags. Feature flags are a fundamental part of the 12-factor app, just like environment variables are. If you're not abstracting out the way you write your code with an idea for feature flags as well as environment variables, you're actually kind of messing up. The main goal of feature flags is to decouple a runtime change from your deploy process. Now, what kind of change might that be? Well, just at the bare minimum, imagine a holiday theme for your e-commerce store or for your mobile app or all sorts of other things, right? If you want to turn on that e-commerce theme at the start of Christmas, let's say, right? A Christmas theme for your e-commerce store or mobile app, and you want to turn it off at the end of that day, how would you go about doing so? The naive approach is, well, yeah, you just ship out the code with it turned on, and then later you remove the code that turned it on in the first place, right? But that assumes that you can deploy this thing quickly. How many people here can actually deploy something out to production quickly at work? I'm expecting to see 0 hands at this point. Because even if you're doing a continuously released, continuously deployed and integrated web application, right, without versioning, who cares about the version of a web app? Ugh, weird, right? What you end up doing is you're going to have a dev branch, you're going to have a staging branch, and you're going to have a production branch. And the only thing different between these is typically the environment variables that you're using to build these things out. However, if you have these 3 environments, and you have a build process that takes at least 10 minutes, more commonly 20 to 30 minutes, right? That means for every environment, you're incurring a bare minimum of that deploy process's time. So if you have a feature you want merged into your main code base, into the main branch, you need the review process of that to get it into main. And then there's merging main into dev. And then that dev environment gets pushed up to the actual cloud dev environment you have to test things and fiddle with it and do QA and all that. And then after that, you have a staging environment that most closely mimics the production environment, but with staging style environment variables. Well, that's still another 30-minute build, maybe 20 minutes, maybe 10. And then you got to still make sure that, like, to push from dev to staging involves still a code review process someone has to sign off on. QA usually needs to sign off on something. And then to go from staging to production is an even more involved QA process as well. So if you consider at the bare minimum 30 minutes per deployable environment, if you have 3 environments, you're looking at an hour and a half before whatever you do makes it up to production. And that's like the best case scenario there. If you think about the worst case scenario, think about a mobile app. If you want to deploy anything out to your production mobile app, you are actually at the whim of the Apple iOS review process. And that can suck. So you might submit on a Monday, and then on Tuesday, you get a reply back from Apple saying like, oh, hey, we noticed a thing that we totally didn't call out last time you submitted, but it's no good and you're not gonna get approved to go to the store until you fix it. So then you spend that time fixing the thing, and then you submit again. So that means, yeah, Tuesday you get reply back, you fix it, you submit Tuesday night, you get a reply back, if you're lucky, Wednesday morning, and they might still have something you wanna, like, you gotta fix, right? Or you didn't fix it in the way they cared about, or you didn't document it during their process, but you're not gonna find out until they get back to you again, and you gotta fix it, or do whatever, and you've already lost half of the week just dealing with the deploy process. Now, if you think that's the scary part, oh no, it gets so much worse. They might take 2 days to get back to you. And it might take more than a day to, like, more than the same day at least, to fix what they called out. So you're looking at easily a week of time before you can deploy something from a new feature to a production mobile application. And even in that case, not every user is going to have it downloaded. Right? You need lead time for users to click that update button or to let the auto update process kick in. So there's easily a week lead time of seeing a change from dev into a production mobile app. And that's like basically the worst case. The middle ground is maybe you guys only deploy out 2 times a week on Tuesday and Thursday. If you have a fix you need to do that's outside of that release cadence, that is extremely error prone. Anything outside of your normal schedule means that you are like randomizing things in a way that introduces way more chance of errors because it's outside of the routine. So you've seen like all these cases in which you're not going to ship something out to production within 5 minutes. It's not going to happen at any major company. Maybe some small startups could do it, but even then, that's rare. If you're a startup that's actually serving customers, your deploy is not that fast. So how do you change something quickly in production? That is where feature flags come in. And they need to be runtime evaluated, not build time evaluated. Not compile time evaluated, not deploy time evaluated. Runtime evaluated. Which means they need to fetch that stuff from somewhere at runtime while the application is running. That could be a mobile app. That could be a web application. That could be your back end and front end for that web application. No matter what, runtime evaluation of feature flags is essential. And if you're not doing runtime evaluation of feature flags, you know what? It's not a feature flag, it's an environment variable. And they're just fundamentally different things. So now that we know and understand the use case for feature flags, I want you to think about some of the services out there. So how you flip config file, we'll dig into that here in a second there, Random, right? I'll explain it more. I want to make sure I do the spiel in the right way for people. So let's just consider all of the services out there for you to do runtime feature flag evaluation. It's either going to be a service you sign up for and pay a monthly fee to, or a service that you spin up and run on your own infrastructure. That's not actually free. It might seem free because you own the hardware that it's running on, maybe, but someone has to maintain that. Someone has to deal with it when it doesn't work, right? If it fails, etc., someone has to be basically on call for your feature flag service at your company if it's an actual like service running. So even if you're using Unleash self-hosted, that self-hosted service requires someone to actually care about it. So at that point, a static file is way easier to maintain. So a static file is just a JSON file that we ship out. We have a very specific schema for that JSON file. That gets shipped out to wherever you're hosting static files. That could be the CDN, that could be inside your own internal network that never sees the outside internet. As long as your application can fetch a JSON file on whatever internet or intranet that it's part of, you're good to go. So at that point, self-hosting is pretty much effortless because the easiest thing to scale in the world is a static file-based system, right? The easiest thing ever. Something just behind an Nginx, reverse proxy, and you're done. And it can cache things and do all sorts of stuff. Or ship it up to the CDN, and you're done. All that scale is either handled for you, or if you're hitting the limits of a static file server, horizontally scaling a static file server is incredibly easy. Now, you're going to have to hit so many crazy numbers to make the static file server that you're hosting inside of an intranet actually not be able to handle that scale, that it's as if it was scaling for free, right? Way more so than some like Docker container of Unleash or some other service, right? So static file-based hosting, the most scalable thing you can possibly do. Once we recognize that your feature flags are just a JSON file sitting somewhere, well, yeah, that is static, right? That's totally static. How do you evaluate that file and know which user should have that feature turned on or not? Which environment should have that feature turned on or not? That is where the runtime SDKs come into play. So runtime SDK just fetches that JSON file and evaluates it, right? Caches things so you're not having to do it for every request because your feature flagging could even be on the hot path of your application. Once you've done that, your SDK fetching this thing just needs to evaluate what environment you're in because you passed it to the SDK. What the user ID that we're doing, if you want to release to 20% of users, we're going to compile your user's ID. Just chill, random hero. I'll get to it. I'm doing the spiel. Just chill. Right? The SDKs do all of the main logic. And instead, the data is just the schema in the JSON file that's sitting somewhere. So now that we know that SDKs are the source of truth, what if you're not using JavaScript, right? Because you might expect the core SDK is JavaScript. Instead, we need to write SDKs for as many languages as possible to actually solve the problems of our users where they are and how they're needing to use it. Growthbook has a bunch of first-party SDKs. LaunchDarkly has way less first-party SDKs. The key is, if you're not maintaining these SDKs yourself, there's a lag time between you releasing a new feature and when a third-party SDK might actually decide to implement it. So because I don't have a server I'm running, I just give you the JSON file and you ship it to wherever you want to serve it from. Because I'm not operating any servers in that regard, I am freed up to maintain more first-party SDKs than most people, than most providers. Growthbook actually has a bunch of awesome first-party SDKs. They're killing it. Growthbook is really the biggest competitor we have, right? Because we align so much. So if you think about SDKs being the reason for being, right? And I know there's some like French phrase for it, raison de something, right? Right? The reason for Vexilla being there is runtime feature flag evaluation based upon client-specific SDKs. Well, then I need to build out client-specific SDKs for as many languages as possible, and that's where OCAML comes in. My core application is a React app, and that's the thing that spits out the JSON. Consuming that JSON is then based upon wherever you have your applications hosted. So we've got JavaScript, Go, Rust, Python, PHP, Elixir, Swift, Kotlin, I'm forgetting one for sure, C#, and now we're working on the OCAML. So that's 10 of them so far. And we've got maybe like 4 more that we want to target as our like base minimum. I'll do a 1.x release with like the 10 that we have, but then introducing Lua and Ruby and I think Dart and maybe one more. I think 14 was the initial target. Releasing those 14 SDKs is chill, man. Super easy. It's just the same logic written in different syntaxes. Easy, no problem. So that's the main goal. I hope that makes sense. I hope you understand it. Sorry, random, but yeah, you're asking some of these questions before I was ready to actually give the context for them. So that's the goal. Thank you. So the part we're on, and I need to establish and get running the test server real quick. This test server basically is a common, it's a common server that every SDK hits because we need it to work. So this is written in JavaScript or TypeScript technically, but the test server needs to be consumable by every other SDK we have. And so we're basically like trying to write a bunch of our tests right now. And how's it going, X Factor? I mean, we're making progress, is what it is. Now that we got the test server running, we need to get our integration test running for the OCAML. It's fine, Skydriver. We're chilling. We're getting it going. All right, so now at this point, is it OPAM? No. Dune test-w. All right, so that ran our OCAML tests. We've got 3 tests failing right now. The is schedule active tests. A bunch of them typically actually fail at either 5 or 6 o'clock my time at night because that lines up with the UTC 0 time to a degree, right? At least enough that we run into issues. So 0 time meaning when we hit midnight, today is not today anymore if you add an hour to it. It becomes tomorrow. Oh, Surly, I appreciate you. Yeah, no rush, no big deal. And hey, how you doing, Surly? I see you over there on the YouTube. We got 4 people hanging out there. Like, that's huge, man. Yeah, no, that's awesome. I'd really appreciate keeping the lurk over on the YouTube, because those numbers really help me out. Let me just double check and look. We're really close to the 3K watch hours. 2869. Nice. So yeah, a little bit over 100 watch hours to go, and we hit the baseline level of YouTube partner, and then 1,000 more watch hours, and we hit like proper partner, which will be awesome. So yeah, thank you all for lurking the YouTube. You're the best. Yeah, you're the best. And yeah, before we really dig into fixing some of these bugs, really, I think the daily test here, we can fix some logic. These 2 tests should not be failing, so yeah, there's like a flaw there for sure. This one is actually the bug that we're trying to fix right now, and it seems like we haven't done so yet, which I thought we did with how we passed some values. I'm wondering if we're not passing the right schedule to these things. Right, so schedule active daily. DM Mulroy really wanted to like split these out. I'm not sure there's much value in splitting these out, but I think it did help in him trying to teach us about how this works, so I'm okay with it. This test right here is the more important test. And hey, what's up in 3D printing? How you doing? Yeah, cheers. I do stream on both. Yes, exactly. Sub there is a no-brainer. Yeah, I appreciate that. And hey, that's you, Sky. Appreciate you. Thank you for doxing yourself a bit. I'm actually planning on trying to do like the Twitter stream as well. I've seen Theo doing it, and he gets easily like thousands of views on it. He's the one that kills it the most from like a Twitter stream, which I find interesting. Right, like we saw Tej doing it earlier today, and he had like a couple 100 views on Twitter, which is cool, right? Like better than 0. But yeah, the fact that Theo gets thousands, like really, his like Twitter audience is massive. Yeah, no worries, Sky. I just wanted to say thank you. That's all. But you gotta go help with the kids' bedtime. Yeah, no worries, Shook. Cheers. One of these days, I might get a chance to raid you. I don't go that late that often, and I don't start early enough to do so. But one of these days, it might happen. So, yeah, looking forward to it. Cheers. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Oh, wrong pipe. Oh, down the wrong pipe.
I tried to breathe as I was swallowing. That's a bad idea. Oh, buddy. Oh, that sucked. You are right. You do have the same icon. Let me just put it this way, Skydriver. I hadn't looked at your icon. Yeah, down the wrong pipe. The air pipe is really, like, not stoked. Woo! I'm, like, crying. I'm not crying, you're crying. Ah, yeah, that sucked. Whew. Nah, we're fine. I'll just cry a little bit. Strong men still cry. Weak men too. All right, so yeah, let's keep hacking at what we think this is. And Code and Life is live. Oh. So you're saying Jacob MG Evans is live right now. Aha. Thank you, Zach. I should probably head over there. I think most people are here for code, though. What do y'all think? Should I hop into a Twitter space in which we chat with Jacob MG Evans? I could do that. It's a good Friday night thing. But we should probably get some code done too. I do have a hard time juggling those things though, and that's my fault. So being able to like chat and be attentive and, you know, hear what other people are saying versus when I go and like try and dig into code, that becomes a little tougher, but I think we can do it. Back lurking in a bit? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. But we're gonna get code done while we're doing it.
Come to find out, they really just wanted me to take raw screenshots and leave them in PNG to modify them in Figma. And then I guess they've been using WebP, so that's what they want to continue using. Mind you, everyone here, AVIF is the superior, hands down, objectively, hands down, the superior format for images. So, you know, you can use like one of those web apps or whatever that, like I guess the docs team has been using this like one called Squoosh. I can almost guarantee, almost certainly that, yeah. But all you have to have for FFmpeg for AVIF is to have the lib.
I'll chime in here in a sec.
I think it's like a v1f encoder, and then you can just.
He is definitely doing
transform
cardio
all your
for sure.
Shitty JPEGs and PNGs into.
He is out of breath for sure. He walks like X amount of miles while he's doing this, and that's actually a good use case
because you could like really optimize it. Like I do, like
it's actually like a really good idea.
Flag, right? But you can really optimize it with a.
Thank you, Surly. I appreciate it.
But even without doing all that, all you do is just like take this image and use this encoder. And
let me turn the music down a little. I think it's like
this name
a little bit louder than him.
Right? Like if that's all you did, like if you had like a, say like a 5 megabyte image, that motherfucker is gonna come back at like anywhere from 50 to 5 kilobytes. Like it's a massive difference.
So I'm curious.
And the quality, that's the thing, is the quality. So WebMP also has really great compression, but it loses a little bit of quality. Not a lot, mind you, a little bit. Whereas AVIF, you retain almost the complete quality. Like there's far less loss in your compression.
So yeah, I actually saw a good article. Oh, hold on. Can you guys hear me? Oh, they can't hear me. Damn. All right, hold on.
Chris.
Yep, that's my bad.
I don't know if it's me.
No,
or
it's on my end.
It's you. I'm gonna blame you. Oh, what is this? Infer type predicates from function bodies. What's up? Yeah, boy.
Test. Can you hear me?
That's what we're talking about.
No, they can't hear me. Wrong thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's so good. See, I'm not on the predicate hater bandwagon because I don't think they're the same as casting. Like the people that make that argument, they didn't take zeroth logic
My audio is wired up.
classes.
I gotta figure this out.
Like how predicate functions work is exactly how predicate logic works, right? And for predicate logic to be sound, there has to be essentially a valid argument happening in that predicate, right? And so if you don't have that value in your predicate, then for all intents and purposes it's not function, right? So people are just like, well, you have to make all these assertions and this, that, and the other for the predicate function to work. It's like, yeah, duh. That's the point, right? That's why it's not like casting to something. Like I'm just casting it to a string. No, I'm checking all these different possibilities inside of this function.
I think I got the audio.
So that when it returns true, you know damn well that's a string. You know, or fish, whatever the fucking TypeScript example is.
Testing. Can you hear me?
I don't. Yeah, I find that argument so bizarre.
They can't hear me.
Predicate functions. Chris, you might have to drop down and come back up. But I don't know if it's that or maybe it's your hardware. I'm not sure. You could be using the browser. The browser's always fucking buggy as shit when it comes to the Twitter Spaces.
It's fully on me. This is my fault. Yeah. I might need to like drop down and back up.
Trying to find kids in the neighborhood that my kid could play with. But it's basically around this time. They're all much older. they're all like teens, preteens. You know, most of all the kids my kids' age are either going to bed, getting ready for bed.
All right, so we're gonna stop listening and then try and rejoin.
I remember.
Wait, do I need to update Brave? Oh my god. None of this stuff ever works first try. It's impossible. Alright, we should be good. YouTube. I'm still live, right? I didn't break that? Yeah, looks like we're good. Okay. Let me try this again. Okay, thank you. Appreciate you, Zach.
This is great. Oh yeah, I can't help but wonder if this would make filter, boolean, remove null and undefined from the arrays contained.
I think we're good.
Yeah,
I actually saw the ...
I
when I unpaused there.
That's
okay.
Great. That's a great thing that person brought up. I hate that so much because like you can't force like the dot find, the dot filter, like all those methods. You can't force them to return the type no matter what, right? Funny enough, I actually will sometimes use type predicates to enforce what's going into, say, like a filter, and enforce what's coming out of it. And that's kind of like a little bit of a hacky way to use a predicate function. But again, I'm not against predicate functions. I just know like shit tons of people are for some reason. All right, Chris, are you able to talk?
Testing.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, buddy.
Yes. All right, we got there. All right, my Chrome is broken. I had to launch it in Brave. Sorry about that. It's all on my end. It's somehow I did like the audio. So yeah, sorry about that.
It's all good. Yeah. So what did you come up to talk about?
I completely forgot the exact thing I was going to comment on because I was dealing with the audio issues. So yeah, I'm sorry. I will definitely chime in from here on out when it's relevant. Outstanding. I need to. Apparently, I have to pay for access to the lake near my house because it's a part of the. It's not an HOA, but it's also not an HOA, I guess. Yeah, there's like a bunch of stuff like in the summer that'll probably be really fun for my kiddo. Is it almost like a dock fee or something like that? I've seen that on lakes before.
No, they have like the lake is surrounded by houses.
Mm-hmm.
Those houses are actually more HOA-y because they're forced to pay the fee. And it's essentially maintenance of this lake because the lake is man-made. So yeah.
So does that lake get like stocked with fish, etc.?
Yeah, stocked with fish. They recently actually installed a massive aeration system in the lake.
Cool.
Because it's a man-made lake and there's not enough natural water flowing in to aerate the lake. When they would stock it with fish, the fish would just kind of hang out at the surface, right? And so then the fish would, they would just get eaten by Seahawks constantly. So it was like basically like everybody was in the neighborhood was apparently just paying to feed the Seahawks.
So you say Seahawks like that, and I'm just picturing like linebackers grabbing fish out of the water. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, no, 100%. That's exactly what it is. Like,
okay, cool.
Where do you think they come to eat, dude?
Touche. Makes sense.
Yeah.
That's why Russell Wilson left the Northwest. I get it. He was sick of it.
Yeah. He's probably sick. Yeah, he's sick of salmon. Who blame him? As literally, I have like a freezer full of just bags and bags of vacuum packed salmon.
That's awesome. Hey, what's up, Denzel? Mr. Sir, how you doing?
Get sick of it. But yeah. What do you think? What do you think of this sweet TypeScript update?
I don't know enough about it. I know other people are really happy, and I'm happy for them. I don't think it'll change the way I consume TypeScript at this point. So I'm less involved.
Is the way you consume TypeScript is you just take like that J and change it to a T, and you're like, there we are, we're TypeScripting now.
I'm not above throwing an any on something if it's getting in my way.
I'm supportive of that. Now, if your code is riddled in that, I'm probably gonna look at you side-eyed. Not gonna lie. If it's like one of those things where you're like, oh yeah, every once in a while, these types get unnecessarily complicated, and I'm not trying to, create a generic fucking monster type that can handle
exactly
this.
Denzel.
So
sure.
Any it is.
I'm okay 100% with something internal that doesn't see any external API and no one's expected to consume in any, right? As long as your external APIs are fully typed, I'm fully okay with that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, what do you consider external? Like, you're saying like anybody's consuming it?
So I mean external in like even the module way. So if I'm writing a module that other people will consume, but I have like an internal function to that just does some stuff, I am fully okay with making that any if like the type for it would look like 3 pages of ternary style like typing, you know?
Right. Where it's like T extends this type, which question mark, super crazy other generic type, colon never, and you're like, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, there was that tweet like recently where someone was like, hey, this is all I needed and AI created it for me. And I looked at it and I was like, yeah, that looks like AI created it. For sure, I get it.
Yeah. I mean, funny enough, like, and I this is why I like things like Type Hero that Trash made. Like once you start understanding like the syntax of the type system, the rest of it's just logic, and it becomes like almost like a tertiary language, right? So you're just basically like, oh, okay, I know the rules for, you know, these symbols and these letters and these utilities and all this other shit. And like you can, and a great example of like okay, like if it's kind of like tertiary language, like what can't you do logic with it, right? Can't you like do something that actually like affects things? It's like yeah, that's the like what was that? Like there's like a TypeScript utility that like will capitalize like a letter, you know? At the, like full on like you could straight up just do like kind of Turing complete shit with TypeScript.
I was just gonna say the type system in TypeScript is actually Turing complete. You can actually write full on programs with it.
Yeah.
Now I would not want to consume that as a like a co-worker with you, but yeah, it's still cool.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like when you grasp that concept with TypeScript, it becomes a twofold thing. One, it becomes like super powerful, right? Like you're like, oh, it's literally like got its syntax, got its like rules. It's like any other language, and it's kind of sitting on top of JavaScript, right? Whereas like with most other languages that are type strong, you have like no, this is part of the language. These things are very much one and the same. And I don't know, there's a part of that I like, where it's like there's a lot of power and freedom that you get.
Yeah, everyone, feel free, join in, listen on that space if like, you know, like you want to be like part of it to improve
which you can't do in other languages very easily without like
I'd prefer to have you here, but I get it.
Something in that language,
and we'll get code
that
done.
Is essentially saying like, hey,
I get what he's saying.
I'm fucking stupid and I don't know what I'm doing. Like the Rust has like the I think it's like unsafe memory or whatever. Like you have to tag everything as unsafe. That's basically like
sometimes as devs we know better than the type system, right? And unsafe is one way to opt out of the borrow checker because you know better than what it's trying to do, right? I get that.
Yeah, and that's the thing though, is like with TypeScript, it's like you can just like go into your TS config and be like any just turn it off, right? Like you're just like, nah, I'm good.
But you'll never stop me from doing as unknown as whatever I want to cast it to.
Okay, as unknown to as something else is certainly one of those ones that I will look at side-eyed, because I'm specifically, I don't know if you actually know. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna see that and be like,
if it's wrong, it can just bubble up as an exception.
Yeah, tested and prod, right, Chris?
I am making a feature flag tool, so yeah, test it and prod. Why not?
The users are the QA team.
That's just economical.
No, that's just economical. No, but like I was saying, it just kind of comes down to this like idea. I think that, one, I think people overemphasize the type system when they're saying like you should use TypeScript, and the assumption is like, oh, I need to understand TypeScript like Matt Pocock. Like, no, you don't. Okay, just go in there, throw in a TS config, turn strict off, all right, and just like convert all your files to .ts files. That's it. All right, that's it right there. You're using TypeScript. You actually get benefits right off the bat. And you don't have to like fucking know how generics work, right?
Yeah, I think exactly to what you're saying. If you're writing a JavaScript file and you turn it into a TypeScript file and the libraries you consume actually export proper types, you actually get a whole lot of like type safety just from like your own code that is still basically JavaScript at that point. And there's a lot of value to that for sure.
1,000%. And that's usually like, even 3 years ago, that was the thing that like me and Theo were constantly advocating for everywhere, right? We were just constantly advocating for that behavior. Like, no, just go flip this switch, turn off strictness, don't have that stupid ESLint rule where it's like, the any ESLint rule. Don't have any of that shit. Okay? Focus on just converting everything to TypeScript, and then just utilizing the autocomplete and the types that you get from the libraries. Like, immediately things become so much better. Like, do you have to sometimes go back to the docs? Sure. Yeah, you gotta still go to the docs. Sometimes.
Yeah, it's not going to do your job for you. It just makes your job easier.
Because it's literally right there.
Yeah, sorry.
Exactly. Yeah. No, you're good. It was a funny thing, because like you'd think that would be common sense, but so often, more than not, we would be telling people this and they're like, oh, like I don't have to like know how all these types work. Like, no, you don't have to know how the type system works at all. You can learn it slowly over time, but still use TypeScript and get benefits from it.
Yeah, it's just an editor tooling like improvement for sure, right? So even if you're not writing your code in a type safe way, your editor understands types better than you have to.
Oh yeah, that's a great way of putting it. It's like, you don't have to understand it because your editor is smarter than you. My editor is 100% still smarter than me. Just throwing that out there, especially with Copilot in there. I'm like, man, why do you even need me here?
Even Xcode is still smarter than me, right? I know people like really don't like Xcode, but Xcode is still smarter than me. I was able to do Objective-C 10 years ago because Xcode saved me from myself in a bunch of ways. Whoa.
I'm still listening. My sciatica just acted up there for a second, and I almost fell over. So that was an old man moment.
Ooh, that's a bummer. Yeah, are you on like a treadmill right now, or are you like out and about?
Always out and about, Chris.
Okay,
always
awesome.
out and about.
Yeah, I know you're doing cardio right now. I just wasn't sure if you were walking like, elsewhere. Cool, awesome.
No, code in life has always been, should be like called code and exercise.
Sure. Code and cardio.
Code and cardio. I've always, this originally started off where I was doing it in the gym right after COVID, and there was nobody in the gym. All right, there's like maybe like 3 people tops, and so I would just be on, working out on the weights or the recumbent bike or whatever, and I was like, man, I should just do something, kind of like double up my time, right? 2 birds, 1 stone. And
maybe
I
even
decided
3.
to try out I tried out Spaces because Spaces was brand new at the time, and I was like, I'll try this out. Why not? And eventually, more and more people started showing up at the gym. Because I guess they stopped caring that COVID existed. But the thing is like I was like, okay, well, I'll just do some walks, and I would walk like a minimum of 3 miles in front of my apartments. And then when I moved, I was still within Austin. I moved to a new place. I just walked around the neighborhood again, just like minimum 3 miles. And here we are. I'm now doing it again. Still doing it.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. I really like it, actually. Yeah. I have a good like walking path near where I live. It's like right on like the slough, like the Burt Gilman Trail, which is kind of like somewhat Washington famous. And yeah, I'll go walk for a couple hours, like just getting some good exercise. But the fact that you're doing it with a space at the same time, like that's genius. I really like that.
Yeah. The side benefit is with all the eating super healthier, really cutting out carbs. And by the way, carbs aren't unhealthy. I'm just gonna throw that out there for you fucking weird diet people. Okay, carbs are not unhealthy. Carbs are unhealthy for me because I have a genetic disorder that turns them into triglycerides like crazy. Right? So unless you have the genetic disorder, carbs are not unhealthy. Get fucked. Anyways.
Could you say what disorder that is? That sounds interesting.
I don't know the genetic name for it. The doctor was just like, it's a genetic disorder, and I was like, great.
Bummer. Right.
To put it in perspective of like what it does is, so the max, like unhealthy max, your triglyceride should be is like 150. That's like high, right? The 150. They do a blood panel, and this is one of the things they check for, and 150 is high. All right, mine was 750. So
that's a bit much. Last time I had blood work done, they said like, yeah, your liver doesn't show any signs of like excess drinking, which I took as maybe like the wrong sign.
Yeah. Well, they told me like you got fatty liver. And your triglycerides are 750, which is 7 times higher than the highest it should be. And basically, you're lucky you haven't had a major heart attack. And I was like, sweet, tight. I like that. All right. Or stroke. That was the other one. So both of my brothers, my half brother and my younger brother, have had what's called a schismic aortic dissection, which is a fancy way of saying, it's a fancy way of saying something shot from their blood vessel in the back of their neck into their brain. And they got lucky because it wasn't a full-blown stroke, and they both recovered fully. But I was like, you know what? I don't think I want to roll the dice on this one. I don't want to be the next Evans to test the lottery of like how close can we get to a stroke without actually getting a full-blown stroke. So
I think there's like a term for that, like transient ischemic, like. And then something like the third word, I forgot, like event or something, right?
Aortic dissection.
Oh.
Yeah, event, you just throw it at the end, yeah.
So I think that's actually part of like a broader category of like transient ischemic something, right? Like event. And I think, like it falls within that category, and it's more like how it originated becomes like the aortic part, etc.
Yeah. Yes.
Cool. Gotcha.
So they both had that. Yeah. They both had that, and that was the thing is like my half brother had it like a couple of years ago.
Finite totally had one of those issues on stream too.
Like 4 months before I went to the doctors and was like, "Hey, you need to check my blood pressure and do blood work." And they're like, "Why? You're so
I need
young."
to be concerned about
And
like
then I
heart,
told
like
them
electrical
the family
issues,
history, and they're like, "Oh,
rather than
fuck."
like clots, etc., or like some
Which
of
they
those
took my
ischemic
blood pressure
events.
at the time, and it was like,
But yeah, like heart electrical things or something.
what
I
was
gotta
it?
worry
It was high as shit. It was like the lower number, which you're usually wanting to be like around like, you know, anywhere between 30 to 70. That one was like 100. And the upper limit number was stupidly high as well. I can't remember what exactly it was. It was like 2 something. Right? Because you're usually wanting something like along the lines of like 130 over 70 or something nice. Right? 130 over 150 over 30. Those are great numbers. All of those are great numbers.
So wait,
Mine
are
was
these like the number you're talking about? Is that related to the blood pressure number too? Then
Yeah, well, no. So that the blood pressure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So when you have high triglycerides, it's like cholesterol, right? So like my bad cholesterol was a little high, right? But it wasn't super high. My good cholesterol was low, but not super low. They weren't great, but they're not by any means good.
Gotcha.
But they've learned in the last like 5 to 10 years, they've learned that triglycerides have a similar effect on your cardiovascular system as LDL, the low density lipids, the bad cholesterol, right?
Gotcha.
So triglycerides and LDL are both not good.
Right.
And my triglycerides were literally just astronomically high.
Damn. So yeah, I'm glad you're putting in effort to curb that. That's awesome.
Yeah. So when they weighed me at that time, I was 221 pounds. And I just weighed myself, and I'm 198.8.
Hell yeah. Good work, man.
Thank you. I gotta actually start going and building muscle though. So like, that's like a like not just a vanity thing.
No, like muscle, just having muscle burns calories for you.
Yes.
Right? Like just it being there will eat up calories. So like, yeah, like it's just totally worth it towards like your calorie intake, outtake kind of stuff, right? For sure.
Yeah. It has other health benefits too, which I think is hilarious that we just like, we have this idea of like, oh, you're muscular or you're not, but it doesn't really affect your health. It's like, no, it does. more muscle, like, and we're not talking about like you need to be a bodybuilder, right, folks? But like more muscle helps keep bad cholesterol down too, right? Like it's just one of those things where it's like, if you're sedentary, right, you don't move around a lot, don't do a lot of stuff.
I feel like I'm being called out directly right now.
Your body doesn't really know what to do with these things that it normally can just kind of like use, and then
I'm
just
not
like
sedentary.
turn
You're
it into
sedentary.
waste and get rid of, right? So instead, it just kind of like stores it, and that's not how our bodies are supposed to function. But yeah. So the low carb thing is funny because like carbs turn into triglycerides. That's one of the main things that turn into triglycerides. So doing a low carb diet really cuts down on that. But also side effects, right?
I'm sorry, I was just kidding.
That are
you know
low
this.
carb. So
Like,
like
come
I go
on.
eat like a low carb bread or a low carb tortilla. They inherently just have less calories, right? So it helps with that too. It's like people are like, I'm on a low carb diet to lose weight because carbs cause you to get fat, and it's like, no, they don't. The calories do. You're eating a shit ton of calories. Now all of a sudden you're having that.
Yeah, there was that one teacher who's like, I'm gonna do the Twinkie diet because it's about calories in out, right? Now, granted, he may have still had terrible buildup of things like plaque in his arteries. Who knows, right? But still, as far as maintaining his weight is concerned, if you're eating Twinkies, it's all about the calories those Twinkies provide, and are you burning those calories?
Precisely, yes. And one of the things that I found that I really like is the Fairlife protein shakes, right? Or protein drinks. They're not shakes. The Fairlife protein drinks. First off, Fairlife chocolate milk is delicious. If none of if any of you love chocolate milk and you're like, man, I just want a good chocolate milk that's not overly sweet, overly you don't want it to be chalky, whatever. Fairlife chocolate milk is outstanding. And the best part is it's lactose free, right? But it's not lactose free. Yeah, it's not lactose free like other things usually are. They filter it, and they filter out the lactose proteins through a ultra fine filtering process. So it's still milk. like if you're allergic to milk, don't drink it. Right? It's not almond milk. It's not soy milk. It's still milk. And their chocolate version is amazing. They have a protein drink. It's a nutritional protein drink too. So it has a shit ton of protein, but it also has a shit ton of other nutrients. And it's delicious, by the way. It's not chalky like most protein drinks are. And if anybody's ever been into working out and stuff, they know exactly what I'm talking about. I've done the buying the giant gallon of protein powder and the horse pills, and working out like my life depended on it back when I was 18 and 19. But these protein nutritional drinks are freaking delicious, and they're only I think it's 150 or 190 calories for one drink.
That's pretty legit. Nice. Yeah, I've done the protein thing simply because there was a time in which I didn't want to cook and I lived in a van, and the protein powder was nice and easy to mix with something in a low effort way to get the calories to survive for the day,
And it makes you feel full if it's a protein, if it has enough protein in it, right? Anything above 30 to 40 grams of protein, it makes you feel full, like you just ate something. And that's always a bonus if you're just I'm trying to eat. I eat a lot of vegetables now, low carb stuff as well.
Veggies are basically low carb.
I don't want to eat my,
besides taters,
say my low carb microwavable meal or something. It's one of those small healthy choice meals. I want to eat that and then be immediately hungry afterwards. It's the worst feeling.
Yeah, 100% agree. Yeah, I've got a bunch of meals I cook where I'm glad they fill me up, but yeah, there's if I eat sushi, I'm hungry an hour later, And that's actually a high carb, high protein meal, but for some reason I'm just still hungry an hour later.
Yep. Yeah. I don't know. I think carbs, rice and stuff, are one of those things that you eat a bunch of it, and it makes you feel really full in the moment, but your body processes it so fast that very quickly you just are back in the same place you started at. I also eat tons of sushi, so.
Yeah, the grocery store nearby has an independent sushi corner where they provide really good sushi, and it's dangerous.
Really good store sushi sounds like an extremely dangerous situation, my friend.
Yeah, it's only a block away. I could walk there right now and grab a plate of sushi.
And like we're talking like the rice is good, the fish is like not too fishy.
It's not the best sushi I've ever had, but it's way better than like some of the conveyor belt sushi places I've been to. Right?
Hey, careful with the conveyor. I like conveyor belt sushi
No,
places.
they're fine, but like if you've been to a bad conveyor belt sushi place, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I have. Oh
Okay.
no, I have. Oh, I have. Which one? All right. Okay, because I know that in downtown they had the Blue Sea sushi. I don't know if they still have Blue Sea. In Renton they have the Genki sushi, which is nothing like the Genki sushi that I grew up with in Maui. So disappointing. When I took my daughter there, I was super stoked. I was like, yeah, I used to go to Genki sushi, and when I was in high school, you're gonna love it. I got there and I was like, it's all right.
That's a huge bummer. I don't know anything about like Seattle sushi places. I do know some like Seattle ramen places if you want to like figure them out. But yeah, like Seattle sushi, I know nothing. I'm trying to think. Only like conveyor belt sushi I've done was down in Portland. So I don't know any conveyor belt sushi here in Washington. So I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah. Well, when I lived in Seattle, a few years back, it was almost a decade ago now. Anyways, I lived on Wall Street, which was right next to the Seattle Center, right? And so I'd walk down to the movie theater downtown, and
That's
right
right.
across
Whoa.
the street from them was a sushi place. So I'd go.
Wall
eat
Street in
sushi
Seattle
and
is
then go
very
watch a
different
movie.
from Wall
It
Street,
was
New
great.
York.
Fucking great. It was a great weekend thing that I would do.
I just want to shout this out for anyone else. Like Wall Street, Seattle is very different from Wall Street, New York. Like not even close to related. Not even like similar whatsoever. Wall Street is basically like where some dive bars might be.
Yes.
In Seattle.
Also, the shitty apartments that I lived in that are now grossly overpriced and still are shitty.
Yeah, they didn't change anything. They just increased the price. Exactly. Yep.
Oh no! They painted it. They painted the one I lived in, and then they renamed it to Sky.
Ah, there you go. They maybe improved, like they washed the windows or something, right? Like in the base area, and that's it.
You're
That's all they
lucky
did.
you're lucky if they didn't paint over the windows. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah. They added a bunch of like stickers to the windows, and now they don't have to wash it.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Wall Street. The best part is, Chris. The best part is when I worked for Sound Transit. I worked at the train station right next to International District. Okay. And most
King
of the
Street
time-
Station, right?
Yeah, the big one, right by the.
Dude, the food
stadium.
there is amazing. That's some of the best food in Seattle, in my opinion.
Oh, International District? Oh, absolutely!
Yeah.
I fucking love that food.
Hell yeah.
No, I mean, I got like, because I was working. I was a what do you call that? Operator, like a desk sergeant for Sound Transit.
So like
And-
dispatcher style?
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah. So, like, I just constantly was eating out in the international. Like, I would go over there and like the freaking like Korean guy in the restaurant inside the like tiny little Asian inside strip mall area that they have right there would just like come up to me and just be like "Bibbidi bap," and I'm like "Bibbidi bap," and he just like cook up a bunch of shit like every time too. Like it was, yeah, it was great. It was
So
great.
basically like that scene from Fifth Element, but it's not a flying car. He's just like a dude, right?
Yeah, pretty much. The thing is like, one, for me, it reminded me of home. Like International District reminded me more of home than anything else. Like the culture was so much more familiar. The people were so much more familiar. And so like, just like being able to be working near there and like go to lunch and hang out in that area was so great, because like you know, like within like a week or two, they just treat me like I've been around forever. They're like, oh, Digga! They're like, yeah, you know, like fucking cheers, except for like an entire community.
I feel like that's actually a Seattle thing. If you show up to a venue 2 times, you're automatically a regular.
Yeah. There's just like the Islander culture is very unique, and it's also like very heavily influenced on the islands by the Asian cultures. So there's just a familiarity there that can't really be replaced, unfortunately.
Makes sense.
Yeah. But overall though, I had to walk from that station because like I worked nights, right? I had to walk from that station through downtown all the way to Wall Street, because most of the time the light rail didn't run when I got off of work. It didn't run to downtown yet. So like I would just like, I was either wait there 2 hours for the light rail to start running or just walk.
Like, was that like the same like First Avenue walk or whatever that like, you know, if you're coming back from like a Seahawks event, you probably parked that far away type stuff? And you might head out to like, you know, Belltown Pizza or some BS?
Yeah, but think more along the lines of like, I would walk from the train station right there by the stadium, the light rail station. I'd walk from there, from King Street, all the way to Wall Street.
Right.
So.
Yeah, exactly. That's actually a thing that like people who watch baseball do because they don't want to try and park near the stadium.
Yes, but they do it in the middle of the night.
So I've done that coming back from meetups back in the day before COVID, obviously,
yeah.
right?
Or equally crazy is the Capitol Hill slog.
Yeah, that one's fun. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. Like if we're talking about like really nasty slogs, like that one.
The key is just look broke, and then you're one of them, and you're good to go.
Well, I generally just have same leather jacket that I had back then, and then like people would come up to talk to me, and I would just be like, "Fuck off."
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I've gone out to like a meetup and like maybe stayed somewhere, and then was walking back and trying to catch like the bus back to like where I was living, like east side kind of thing, like other side of the lake and all that. And I've had like homeless people be like, "Hey man, it'll be okay." And like I must have looked that rough for them to say that to me. Like, oh wow. Oof. They're not even trying to sell me anything. They're like, "Hey man, it'll be all right." Whoa.
Hey, if it makes you feel any better. So, back around in that time, this is when like I owned a vinyl record store with my brother, right? So we had one. It was so I lived on at the time. I lived on 5th and Wall, and then the vinyl record store was actually right by Pike Place Market. On shit, I can't remember. They have like a giant parking structure right next to it now. Anyways, it's right. It was like a block away from Pike Place Market, and right around that corner is like one of their the flagship, not the old store, the flagship Starbucks, right on that corner right there. Okay, that I would hang out there and hang out with a bunch of homeless people because honestly, most of them are really cool. Right, you know, met a few that also had like a couple that had like a dog. Just hang out with them.
Yeah, like the people that haven't been 86'd are actually like always like pretty cool. Yeah,
and the thing is like, I have a tendency. I like to make friends with a lot of people, in the sense of like, hey, what's going on around around the
86
city, what's
meaning
going
like
on
they're
in,
not allowed to come
you
into
know,
the premises
your
at
communities
all.
and other
Right?
stuff.
86
right?
is
Just
you're
like,
never welcome back in
like,
this like building.
There's value to be shared.
86
between
is
the two of
typically a
us.
bar term.
And one of the times I was hanging out with them, and I was like, just like, hey, like, talk with them, and I was also like, they have, you know, a dog, and I wanted to hang out with the dog. Somebody stopped by and just handed me a bag and walked away, and I was like, what's this? And I opened it up, and there's a freaking apple in there, and some other stuff, and the homeless couple was just like they just started laughing. They're like, you look homeless. That's what that is. And I was like, oh.
Were they judging you based on your beard? Right? You just let it grow out without trimming it or something?
I didn't have a crazy beard back then, but I had like this like Levi jacket with like wool lining on the inside. I had some like dirty torn pants, and I just looked grubby as shit. And this person literally just thought they had the best intentions, but they 100% just like, it was like super prejudiced. It was like, bro. So I mean, obviously I gave it to the couple, because it's like,
yep,
most of the money they collected went to dog food.
Oh, right. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Well, they also lived out of their car, so it went to dog food and gas so that they didn't like freeze to death.
Yep. And so they could move places to, like, you know, if they got like trespassed from a place or something, right? They got to like move around so that they don't get trespassed, you know?
Yep. That's the yeah. I mean,
let me just say,
main
I've lived
focus
in a
was
van
doing-
before, so I totally get it.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't need the explanations.
Yeah. Like, this is for everyone else, for sure.
Yeah. And I just thought it was funny because it was like one of those you know, like, maybe I should go get a new jacket type of situations.
Maybe, or you're actually just right in line for like Dive Bar Seattle, right? Like, you were actually lining up exactly as you needed to. Just don't go to the fancy hoity-toity places. Good to go.
Okay, so 100% our crew were like the dive bar kind of crew, right? We preferred those because you could be as loud and rowdy, and usually you could like
1000%.
pool shark really easily.
Ooh.
Great dive bar group that we had going on. However, we also had the tendency to just show up to like you know, like there's like a I think it's called like the elephant room or some shit. I don't know. It's like in the basement of one of the hotels. It's like a kind of a nice bar, and we would just like show up places like that. Yeah, it usually didn't take more than like 15 or 20 minutes for us to get kicked out, but you know, we definitely went to both, is my point.
Touche. Like, it's one of those things where like you figure out where you're welcome and never go back to the one that sucks in the future. No big deal.
Yeah. The what was the other thing? Oh, because we had that vinyl record store, we also had like bands and stuff that would like invite us to their shows.
Oh, cool.
And yeah, and so we'd like end up like in a lot of like fairly famous bar slash like music playing venues.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd just be like in a green room with like this up and coming band that invited us because they're like, oh, we want to sell records at your store, and we're like, cool. And then like some like straight up like legends, like just fucking crazy ass groups that would show up, and we're just like, I don't know if we're supposed to be here now.
I mean, do you have any good like examples? Because that would be kind of fun to hear about.
Oh man, I would have to ask my brother because he generally knew the bands better than I did.
Right.
Like unless it was like a famous grunge band or famous rock band or metal band, I wouldn't have known who they were. But he always seemed to know who these fuckers were, and I was just like, are they important? And he's like, yes. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, there's like a really good venue that like where like Nirvana played. It's like almost like the basement of like a place right there on First Street. I forget the name of it right now because I'm blowing it. No. So it's like a block away from the Showbox.
Crocodile.
No, Crocodile is actually moved and it's awesome. They actually have they have like a basement and all sorts of stuff. I would say check out stuff you can at Crocodile now because their venue is way better now. But no, it's
Nice.
the Screwdriver. That's it.
Oh yeah, okay, yep.
Yeah, so like Nirvana played at the Screwdriver a few times and stuff, and
there's a dive bar by the Seattle Center. Like I mean, like it's underneath the monorail in like a shitty looking building, right? And it's a shitty dive bar. And if you go in there, okay, it still is a shitty dive bar inside. Okay.
Yeah. Screwdriver hasn't gotten any better either. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, no, and then you go to the wall where it's like bands that have played here, and it's just absolute fucking legends plastered across the wall. You're just like, what?
Yeah, Seattle's awesome that way.
Yeah, and you know, it's not like for instance, it's not like here's a cool one that you might like. We showed up to, and I think it was the Crocodile, on one of their like down days. Like they just weren't busy, right? There was like me and my brother and our group of friends, so that's like 8 people, and there was maybe like another 10 people there. Yeah.
Nice.
And on stage, it's just like a local band opening, like just some like garage band, you know, guys just playing, just opening. We're like, oh yeah, they're pretty good, you know, they got a little grungy sound, and, you know, post rock, it's great, whatever. And then fucking Explosions in the Sky gets on stage.
That's amazing.
They weren't playing. They just were like, they apparently showed up to the bar and was like, hey, can we play here?
That's legit. That's so cool that you got to see that even. Like, man.
Yeah. I'd literally seen them at the Showbox and paid like a freaking huge ass amount of money for the ticket. Right? It wasn't super expensive, but it was not cheap. And like, there was a shit ton of people. The place was packed.
So hold up. I'm wondering, like, were they going to have a show the next night and they wanted like a night to like practice or something?
Nah, man. They literally just like, we're in the area and we're like, maybe we want to go play a show. Yeah, they picked probably a Crocodile because it's like relatively famous, but like, there was nobody in there. So there was like tops 20 people in this bar, and we basically had like a private show with Explosions in the Sky. Got to fucking talk with the band members. Dude,
so cool. That's like the pinnacle of like Seattle music, right?
Yeah,
awesome.
It blew my brother's mind too. And he's usually like, he's like super on top of like the music scene. At the time, I guess, I don't know if he is anymore, but he was like super on top of the music scene, like it was like intravenously fed to him, like nonstop, right? And apparently, like, he had heard about this like 30 minutes before it went down. That's like how out of the blue this whole thing was. And so yeah, the assumption, because like they really didn't answer like when we were talking to them, like the assumption is like they were just like, since they were in the area, they just felt like playing, they just felt like jamming. They were like, let's go play some music. And their Explosions in the Sky, so they can just fucking do that. They just walk into a place and it just be like, hey, can we play music here?
And the answer is always yes, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, what's up, Theo? What's up, Anthony? Like, guys, feel free to join on up. Sorry. I know this is Jacob's space, but I wanted to shout you out anyway. Sorry.
Yeah, you try to host for me, Chris? Come on.
I'm not. I'm trying to like co-host so that you don't feel like that like overburdened.
Oh no. There's like barely anybody in here. We're good.
No worries. I just felt like saying it. Sorry.
Yeah, Theo's super busy lately. I don't know. He's gonna come up. Cool. And then Anthony's, Anthony. I don't know if he's gonna do anything.
They're both also really busy, so I get it.
Well, Anthony's got the kiddo. I imagine that he's just surviving off of caffeine and fumes at this point.
He's like one-arming the kid while he types.
Exactly.
You're exactly right. I've been sitting here with him like, is he about to fall asleep? Is he not about to fall asleep? So I wasn't gonna pop up here.
Yeah. The only time they fall asleep is when you stand up and you walk around with them and you bounce them, and then you set them down because they fell asleep and then they immediately wake up. That's the rule. That's a law.
Yeah, that's literally where he's been at lately. He was such a good sleeper for a while, and then he's been on this thing. Yeah, exactly. You put him down and he wakes up, insta wakes.
Yep. Welcome to a fresh hell. We all.
Chat real quick. If you have any questions you want me to like bring up
and
to,
you're gonna have people that are like, it gets better.
The thing, like, just let me know. I'll happily echo
usually
comments here in
like,
chat.
Why are you?
If there's something y'all want to like hear,
why are you doing that?
A response to.
I don't need to hear that.
Just let me know. Like as we're chatting, like I know the stuff we've been chatting about, like nah. But if we end up talking tech and you're curious, throw a comment out here and I'll proxy it for sure.
Capehe from Sanity and Chris from SourceGraph, they live down the street from us now, and they have, how old is their kid, honey? 2 and 10 months. They have a 2-year-old and a 10-month-old, and Kat was telling us like, because my wife's actually pregnant again, so we're gonna have 2 kids really close together too.
Oh man.
And she was like, yeah, the first one will get back to sleeping normal, and then the next one comes and they don't figure it out for a second and the whole thing, and we're just like, yeah, sleeping's a thing of the past for a couple of years.
I mean, when it comes down to it too, like, right, like you called it out really well when you talked about it before, where it's like, if you're gonna have 2 kids, you should just do it like back to back like that, so that you are kind of suffering all at once rather than spreading it out.
That was my preferred method.
Yeah.
We kind of did it on purpose.
He's acting like it was planned.
It is what it is.
It was not planned.
Yeah. I just remember drinking probably lethal amounts of monsters to survive all that. I don't suggest that.
Also, a lethal amount of monsters will prevent you from having another kid too.
What's up, Theo? What are you up to?
Just grinding on like 500 things. Y Combinator demo day is coming up, so I just went through all my DMs from the people who wanted or who like pitched their companies to me. I think I got like 40 company pitches in my DMs, so I had my PA like organize and like detail them all for me so I could go through and actually pick them. Ended up deciding I wanted to talk to about 7 of them, so I got all those meetings scheduled for next week. I invested in 2 other companies over the last week, so just dealing with all the paperwork and shit for that. Nice. I just rebuilt most of my studio because the wiring was getting chaotic and I want to mount some things this weekend, so just like redoing all the cabling and shit so I can get that done. Preparing to upload yet another video, finishing up the last of my sponsor deals I needed to sign before I can do my tutorial video, which I was hoping would come out today. It's looking like I have to delay it 1 more week.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, first off, I'm glad.
Bored.
First off, I'm glad to hear that you have a PA. I don't know how long that's been, but that's phenomenal.
About 3-ish months now. It's literally essential. And they have access to my DMs, which I was not sure how useful it would be before, and it has become incredibly useful now. Where they're like, I can just leave things unread, and if they're important, then they'll DM me like, yo, you forgot to reply to this person, you should do that. I'm like,
right.
Oh, shit. It's a fucking miracle.
Right. So in other words, I should just expect mine to get deleted now. Is what you're saying? I was like,
Just hit me on Discord. They don't have access to that.
Okay. That's funny. What? Okay. What
That was a
about
good comment.
like on your list of the investments, right, of these businesses? How close to number one is my dog Uber company?
No comment.
What is the exact opposite of number one?
I wish I could say it was that instead.
Dot length -1.
I could make the argument that honestly it's closer to the top than the bottom with some of the fucking things I saw in my DMs.
That's terrifying.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, like, mine's super memey. Only because if you know about the lady that runs a doggy daycare, that to pick up the dogs drives to the houses to pick up the dogs in a bus. It's a dog bus. It's amazing. But that's literally where my joke completely is ripped off from that.
The reason, like, I think it is better than a lot of the ideas I got in my DMs is because at least with a meme you get some amount of marketing, and most of the ideas were entirely unmarketable. And that like that's the first thing I think. It was like, how do you actually convince somebody to use and eventually buy this thing? If you don't have an answer to that, then I just ignore you from that point forward, because that's like the only thing that matters. Like, it doesn't matter how good your shit is if you don't know how to tell people about it. Period. Like, yeah.
Do I need to send the pitch?
Well, arguably, even
to
if your
Theo
shit's bad,
for Walter?
if you could market it really
Not
well.
Vexilla. I don't think Vexilla's there. There's
If
no
it's
like
bad, but you can
clear
market it
path
well,
to like
eventually somebody
monetization.
who makes better shit
But
that markets
Walter?
it just as well will show up and take your market from you.
That's fair. That's fair.
I have
that's what
one
you-
interaction that I didn't even partake in. I just saw on Twitter that I want to vent about. Somebody was
Yeah.
saying that, like, how long is it going to be till there's finally a decent email client? Like, he would give anything for it. Someone replied superhuman and said, come back to me when they support linear and they don't charge $30 a month. And I was like, okay, what the fuck do you mean by support linear, first off? And second off, you just said that you want this that badly. You're not willing to pay $30 a month? Are you fucking joking?
Right. If you're operating a business, $30 is a drop in the bucket.
Even if I wasn't, I'd be paying the $30 a month for Superhuman. It makes email like actually viable for me. Like, I would have given up on email as a medium if it wasn't for Superhuman.
Interesting. Yeah, so I just recently chatted with like a company that invited me to their Superhuman thing, and I haven't used it. So like, what is the thing that makes it so essential for you?
What I will say to everybody here is do not sign up for like 2 more days, because I just signed the affiliate agreement with them and I get paid like a decent amount of people sign up. But because I don't actually have the link yet and the agreement is still early, this technically is not a sponsored thing. This is just my genuine opinions, and that's what I want to give, because that's why I bugged them for so fucking long for the deal, because it's the easiest thing to sell. It's just like, trying to find a good description. It's like going from Android to iPhone for your email. It's just every little detail is thought out. Its offline mode is incredible. It has great built-in hotkeys. It has great built-in snippet modes. The actual view for looking at a conversation is correct. The search fucking works. The filtering fucking works. The ability to like delay an email and have it come back in a week works. The like or late sends where you send an email like the next day, which I use a ton. It's like I'm working at 4 a.m. I don't want to send an email at 4, so I set it up to send automatically at 8 a.m. instead. Just all of these little things work exactly how they're supposed to, really consistently on my computer and on my phone. It's just like night and day difference.
Awesome. Thank you for that. That sounds really good.
Absolute no-brainer for me. I'll be spamming my affiliate link everywhere very soon, so keep an eye out for that.
All right, so
I know, impossible, right?
I'm trying to
Not
find
even
it
a
again,
thing,
too.
Devin.
I saw
Come on, where'd that
something
even come from?
from it's about AI. Hold on.
I do have to go
It was
pee.
like this giant.
I hope I don't miss
Or,
anything.
I shouldn't say giant. It was
I
this
think we're good.
comment
If I go,
about
Jacob will be just
AI
finishing. So let me know what Jacob
devs
says.
being
BRB.
overpaid. Let's see here it is. Yeah, so it's from Kits, and then Madison says, if the only programming languages in a few years will be English, then why are you selling a full stack developer course? He makes some comment about why are you confused about that? Something. Anyways, I have zero problems with people making money, but you're saying devs are overpaid, and I just have to move 2 rectangles around. Yet you're selling a full stack developer course for $300. Check your premises. So essentially, just calling out for major hypocrisy around this, and it seems to be like an extremely divisive comment on his part. Most people just agreeing with Madison. Anybody else see this snowballing into more drama, or is it isolated?
I haven't seen this particular one. I will say that in general, AI has attracted grifters like nothing I've ever seen before, simply because it how do I put it? Like,
I am
because
muted.
unlike
Cool. What did I
crypto,
miss?
It provides some amount of obvious value. It is harder to just immediately write off, which means people who are looking for a grift now have it, or people who are looking for an excuse to give up on coding now have it. AI is both so obviously valuable.
Wait, did he say my name?
Not obviously understood how far it could go. That unique balance is put in a position where people can.
Did he say griff? Like meaning me, or like did I mishear that?
And that includes a lot of fucking grifters. And it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that the type of person who wants to like
not griff,
sell courses to noobs to make money is also the type of person that's going to like raise a bunch of FUD about AI. That just like the same personality does those types of things.
Yeah, gotcha.
Was that the thing I missed?
I started to make a comment and was just like, I don't think I want to be involved in this, but I do support Madison for what it's worth.
Okay, thank you, Devin. I appreciate that. Yeah, good call.
Calling out.
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, I totally missed that part.
Blatant hypocrisy.
Yeah, Madison had a phenomenal dunk there. Now that I'm actually looking at it, and yeah, Kid says hit or miss. I can't give him too much shit. Like, we're friends. He's just now I know it's Kitsa. Like, yeah, he's just a fucking goof, and like his Twitter persona and his goals and his actions don't necessarily all line up great, but I will say he means well. He's just goofy.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen him on Twitter for many years now. I don't look at him as a malicious actor in any way, but it was certainly it was 100% Madison was in the right there.
I just looked at Madison's 1000% in the correct here. Just like Kitsa's persona is the problem here, not Kitsa the person. And I was walking back what I had said before because like Kitsa's a grifter for
Thanks
like
for the
Twitter
support.
clout, not for actual work.
Evan Mocklin 1 is a superhero known as the Data Defender.
So I just want to say, only thing I know about Kitsa is that he swears more than I do.
Uncover hidden
like
patterns,
in his
decrypt
Twitch
codes, and
stream
predict
when he
enemy
does stream.
movements. Their origin story began when he was struck by a rogue radioactive algorithm while working as a data analyst. This accident granted them their incredible abilities and a newfound sense of responsibility to use their powers for good.
I've never heard you swear
Their costume
before.
is sleek and modern, featuring a suit lined with glowing circuits and a stylized E on the chest. They use their powers to protect the world from cyber threats, data breaches, and other technological dangers. With their sharp intellect and unmatched data analysis skills, the Data Defender is a formidable force against any digital foe.
Chooses to pretend you never swore, like.
Sorry, Evan. Yeah, I was cutting that off. That's my
point, maybe.
Thank you
for
the
sub,
sub,
40?
man.
Do you swear 10 seconds after the 30 seconds?
Sometimes. Depends on if Gabriel lets it slide or not during the review process.
I at least watch 40 seconds, so then you get the engagement number that I viewed, because I know, like, I think up to 40 seconds. If you don't watch up to 40 seconds, you don't get the view count, right?
None of those things are solid rules. They're all, like, in flux constantly, and YouTube's goal is to represent a view as, would someone say that they had seen the video? If yes, they want it to count as a view, and if no, they don't. And they do a lot of crazy heuristics to try and figure that out.
Yeah.
So I just want to jump in real quick. If you have YouTube Premium and you download someone's video, that counts as a watch for the entire video.
Only if you start playing it after the download. That's the catch. You have to download and then initialize the play at some point. As soon as you've started a play on a downloaded video, it counts as full play, yes.
Okay. I just have like viewers that are like, I download your stuff all the time, and I see like their metrics come through in watch hours for sure. But that means that they're playing.
It used to be just downloading. I don't know when they changed it. I think it was a response to the Spliffing Brit video that they changed it so you have to download and then play some of the video, which I think is a really fair balance.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, awesome. Okay, cool. Thank you.
But yes, Ember, I swear like a fucking sailor. I'm from Boston, and it comes out a lot. I'm surprised you haven't seen it in the videos. I do try for my intros especially to not swear, because YouTube does actually have a defined rule of no cursing in the first 30 seconds, because advertisers hate that.
Yeah.
And then, well, if you do
That's
curse
good to
in your
know.
video, don't you have to put that this video is not for kids or whatever before you?
Oh, I always hit the video is not for kids. If you let the video be for kids, it nukes a bunch of other shit that's way worse.
Yes, for sure. Yep.
Here's Gabriel's going to tell you that the reason why is because of editing.
So there's 3 tiers of video on YouTube. There's made for kids, there's not made for kids, and there's adult.
What? Wait, there's
Yes.
no adult button, right?
It's not.
Oh,
It's
wow.
mature or like has sensitive topics, but there's a third option. It's not part of the same
I'm
thing,
muted.
'cause made
Yeah,
for
what
kids
up,
and not
Nate,
made for
Mr.
kids is a
Sir?
toggle, and
Hey,
adult
dude.
and not adult is a separate
Do we need to
toggle,
hang
but
out
you can't have
and
made
play
for
some
kids and
games
adult
here
at the same
soon?
time, so there's
Like, do you
3
want to play
states,
games?
obviously.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and made for kids is the thing you never ever.
Code
ever,
and Life
ever
is
want on your
back.
channel
Like, you
ever,
should
'cause not
definitely
only will it
join,
nuke that
man.
video, it will nuke your
Yeah, I
fucking
feel like he
channel
took a
because
bit
YouTube
off,
treats the
and
recommendations
maybe that was
for kids
during the
content
time he was
fundamentally
moving.
differently,
But
and
yeah,
it ends
you
up,
should
like, being
absolutely
significantly
join
worse.
and
I've actually
chat,
had to help
dude.
a few friends get
And then we can
videos.
game afterwards.
YouTube will sometimes change a video to made for kids. If they
You should
appreciate
jump
who
in.
It is because it puts it in different advertising buckets and such. And that happened to one of her videos, and it literally nuked her entire channel for a month and a half.
Oh yeah, I remember that. What's her name?
Bloody.
Yeah, Bloody. Yep. That's brutal too, because like
Nate,
you have no
you should
control
definitely
over that.
join.
They just like arbitrarily
For sure,
decided
man.
like,
Come chat with
Pokemon's
us. It's
involved,
me,
it must be for kids.
Jacob, Theo,
Yeah, like,
and Anthony
the
Shu.
advice
And
I gave
Anthony
her
is like
that
doing
my
kid
YouTube
stuff.
friends, obviously they cannot confirm or deny, but they nudged in that like this is a reasonable direction. If you're making things like Pokemon content that isn't for like actually aimed at children, it's like Pokemon content for people who played them as a kid and are adults now, or like are playing competitively and shit. Just swear in them, or put some naughty words of some form in the title or something. 'Cause then you can point to that and say, "Look, this isn't for children," and they'll listen.
I needed this because I do want to start going on YouTube again, and I was like, oh man, I should jump on and ask some questions. But I will definitely then toggle and put that my videos are made for kids.
Not made for kids.
I know.
Oh, that was a joke. Cool.
I just wanted to say, if you want to see Theosaur, you can go to see Darwin Conspiracy video.
I live in the
Yeah.
future.
It's a great source of.
Yeah. Speakers probably get prioritized. You should join
By
as
the
a
end of that one, I was
speaker,
making up
Nate.
swears.
I know Jacob would totally allow you. Come on, just do it.
Yo, somebody just commented in here. Hi speakers, please don't use cuss words dropping from the space. Just FYI, fuck off. And you're welcome to fucking leave anytime you want if you don't like the way I fucking talk.
I got a comment. It wasn't super recent, but it was in my last like 2 to 3 months. Someone left a comment that was like, "You need to stop swearing in your videos. I used to watch them on the TV with my kids in the room, and now I can't." And just made the conscious decision at that moment to not give a fuck about that particular persona.
I get it. There could be like a university thing. Sorry, Amber. I didn't mean to talk over you. My bad. Go ahead.
Oh, go. You're fine.
I was just gonna say, like, if you're maybe like a teacher in some, just some economy where like showing Twitch streamers doing like technical things is valid, but then like they're swearing up a storm, it may be something that you just can't show to your class at that point. And I could get that, but it's like such an edge case. So I get both cases.
10 minutes in Windows Movie Maker, right?
I did hear somewhat recently that people were playing some of my videos in high school classes which made me reconsider, like, should I be more careful about these things in certain contexts? I know, like, for me in high school, my fucking high school teacher in our CS class showed us the CGP Grey computers need, or human need not apply video about how computers would eventually replace us when I was 17, which would have been back in 2012. So,
Way make me feel old.
Yeah, I am so old. Thank you,
dude. Yeah. Just throwing out there, like, this would be an insane amount of work though for your editor. So I don't like, he'll just probably yell at me.
No, this would have to be a conscious decision on my end. Like, I would have to swear less, because just beeping every 15 seconds in my videos would not be pleasant for anyone. I think for certain content, like my tutorials and such, I'm going to make a conscious effort to not swear, or at the very least not swear much in my tutorial. Right. But things like the Million Lint overview or like the Tailwind conspiracy video, I need to just let it out. I don't have it in me to not. I'm like my inner Bostonian Italian does not let me sit there and smile through that shit.
So I would say real quick, some Twitch streamer that maybe chills and hangs out too much. Oh, hold on. Am I unmuted? All right, we're good. Yeah, may have written a whisper.cpp tool that will auto mute you for your like video feeds.
All right. So, what I was going to suggest before being rudely interrupted by literally everyone, apparently.
Sorry, my bad.
So what I was going to suggest is, like, there's like a podcast I listen to. It's called Ologies. It's like basically this person who's for all intents and purposes is a layman in science, but she interviews scientists in all the fields. It's a fucking fantastic podcast. But the cool thing about it is there's a alternative of it that's called Smologies, which is for kids because she swears a lot. And they don't like redo it for the most part. They mostly just like kind of cut out a lot of the conversations that are mostly not informative anyways, and they make it far more informative, far more terse, right? Like it's much shorter and more to the point, but it also is like very kid friendly.
I just posted a link to
auto
auto
a little bit of editing magic to like add in some like I would say like kind of like how what is that SciShow, like those little shorts, like little animation shorts, like how they have those like commentary and stuff. They'll like kind of throw that in there as well, like that kind of commentary. But yeah, I mean, overall, like my point is just like there are ways to approach this if you ever do want to get into like more accessibility for kids or schools or whatever. I just never really even considered that as something that would be like a target audience for you, to be honest.
Teachers ideally don't care though. Like, for example, first of all, the school committee is not going to find out anyways because these students don't snitch. But when I was in high school,
these students won't snitch is a really good comment.
There was like programming classes, and they would also pass like,
CM Schilling. Damn right.
From just depending on the topic, and there was cursing, and the teacher, neither the students or the teacher.
I want to make that as a comment on it.
So they really don't care. Like these classes are like given to 11th or 12th graders, so by then it's not really taken seriously anyways, so like you don't even have to censor yourself more or anything for it, because you could curse even more and then they'd still
not just Schilling, CM Schilling.
It teaches the main topic. They're like 11th 12th graders, they don't really care.
I mean, that's a great argument too.
If anything,
I would have absolutely
to them.
I would have absolutely gotten fired if I played a Theo video with some of my students when I was working at a school. I guess it really depends on the like where you are, you know, what region, what's the standard like acceptability, you know, and kids do snitch. Absolutely. 100%.
They do. If they don't like you, for sure,
happen.
they will snitch.
I mean, I like to think about it this way. Because I agree with Ember, but I also agree with Zenith. Because I went to a high school in on Maui called Kinke Kauliki,
King Kakaleke, and that school you will not like they played movies and stuff in there that probably would not fly in most other places. Like the teachers would play movies and
like Dr. Seuss.
Yeah, exactly like Dr. Seuss. No, fuck off. The thing, like some of them, I was surprised that the teachers didn't get in trouble for. But then you fast forward, my last bit of high school, my last bit of senior year was done in Highland High School in Arizona, in Gilbert, Arizona in particular, which is heavily influenced by a particular religion, and that includes the school. And like I had a teacher get in trouble. He was known for kind of being an oddball out of the teachers anyways, but he was like a phenomenal history teacher. Pretty sure he had like a photographic memory and definitely had PTSD from his military service. but he would tell you stories. They were just historical accounts, but he'd tell you them like a story. It was a storytelling situation. It was fucking phenomenal. But the stuff he would tell you, 100% historically accurate. He would get in trouble for it all the time because it was very historically accurate, which apparently was not appropriate for children. It's like we're 17 years old and you know, like what the fuck you mean is not. Anyways, he also did get in trouble for bringing a Civil War saber into school, but that probably was that was probably fair. That was
totally separate, but still valid.
That was probably a fair one that he shouldn't have done.
I was in the same situation because my high school, for half the year of my high school, I was in a Jewish charter school. I'm not even Jewish. I don't know why my parents put me in the first place. And they would pass like the curse like videos on YouTube and stuff like that. And my teacher, who is Jewish, he got sentenced to 25 years in prison for being in a relationship with one of my like co-servants, like my student, and also that's and because he was distributing adult content, but not adults. They were kids, and this isn't a Jewish charter school. So I don't honestly, like, I found more restrictions when I moved to another high school, Western High School, that was heavily populated, and it's in Florida. Keep this in mind. They had more restrictions than the Jewish charter school that I went to. So
this is Florida things. This is very much Florida things. I just want to say that sounds very Florida to me.
Oh, what's this? Gabriel's feeding me information now. Let's see. Theo.
I don't know what we're listening to right now.
Theo. Yeah, I mean, he's been doing it for years on the Spaces too. Theo hasn't gotten the chance to talk about it on a video
support.
yet. This is
Ninjalina Swirly is a swift and agile superhero with superhuman strength. She has the power of invisibility, allowing her to sneak up on her enemies and disappear in the blink of an eye. She also has the ability to communicate with animals, especially Ninja Cat cats, who are her loyal companions. Ninjalina's origin story began when she was just a young girl. She was always fascinated by ninjas and their stealthy ways. She trained tirelessly to master the art of ninjutsu and became a skilled martial artist. One day, while on a mission to protect a sacred temple from intruders, she encountered a mystical ninja cat who granted her the powers of invisibility and animal communication. From that day forward, Ninjalina Swirly has used her powers to protect the innocent and fight for... Her name is a playful combination of ninja and swirl, which refers to her impressive muscular physique. She is a force to be reckoned with, and her enemies never see her coming.
Like actual 3D interfaces.
No one will ever see you coming. Thank you,
Ninjalina
Swirly. That was awesome.
I'm excited about that.
That was legit.
That is. I have not cared enough about two things: AI and the whole like AR VR stuff that's happening. And I should probably start caring a little bit more. I was just kind of waiting for the dust to settle to see about like what is like fucking like hype and what is like actually legit stuff.
Don't be early to shit unless you want to be. Like you're doing it right by not jumping in like immediately.
Yeah, I'm trying not to burn out this go around of of new shit. You know, like.
So wait,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't mind being on the bleeding edge, for some things, but other times it's just me bleeding too much.
Yeah, I have an analogy I've been using for this that I've grown to really like. Imagine like 15 or so years ago, you saw mobile phones, like all the crazy like feature phones and shit that were coming out, all of the stuff like the pre-Android and iPhone, but like the PDA era, the BlackBerry, the like what is the one I'm thinking of? The Sidekick on T-Mobile, like those phones that were letting you like run real software in your hands, and you're like, okay, this is obviously the future. Running real software and apps and games on your phone is clearly where software is going. I'm going to go all in. And then you go all in on building shitty Java applets for flip phones and feature phones because you're so confident that mobile is the future. How much better off are you than somebody who got in 2 to 3 years after the App Store came out? I would argue the person who came in after the App Store was released on the iPhone is way better off than the person who is building those shitty Java applets on the phone, just because they don't have to unlearn so much bullshit and like go through such a frustrating process of learning all these things because you know it's the future, and then it turns out the future is the thing you thought, just in an entirely different shape.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely one
I have
of
an
the
entire
fucking
context
Uber
to
nerds
that.
waiting for.
I learned
some
how
of
to
these
program iOS
technologies
apps starting in
merge
2010
into like a
and ending in
singularity situation
2012.
where, I would love to
I
have
lived
like a
what he's talking about.
Sword Art Online or Shangri-La situation. Think like, for people that don't know animes, think like The Matrix, but not as like you know.
This is a moment where I'd love to rant.
Overlord takeover dystopia. More like you just get to go into a virtual world and do cool shit. Maybe also not stab the back of your brain. That Matrix, that shit was.
And really, does my context matter? It probably
even now.
So I'm not going to jump in with it. But I do have experience in the entire thing.
Have you seen Ready Player One? Is that what you're referring to? I know Matrix too, but have you seen it?
Yeah, VR gaming where you're like deep diving, right? Like VR gaming where.
So
like,
Serotonin, what you're getting at is it's like the Java, the action script developer for Flash. They moved on to other things, and they're still productive and moving on and doing what they do.
Potentially realistic and likely not within my life.
Right? Just because the thing they did died doesn't mean that they're not relevant.
Like for people who invested and bought the I forgot what it was called, the AR.
I don't think so, Devin, because you have a context that you can't even buy at this point.
Pro.
Right?
Yeah,
you can't buy that level of experience.
Super expensive too, but they also got
can't
like
buy
the version of it because the next
that
one's
context.
gonna come out, between
it's either you have it or
5
you
years,
don't.
and then that one's gonna be way better.
No, I know,
Like,
I know
this is
you're
gonna
kidding.
be
I'm just
for
pointing
the
that
rest
out.
of
Like, you
Vision
can't
Pro,
buy
like,
that
the worst
feeling.
headset,
You
and I
can't
think
buy that
I
context.
get, like, Tech Fanatics
That's a
wanna be, like, the
context
first
that you
people
have
to have
from
it,
experience
but
that
like years from now, no one's really gonna care
I
about
think
it.
people would
And I
benefit
feel
from
like
being
it
able
would
to
be a
buy,
better
but they
investment
can't do
if
it.
you give it more time.
So instead,
did you get one, Theo?
You're actually like
Yeah,
at this
but
level
I didn't get one
of
because
understanding
I
that other
think
people
it's,
don't
like,
have.
the thing right
you know?
now that will like
I think that's
make you
valuable.
significantly more happy or effective. It's the same reason
I'd
I
love
would've
to make
bought,
that
like,
point here in
a
the space, but I don't
Sidekick
think it's the
or,
right
like, a
place
Palm
for it.
Pre back in the day, because those devices represented a huge, like, a monumental shift in how we interface with a specific category of like software. And my excitement around that is why I purchased it, not for the practical nature of it, but just my hype. And I chose to buy into that now because those are the things.
So
that I'm
Serotonin, the
personally
people
really
that will
excited
stay in
by.
the old world
Whereas
are the people
other
that
things
aren't.
like cars. Like if
They're
I buy
not
a
going to
car, I'm
learn
gonna get a
anything
pretty
new.
boring old car. 'Cause I just
Anyway.
don't care. I don't want to be on the bleeding edge of cars. I'm kind of waiting for electric vehicles to get standard enough.
He's talking
that I
about
can
cars
just
right
get,
now,
like,
and it's actually
a 5-year-old
supremely
one.
valuable.
Like when I actually need a car, I can do that. I don't care because I don't need a car right now. But like since that's not a thing I'm interested in, I'm not going to be on the bleeding edge for it. And then like cameras,
And I think I could make a
love
point.
cameras and AV shit. I'm super bleeding edge with a lot of like the production stuff that I do. But with
Right.
audio stuff, I'm burnt out as fuck, and I want the most boring possible audio setup I can run. And like where I put this energy to like experience new things versus just not.
And I
wanting
might be
deal
able
with
to
the shit
chime in
anymore and
for
just
it.
using the default. That's like an important like leveling that I do in my head constantly about the stuff that I do and don't care about. And for me, the Vision Pro was something that I like. I've been a VR nerd since the DK2. and I just am like all in.
But I guess like you can also make content with it,
So
and
they've
you can
got a
probably put it
conversation
more
I don't
into
want to
value
interrupt.
when you get it now.
So
but like
instead,
the average
I'll
person's
say
probably
it
not
to
the
y'all.
best, especially if they're not.
Y'all
using
can
it to
get
its full
it,
potential. So
and
I
they
think
just
your
don't get this
situation is,
insight.
like, more
That's
unique.
fine. Right?
Almost
The
nobody
idea
should be
is
buying it
simply
right
like
now. I totally agree with that.
the internal
and I tried to
combustion
convey that in
engine
my video. Like,
is
it's
like
not a thing
3
anyone
fundamental
needs. It's-
things:
right now,
air,
it's a
spark, and fuel.
glorified, like wearable MacBook.
If an
screen
engine is
with some of
failing,
the craziest
it's one of those 3
futuristic
things that
UI
is
I've
not
ever
being delivered.
experienced. It's
And your
as someone who's
ability to
played a lot- like,
debug
spent a
that
lot of time in
situation
most of the current like major
is actually
VR
pretty
headsets,
easy. The electric
like,
car problem is
it's such a
actually
simple thing, but
even
just the way
simpler.
that,
Is
like,
enough
eye
charge
tracking
being
combined
driven
with the
to the
pinching
thing that's trying to
works
move us.
is the most pleasant
But
navigation
is your ability
experience
to
I've ever
actually
had in
fix
software.
it
It feels so much
easier?
more natural
No.
than anything I've
Your
ever
ability
done.
to fix
Just,
it is
like,
actually
looking
abstracted
between
away
things,
from you
scrolling
now
up and down
because
them, like,
fixing
making a
something
window bigger, putting
electronic
it somewhere else,
requires someone
putting it
that is
somewhere, and then going
experienced with
somewhere else
electronics.
physically, and it stays right where you left it. It's fucking. It's different from anything I've experienced in my
So
life, and for that
the
reason, it was totally worth it for me.
interface
And
and the
I
mechanism
wish
may
I
be
wore it more
somewhat
often. I'm just
simpler.
wearing makeup too often. I don't
But your
use
ability
settings,
to
anything yet,
debug and
the
fix
one time I
things
tried to, it
is
still
actually
fucking
further
stings.
abstracted away.
Stupid, or like light guard.
And I
So
want to make
I
that
don't use it
point.
as much as I would like.
I don't know if it'll actually
I,
fit.
I love the thing.
If I don't have a
really
chance to
impressed with it.
say
It's
that,
super-
at least y'all got it.
It feels like you're experiencing the future right now, and I bought it for that reason.
Right. I mean, I think it's a great.
I might not
think
have
it's
a good
great
time to
example of,
interject this
like a
opinion that I have
technologist,
about it.
Or influencer
And that's a big problem, I think.
purchasing something like
And that's
that
just like
is-
how it
is
works when you
far
have multiple
different than
people
the
trying to
average
shed at
person
once.
purchasing it. Like
Listening
like
to
if
someone
you- if
waiting
you
for their turn to talk,
really,
which
really,
is what
really,
I've done.
really wanna
I'm not trying to
experience,
judge.
like, something like
you know.
that way ahead of time. Like imagine, think of it this way. Imagine like TVs, right? At one point, TVs were this massive.
He's missing it on
box
the analogy.
that was like well over 100 pounds. That sat
He's
sat in a
totally
room,
missing the
and that thing
analogy
costed a fuck ton.
He's so
right?
close.
Average.
But
family
he
couldn't
doesn't
afford
work on
one, or
cars.
they
He's
had to
never
save up,
worked on a
like-
car. He couldn't
like years to
diagnose
get one.
a problem with the internal combustion engine.
Within a
So it's
decade,
not like a
15
reference he
years,
has.
The TVs were.
It's
not
actually the most
super
relevant
more,
reference
like,
that
smaller,
could be made for
or
any
lighter,
of this stuff.
but they got like the screens got bigger, the like CRT technology got better, all this other stuff. But the big thing is they got cheaper, they got more accessible, right? They kind of worked out all the like things that people wanted and expected. And
I got
and
so much to say,
improvements and stuff
but
to
it might not
Like-
be the venue for
like
it.
for
That's a bummer.
example, I have this inkling that something like the Apple VR headset in the future is going to look something more akin to like say like a snowboarder's goggles or something, right? Like it's just going to get sleeker and sleeker and lighter and better looking over time.
It doesn't look that bad right now, and it's
No,
ergonomically
no.
like.
I'm not
but,
talking
like,
shit about the current one. I'm talking about like for people who want to wait. I think it's going to be worth it in the long run.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Like,
And
like,
what
you
I'm
said
trying to
same
say
with
is
the iPhone, like, the
less and
original
less
iPhone
relevant
fucking
for like
sucks
the
compared to
VR
iPhone
things,
4,
and
where
I'm
it
talking
was
about like
years
self-driving
later,
car
like, that's
problems.
just how it goes. But the Vision Pro, like that's a thing you want.
So yeah,
you want to do.
they're
things
not
in
talking
VR
about it.
other
It's
than
not
play
relevant.
games,
Like
and
the
you
relevance
want
is
a, like
separating.
more versatile screen.
You all know what I
It's-
was trying to say.
It's really hard to beat.
But
for
like
those
the
types of use
context
cases.
is
and just like
drifting
the
away.
feeling of
So
scrolling
it's not worth
through
interrupting anybody
Twitter
or even
like
like
just
saying what I
looking
need
through
to
old
say.
photos and like
You all
maybe,
got
like
it.
just looking at old skate clips and just going through those on like a
Worthwhile.
giant screen the size of my wall.
Anyone
It's just-
who's ever worked on a
it's
car
different
knows
than it's like
exactly
any
what I'm
other
saying,
of the
right?
literally
And if
all
not,
major VR headsets I've
you
owned.
could
I
actually
forgot
work
the
on a
two
car if you
fucking
can
videos, I'm
identify
literally
is it
going
the
so mad.
spark, the
I
fuel,
can
or
sense
the
Theo,
air
like getting
failing
ready to
you.
put it on. Like,
It's those
tonight.
3 things.
Like,
That's
in
it.
this apartment right now,
For a
we
car
have
being able to run or not,
2 Quest 1s, 1 Quest 3,
right?
PSVR
Most
2,
cars.
the original Gear,
So yeah,
the
just
original
throwing that out there.
a prototype of the Gear that has a bunch of software that they weren't legally
Like-
able to release.
like,
There's a bunch of like
there's good
crazy
stuff to
sketchy
chat
emulators
with.
and shit
So
that
yeah,
I was
I'm not
gifted
trying to
from a
cut
friend.
people off. Yeah. Theo is
the
making
Valve
great
Index, the fuck. There's one other I'm forgetting that I know we have here somewhere. and then like obviously the Vision Pro. But it's like there's about 10 VR headsets in this apartment.
I have some like UX UI designer friends who they have the Vision Pro headset, and they said that it's amazing when they're creating prototypes to have it like visually out there, which is I think what you were talking about. So I can also see UX UI designers really like investing money in it because it's really worth their time, especially if they're creating like endless prototypes.
Yeah, and as I was saying before, it's the best UX I've ever experienced for navigation. Just looking around different programs, like it makes having multiple windows open on a computer at once feel like it's the 90s. It's insane how much better it feels to just move things around in real space and just turn your head towards the thing you want to look at. It's not like multi-monitors. It's unlike anything I've experienced.
I think it's kind of interesting is it's like still probably in terms of what Apple really wants to make, it's still probably a simulation of like the fact that it's video pass-through is still like probably not ever really going to get there, like until we get the future crazy technology that lets you wear a pair of what seemingly normal glasses and actually optically see the world. But I don't even know if that's I know there's some
what they're talking about is
just like
totally
it's just
irrelevant
so
to
far out
like
there problem,
the
right?
point I was making. So yeah, for sure. I'm glad they're doing it.
No, it exists. I just forgot the company that has it. But they do exist already. It's a little bit heavier.
Do I follow
It has, like, a
Embersun?
little
She's
chunk
making
box, like, in
great
the corner. But it
points
does exist.
and
Let me
all
see if I
that.
can find it.
Yeah, I know there's some ways to do it, but I'm pretty sure that like to get the thing is the Vision Pro, like it literally takes up your
I
entire
swear
field
I've
of
seen her
vision.
name.
I think a lot of those current
It might be
solutions
one of
still have
those where
very
like
tiny
I
field of
followed
vision,
and then
really poor
like
resolution. Like you wouldn't
I
wanna watch a
unfollowed
movie on it,
because
right?
The
they
FOV
didn't
on
follow
the
me
Vision
back
Pro
or
is,
some
like,
BS.
or
Like
is the latest
I
for a
do
handful of
something
reasons.
that
The pancake lenses
shallow
are somewhat limited in terms of what
every
they
once
can
in a
do
while,
with
and that's on
FOV
me.
that I will like
That's me
concede.
fucking up.
But they're not that limited. People have been doing crazy stuff. Like one of the craziest things I learned about the Vision Pro is it actually detects how far away your eyes are. So if you take off all of the things that like push it back, so it's literally like the lens is right in front of your eye, the pass-through cameras will widen their FOV to compensate. So like the closer the headset is to your eyes, they adjust how much of the camera actually makes it in, which is just nuts that they're going to that level to make the pass-through feel like real life. But that also means you can do crazy hacks to get it way closer and solve the FOV issue. But that comes with a lot of other like usability problems that they're
So yeah,
trying to
Ninjalina,
avoid
I
at
get
this time.
that
They're trying to
comment.
make it
That
the
makes
smoothest
sense. I
introduction
get it.
possible. And that's what it is. Like it is the VR headset that you could put on literally anybody and they will not get motion sick. It just it's there's not been a single complaint of motion sickness with the thing, and there's a reason for that. It just doesn't. Its pass through is it's annoying how good it is as someone who's used every other headset. It's just you can wear it all day and it is fine. It's like obviously sweaty, disgusting. Don't do that. But like there aren't tasks where it like because I'm wearing a headset, I can't do the thing. Other than like it's unpleasant to read things on my phone because pass through for things like that is annoying. And it's also amazing they didn't make it so that like when I look at my phone in the headset that it like AirPlays my phone to my headset.
That'd be sick.
So these are the thing. They're gonna figure all this shit out. They always do. It's Apple, but this is they wanted to see what did and didn't resonate before investing too much on these other things.
I could chime in.
And their focus
I don't
was
think it's
entirely
worth
the
it.
core platform and
I'll let them
system.
just
Like
say their
it's
thing.
cheesy to say, but Vision OS is what's interesting here.
So is this like
operating
the
system is what's cool.
Is this like the iPod Zero? What is it? Is it like the
there's nothing that Apple's done that compares to this other than like maybe the Macintosh, where like the Macintosh fucking flopped hard initially. And like a lot of other companies were experimenting with the concept of a mouse and Windows, but nobody had really committed. And Apple was like, no, fuck all of you. Like this is the future. We're going to do this. They did it. Nobody bought it. Steve Jobs got fired. And then many years later came back and like restored the Mac line. But like
beautiful. That
all happened because something came out. In this case, it was Apple, but like it took like it was a field before, but it was a very niche field, and everybody laughed at them for trying. It feels like it's somewhere between that and like the AirPods, where like a lot of the issue is how people perceive things like a VR headset. It's similar to AirPods, where I remember the era of like you're a fucking tool with a stupid thing sticking out of your ears, and now it's like the most normalized thing in the world.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. I like that. FYI, I threw this up there because that person that was complaining about us swearing and stuff decided to quote tweet the space, which, by the way, notifies me if anybody ever wants to talk shit. By all means, quote tweet away. But just a reminder, just about spaces. I know this might come to a shock to some of you, but attendance is fucking voluntary. Nobody's holding you hostage here. I am not forcing you. No, you can't. Nobody is forcing you to stay here except for Theo. Okay. The main thing here is I don't censor my speakers from being themselves, okay, from being genuine and authentic. If they're gonna, like, by all means, like, if they're gonna show their asses and like show like some like true colors behind their behavior, that I will take care of and get rid of, and they will be gone forever. But that is fundamentally different from people just
so I can't
talking
bear
in a way that is comfortable to them and acting and communicating in ways that are comfortable to them. If you don't like it, fucking leave.
Is
All right?
phrasing
That's all
still
there
a
is
thing?
to it. I
I'm pretty
appreciate
sure
you
phrasing is
listening to
still
my
a thing.
TED talk. Yeah, that's all.
I don't understand why the person tagged me. I'm literally the only person who is not cursing.
Probably because they thought that the swearing was bothering you too or something. I don't know. That's my assumption. It's
It's
speculation.
because you brought it up, I think, initially.
Maybe.
You didn't know I swore.
Yeah.
They just picked like the most popular people. I'm willing to bet it's based on like follower count. Because they were
really?
having like an extra grind.
Is
That's
Ember
my
super
guess.
popular? Oh, Ember's got.
I'm so popular, guys. So like none of you can sit with me.
I mean, you're more popular than I am for sure.
I mean, like definitely more popular.
Yeah,
than
I can't
Theo.
sit with you because I'm in the VIP section, sorry.
You are very special.
Yeah.
You are very
Oh.
special.
Like,
That's
what
one
the
word for me.
fuck, Devin? How dare you? No, I get it, right? Like, we swear on this stream way
Be
more.
with all the foul-mouthed swearing.
If I just stopped swearing, stopped like letting Vercel buy all my opinions, and just admitted that HTMX and Golang was the future, yeah, I would be so much more popular.
So, Nate, does like the comments and like the phrasing here interfere with your suit?
Oh yeah, no, I had to take off the suit when I joined these spaces. This is strictly a no suit zone for fear of. Yeah, no, I couldn't tarnish my suits with such a.
Hold on.
I also get naked before I go into Jacob Spaces.
Oh my god. Okay, hold on. That's Nate. That's coming from the guy that did a shower review. Okay, at the last TwitchCon, or the TwitchCon before the last one, I should say. I don't want to hear you and your suit bullshit.
I mean,
But I
I
was
did a suit
dressed
review
so-
with my terrible hoodies too. Like, come on.
I was.
That
dressed
was
well
the
in
dumbest
that
thing
shower
I've ever
review.
accidentally started, possibly ever.
It
That was
so
really bad.
glorious. It was so good.
It was great.
Like I said, very special. A very special boy.
Like, I think that was the one where I realized like, I'm actually a little bit funny, just because like I come up with the stupidest shit and it resonates.
I can't believe Prime did it too.
Yeah, there were some bangers. Prime had the headset. There was somebody else. Was it Coder? There were a couple good ones.
You won for sure, but Prime's was
Yeah.
good too.
Yeah. I'm upset that I helped you, Nate. That's
I'm
I live with
I'm
that.
so glad I roped you to my shenanigans.
I
Hold the
live with
camera,
that.
Jacob.
Oh man.
Gonna cancel Jacob for filming Nate showering.
Canceled by proxy.
Just imagine what's gonna happen in this year's TwitchCon. Stakes got to go higher.
I won't be there, but I'm still trying to make it to React Miami, so that will be that'll be fun.
I
Hey,
can't
look,
believe you're coming here.
what's up to you?
I was saying Rec Miami is gonna be fun. Sorry, Ember.
Yeah, what's up, member?
Miami is fun. I'm very excited you guys are coming here. And like I mentioned, if you guys are hitting the beach, please. I mean, not even Fort Lauderdale. Like, first of all, Miami Beach is insane right now. You will literally get arrested for just about anything. But Fort Lauderdale right now is also pretty bad. So like, Just be careful when you're going out like after 7 p.m. because they're coming for everyone.
Inconceivable. I don't know if this word means what you think it means.
That's hilarious. I don't plan on like completely wilding out. I plan on having fun though. I don't think I need to go like storm the beach in Miami though to do that. I got all my beach partying done when I grew up on an island.
I was gonna let Ken Wheeler bring me wherever. It's probably gonna end up being strip clubs again.
So I feel like y'all are saying I should actually travel to React Miami on my own dime.
I don't particularly. I worked. Okay,
Use
I was a
promo code
bouncer.
Prime for I think like $50 off.
React Miami is sweet. We after I guess the day of the last conference, we were at a karaoke bar until like 2 in the morning. It was pretty funny.
That sounds fun. I don't know. Ken Wheeler is too much of a wild card. I don't know if I could spend too much of a time with him without getting in trouble.
Oh, yeah, no, he's not.
No, I will push back. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, Theo.
Ken Wheeler's a not an experience for all.
No, he's an experience for everybody. It's the best time ever. You should absolutely experience Ken Wheeler in your lifetime. It needs to happen.
There are multiple tiers to the Wheeler, and I'm certain you haven't experienced at least one of them.
Yeah, I was in the military. I've met my fair share of Ken Wheelers. Okay, inevitably, when I'm around a certain type of person, I get in trouble, and I'm talking about like some like near arrested kind of trouble. So
I might be privileged, and I might know, and I don't know how many other people know. Ken Wheeler used to be sponsored for rollerblading. How many people know that? Oh, you knew that? All right, okay.
He also skated.
Yeah, but he used to actually like K grinds and flips and all sorts of stuff. Like Ken Wheeler will share this with some people, and I feel bad for like betraying that trust. But he's the man. Like he's the best.
He has posted videos of him doing it. If you go to his Twitter and search fruit booting, then you'll find some of his backflips.
Cool. I haven't seen those. Awesome. I need to go look.
I am somehow unsurprised, but also like Theo here was a sponsored skateboarder, and I feel like that's a good segue.
I was Flow. I wasn't like super sponsored, but I got boxes for a while, and I probably still could. I had a company that really wanted me to get clips for a video a few years ago, but it felt wrong because they're all like still in Massachusetts. I would be the one person sending in clips from the West Coast, but yeah, I'm decent.
Free stuff is a really legit place to get to, and I only say this as someone who got free gear for like a different sport.
Yeah, it's people underestimate how high the bar is because like it's so much easier in something like tech to just like get a company to send you some shit. Like I could a year and a half to 2 years ago more easily have convinced a random tech company to send me a laptop than to convince like a skateboard company to send me a skateboard. I was probably in the top 5,000 skaters in the US, arguably the top 1,000. It's hard to like measure, honestly. And I could barely get a box, and I only got it because I did a crazy trick at an event, and the guy thought I was like nuts. And it's tough. Whereas in tech, it's just like a lot more money going around, so there's a lot more opportunity with those things. So it's grounding for me going from one to the other.
I will say, like, you could hit up like regional regional reps, etc., and probably get free gear like way easier. But if you're trying to go like national, like that's tougher for sure.
Oh, I love this. Here's a question in the comments, Theo. Hey, will this Twitter space be a weekly thing with Theo? I don't know. You tell me, Theo.
No idea what you're talking about. Probably haven't been coming to these for like, what, 3 years now?
Yeah. I do them 3 times a week, everybody, and Theo literally showed up like 3 to 4 months into me starting to do them in the first place and has been here ever since. So, yeah. that's a silly question because most of the time we have a lot of people that know the context.
Yeah,
I think I'm the only new one, like the only new speaker in the panel, because I think everyone else has been pretty frequent here in this space.
You lurk a lot, though.
We're stoked to have you chatting. I want to say that right now.
I'm very nosy.
We are very aware of the lurkers. I know all of you. Particularly my favorite lurker. Is he here today? Where is he? Where are you? No, he's not here. He was here earlier. Renee is like the like goat. He was in my Twitter space before even Theo, before anybody. There was Renee.
You had the CEO of Supabase in here earlier for a minute, as well as the eng manager for all of React.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's generally random. I like.
I think shows up kind of often.
Most of the time, those people are here for you. I occasionally, when you're not around, I occasionally get like the very random, like tech influencer or like big company individual that shows up. Very, very, very rarely though.
We live in such a small world. Sorry to cut you off, Theo. I just want to say that. Like,
Jesus Christ.
My bad.
Chris, you're so polite. Jesus Christ.
It's not just polite, but he also does consistently. I don't know how his fucking mic button works, but consistently is just like somebody starts talking and he's just like boom, right behind them.
It's a delay problem. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I'm sorry.
Where is the delay? The internet, the computer, or the Chris?
I'm either. It's most likely me. I'm sorry. Yes, I am the delayed thing here. But yes, like it happens.
A little bit of brain lag going on.
Oh man.
I'll smoke a little more to catch up.
I'm just surprised.
I think you mean smoke a little more to fall back, but I get it. Yeah, for sure.
I just didn't realize Chris was Canadian before. I haven't heard so many apologies in this space in my life.
Oh shit!
What are you even saying, eh?
You couldn't tell from the accent and the beanie?
Oh, hold on a second. Is he still here? Earlier. Oh shit! He is. Okay, so Ludo's in
Washington is basically
section.
Like a poor man's
Canada. The reason
Canada.
why that's just super fucking wild to me is when I first got out of my coding boot camp, the Code Fellows one, like, so this is like now like, oh man, over 7 years ago, right? He was starting his own hybrid code boot camp called New Camp, and they hired me as one of the instructors. It completely just giving me a chance, right? Like I'm just right out of a coding boot camp. I've been working at this like tiny startup for like maybe a month, right? And it's like, hey, you want to come help us build this coding boot camp and teach people how to code? I'm like, I barely know how to code myself, but sure. So I mean, like, I personally think that their approach has been really cool because like I said, it's hybrids. Like they do some stuff in person. You think like almost like a study group, right? Everybody kind of comes together and like helps each other out, and the teacher gives them, the instructor gives them like lessons and stuff like that. And then on top
Washington
of that,
State is basically a poor person's Canada.
Most of it's done online. So like if you are working and whatever, and it's super affordable compared to all these other coding boot camps. But the big thing that I liked about them was they were really flexible. They evolved real quickly. So like 1 minute they're doing what they think is like the teaching the best technology. Like, you know, at the time a big one was what are those mobile ones called? They're like the wrappers around shit, I can't remember the name of it, but they were basically just teaching that tooling and stuff. It was a great tech stack and primarily was around React and stuff. And yeah, I mean, overall, I ended up leaving because I moved on to work at Discover and then JP Morgan and stuff. And I left them, but I would say out of the coding boot camps that I've seen, that one is probably the most.
Yeah, so Linky
camp is
right? I'm muted.
Camp.
I'm not interrupting nobody. It's hard to get a skate sponsor in the UK. Hard.
Yeah, I kept them on my resume, so that says something.
Skating is harder than snowboarding for sure.
Fun fact, Jacob, I was the ad girl for
snowboarding is super easy. Actually, you just got to be good.
Yeah.
Whereas skating,
a million views too. It was insane.
Being good isn't enough.
And
I get that.
He's
I think
really close
I totally understand what you're saying.
I was like,
now, granted, do you have a time frame that you're saying that's relevant for? Because I mean, 20 years ago, it might not have been that bad. You're saying within the last 10 years. Everything has gotten harder.
The guy that
so I get that.
He was
I watched random fucking kids on YouTube
and
shredding harder than I ever used to. Yeah,
maybe
snowboarding wise. So yeah, it's one of those things that's actually tough.
Yeah, but I remember. Yeah, I remember working.
It makes a lot of sense. For sure, Linky.
It was very interesting.
I get it. Yeah. Totally makes sense.
At the time, trying to teach people this stuff.
However,
I think
you have better TV.
On also,
you've been skating since 2009. I've been skating since before then, and I'm way worse than you for sure. I do flatland tricks.
I really have to understand.
I might have some clips that Theo would like.
You to do that too.
If I go and do them at the skate park nearby. But it doesn't mean I'm good at skating. No, I'm a snowboarder doing skating because it's all I can do during
I think it was a good reciprocal.
So yeah, I got some tricks I could probably still go do. I'd have to practice them up.
Remember 2 things before I forget.
But it might be.
First is a certain holiday happens to be at the same time as React Miami. That holiday happens to be on 420.
Exactly.
And a chance you can make sure that holiday is accounted for.
Excuse my lack of knowledge because I'm also very special. But what holiday are we speaking about?
420.
420.
Paul Turner. That's who it was, Ludo. Thank you.
See, I'm a good girl, okay? I'm gonna pretend I don't know what 420 means.
I just wanted to ask.
But yes, let's blaze it, and yes, it's going to happen.
Okay, cool.
I live in Washington State. You can be a good person and still do that.
The other question is, on the off chance that one of our panelists drops last second, which may or may not have happened the last 2 times I booked a panel with Prime, would you be down to fill the spot so we don't get canceled for having too many dudes on the panel and pretend that you know React?
Are you asking me to be the diversity hire right now?
Yes, literally. But actually, you're really funny and would fill the slot really well.
It's gonna be 2 dudes in a slot. That's literally what people are gonna be saying.
It would be 2 dudes and 2 chicks. The other chick would be Madison.
Madison's goat.
Oh.
This sounds awesome. If someone asks if you're a god, you say yes.
I'm a goddess, and I don't need no permission. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'll look into it. Yeah, can you text me more information on it, though?
Yeah, we don't know almost anything. I'm organizing the whole thing.
I was quoting Ghostbusters. I wonder how many people are too young to know I was quoting
Madison
Ghostbusters.
And another guest in Prime and I.
If someone asks if you're a god, you say yes.
It looks like everyone's gonna come through. I'm just making sure all things are accounted for, and
I don't roll my ankle snowboarding.
So.
I have boots for that exact problem.
I mean, I'm down. Just don't expect me to be the plug of anything. The only thing I can probably give you is Zins, and that's.
If someone asks if you're a god, you say yes. That's like a Ghostbusters quote that every single human that I want to chat with should know.
Hey, I don't know how that thing works. Does it work? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'm the old CEO. I'm not the new hip guy CEO. Good to see you. I thought I recognized your name.
Always. This was fun. Peace, nerd.
I'm a movie person. You should know Ghostbusters though.
that's
Like
super
you have
funny.
homework.
Yeah, we met like a handful of times when it was still just like
you didn't disappoint nothing, but
Paul,
you do have homework,
me,
right?
It was really at the beginning. Were you in Tacoma?
I lived.
You're
in,
fucking famous, Devin. We see you. Yeah, good call on the like. Thank
2017, like at the very beginning.
Thanks.
Yeah, I was basically.
You made it.
Originally hired.
You finally made it. Right, you start doing a dance. Yeah, for sure, man.
That's right. No, then, that never worked. But
no, no. It was, the idea was a good, solid one. Where it's like, we want to target veterans who are looking to find some like second career jobs and stuff. And it's like, I know that idea works. It's just really hard to create that initial pipeline because Vets Who Code did it, right? So like Vets Who Code is a phenomenal nonprofit org that teaches veterans how to code. And
Theo was sick. He's out. He's gone. Like, I'm out.
First, it was
I did my thing.
Mouth,
Goodbye.
Right? And it was like veterans just kind of talking to veterans, and
I actually wonder if it like
really
his browser
slow
died
for them to build up. But
and he doesn't even
eventually they created more and more like official pipelines, and it was that was not easy for them to do.
Yeah, I imagine. It's harder and harder, obviously, for everyone.
Yeah. But like, how's New Camp? Ember saying.
Oh my God, I didn't join to plug New Camp, and I just saw Amberson on it, and I was like, I know Jacob. I think I know him, and it's kind of an honor to be with you and Theo, and I'm a big fan. So. No, New Camp is doing okay. Like everyone who's trying to help.
I wanted to jump in and say, you never know, Jacob.
And get a career in tech, it's rough.
That would have been a bad joke.
Not doing amazing, not doing too bad, just okay, which is fine by me. So.
Yeah, that's good to hear. No, I like I was saying earlier, I remember.
If he had left any dead air, I totally would have jumped in. I don't think it's relevant
mission
anymore.
And the philosophy around
it. Touché. It's gone. The moment is gone.
Like so I went to
timing is everything, man.
Myself. A lot of people here already know that. And if it wasn't for the GI Bill, it would have cost me like over $10,000 just to go through their courses. And the worst part is like that. It shouldn't have even have cost that much for anybody that doesn't have the GI Bill, let alone it was.
What do you do now? Does everyone knows what you're doing, and I'm the only one asking the question? But I'm seriously wondering, what do you do now?
So after and again, I actually attribute New Camp for really helping this out. But from working there and the startup that I was at in Seattle, I actually moved to Illinois to work for Discover. From Discover, I moved. I actually stayed in the area, but I changed jobs to JP Morgan Chase. Realized that I really didn't want to fucking work at banks, and somehow landed a job at Cloudflare and worked there for
That's hot.
That was good.
I'm so curious about that like pivot
as well. So it was real good. Ended up working there for 3 years, and then just recently joined another startup that specializes in authentication. And user management, and they're called Clerk. So I actually am I went from being a software engineer on the Cloudflare Workers team to a senior developer experience engineer at Clerk, and technically it falls under DevRel.
Congrats. Yeah. Hey, it's good to catch up. I didn't want to hijack the conversation. It was really happy to see you both. Megan and Jacob, and I think you lost Theo, so I don't know. Can you grab him? Tell him to come back. I mean, he's probably the heart of the party, or the son.
I can't believe you called me Megan. The audacity.
I don't know. I don't know how I'm not supposed to. I never understand. Like, is that? Yeah, I'm probably. I probably outed you, right? Is that it?
No,
I'm really sorry.
We don't know who that is. We don't know what you're talking about. Anyways, Theo. Theo. Theo comes and goes. You didn't chase him off or anything. He just generally sticks around for a little bit. But yeah, no, man, it was really good seeing you as well. Glad that new camp is still out there doing its thing for sure. What's up, Kevin? You got your hand up.
Yeah, hey, I just came up because I was surprised at all the new camp connections. I was one of the instructors back in 2021.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Anyone else just come up, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, I only did it for a year. I taught the HTML Bootstrap.
The entry course.
Yeah, and the React class months.
Oh my god!
Nice.
You know, for anybody that's listening, the reason why this is kind of mind blowing that there's four of us technically now that's
weird.
Ludo's still obviously at New Camp, but three of us that previously worked there is because New Camp's not like a ginormous like huge company or something.
I've never heard of it.
Hold on there.
What the fuck is New Camp?
It's gigantic.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not
Okay.
gigantic.
No, so do you have
That's marketing kicking in. Yeah, he has an investment into it being bigger than it is.
Website is localized.
I've never fucking heard of it.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, Auckland, what? They have one here? No way.
We know how to detect your IP address if you,
yeah.
Their website served from 30 edge locations.
Yeah.
He's the CEO
it's
of
a
New
cheap
Camp.
subscription, so it kind of finds you in like
Obviously,
50
he
miles
thinks
radius.
it's bigger
like
than it
sometimes
is.
It's completely off.
It's not big.
But yeah, anyways. Yeah, no, I mean it's interesting. We're not expensive, and so we have more students. And I think the last time someone told me, because I mean I don't really have the numbers myself, but someone told me who is in the industry that we may be the second or third largest in terms of number of students in the US.
Jesus, nice.
Which was pretty cool.
I'm gonna have to say that going from 2017 when we had like maybe 2 cities.
Yeah, that was it. And I was an instructor myself. I was in Tacoma with Paul. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, I showed up to like the Tacoma one a couple times just to help because like the classes were getting a little bit bigger. It was like we had like 10 more people and like the instructor was like, I need help. It was just like oh man, yeah.
I still get pinged from the very first student batch in Tacoma. Like there's a lady who went to Germany afterwards and she's in Germany. She's in Florida now, and I'm gonna forget her name, and that's bad. But yeah, I mean, I'm still getting in touch with the very first students that were in Tacoma, so that's quite funny.
That's awesome. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, small world though. That's crazy.
Well, Ludo, I hope you soaked up all the praises.
Thank you. I did. That was just enough for me. I'm gonna go back to watching. So I had no plans to join. I'm in between TV series. I was just finishing up a season. I was going to pick up another, and I was like, I know those people. Let me see.
There's like 5 people here that were from New Camp, I believe. Odd, and then he joined it.
Yeah. How is Paul Turner though? Because I did lose contact with him.
Paul, it's kind of disappeared.
Oh man.
Well. So you were talking about the VA and GI Bill. He's a VA. I mean, he worked at the VA, and
we should just do some.
I don't want to speak
code
about him
in the
for
meantime.
Him, but
like, come on,
he had
like
a great entrepreneurship.
I'm gonna
spirit,
say, like, I hope it's not a mean thing to say. I don't give a shit.
From the VA, that was really the safety for him.
Sure.
To something else that was a lot of risk, and but
the only boot camp I will even give a shit about,
he had 3 kids,
is Leon.
I think at some point he had to
this
say,
ain't it.
Enough is
so
enough.
Yeah,
I just can't do it.
My
and
capita.
He just, disappeared.
My fucking bare minimum
there,
quota
Paul,
of how much like boot camp shit I can put up with.
He was a great guy.
Yeah,
He was a great guy.
It's
I
not
consider him a
hot.
bit of a I consider him a bit of
I
an
hope they're
oddball,
good.
but
I hope they're
he's
great.
a great guy.
Other people care about it, and they're
100%
fine.
agree
Like,
with that. Yep.
I'm a major no at
All
this
right,
point.
take care, guys. Great to
Ludo.
talk to you.
Yeah, cheers, man.
Bye, Ludo. I'm gonna go too, guys. I gotta go. So, Jacob,
See you,
I
Amber.
love joining the space. It's so fun.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
You were gonna join? You should join.
Amazing.
We got Nate, we got Jacob.
Such a
It
weird
might
night.
be over here soon. Zayu, I would say like you should join because it will add
I already
value.
did my 3 miles, by the way. So, folks, we're
He's ending soon. It might be over.
gonna be
home stretch.
I
we're on the home
convinced
stretch. We're gonna be
Nate
switching
to
over
try and
to,
like join us
probably
tonight.
Helldivers here
I
soon.
think I convinced him.
Oh, nice.
Oh hell yeah! What a game.
Also,
Dude,
if you
it's-
play League, me, Nate, and Zayu might do something. Just saying, throwing that out there.
I actually downloaded League the last time I talked to you all. I downloaded League and I was like, do I want to get back into this? And when I downloaded it, like there was a whole flood of toxicity that started to come back to me. I was just like,
Yeah, the toxicity
Should
of
I-
your city could be overwhelming. I get it, for sure.
it's man. League of Legends is
With a full stack, it's actually pretty good. Just saying, throwing it out there.
all right. You know what? I will download it and I will, because I did pay for Echo, so like at some point I want to
The toxicity of our city. Yeah, damn right, Wizard knows that reference. They didn't get it. I expected someone to shout it out.
myself already.
But holy shit, dude. No one caught it
Is
or
Master Yi
made a
still
reference.
viable as a jungler? Is that a thing?
He's got like places he's valuable. I don't know about
That's-
jungle,
that's-
so like Nate could actually like let you know.
Nate, tell me
Oh,
what's
dude.
the meta right now.
I'm not at all tuned into the meta. I play League like a couple times a year, but I still enjoy it. Yi was good for a while. It depends on
The
state of jungle.
toxicity of our city, of our city.
And then
Like
he
we could totally make a thing about
adjusted
it,
whatever
and I
made him
won't
busted,
sing.
And he sucked for a while.
I won't sing.
I don't know. They've
Well,
done
I'm
pretty
sorry
good
for
on
turning you off
the last couple years
immediately.
Of what I've seen, where nothing's too crazy useless or crazy OP.
Okay, this is just a friend from Sauced Open, so I have to let them up.
Zayu's awesome. Hell yeah. So I want to say, like, League, like, just Yi in general, he will snowball into a way that, like, no one can contain him. So if
Yep,
you want to
light-
get to
light-
that point, like,
Lifesteal
play
and
full
attack
stack.
speed.
For sure.
Life steal and attack speed. That's all. That's all you do with Master Yi. Yeah, no,
CM
I play
Soding.
way more
Yeah,
League of
that's a
Legends
totally different thing.
and I suck at League of Legends. So, I mean,
So what I'm hearing is that we need to get you on a full stack game with me and Chris.
I mean, I'm gonna.
And
I'll
Nate.
start downloading it, but it's gonna take more than tonight to get this shit installed and set up. Like,
It's quicker than you think.
no, Chris. No. You're like, you sound like pushers right now. I'm just throwing that out there.
Hey man, just one quick little like test. Like it's no big deal. You can like you can quit anytime you want.
Just try it. Just try it once. It's fine.
Just a taste, just a small taste. It won't hurt you.
Shut up.
It wouldn't hurt, okay?
Oh
Just
my god.
just one.
You can quit anytime you want, man.
You know?
Yeah,
League of
for
Legends
sure.
epidemic sweeping across America,
Dude,
ruining the
literally,
lives of thousands and tens of thousands of people.
You can quit anytime you want. Sorry.
Honestly, you described a MOBA, Zenith. That's not far off from the truth.
Look, dude,
Yeah.
I play Overwatch. I know what it means to like hate yourself while playing a video game. So
Overwatch is like a fraction of the toxicity of League of Legends and Dota. Like a fraction.
No, they're basically equal these days. I want to point that out right now.
I can get on Overwatch right now and have a fairly casual game, even on ranked, and then go to Dota 2 and be told how my mother needs to die because I'm terrible at this game.
I'm sorry. I've been trolled by Nate himself in my own Overwatch games before. Okay, like,
Okay,
come
that's
on,
not-
man.
That's not
Like,
toxic,
no,
though.
no.
That's like friendship.
No. So Overwatch, like I'd say, like League has the personal toxicity, and Overwatch, like the game is actively toxic to you. It's just like
Nate is super
it's not that
toxic,
people are
man.
being mean to you. It's
Nate's the most
is.
toxic person in any of these games
That's a fair
I've
point.
met
Yeah,
personally.
Playing Overwatch is Blizzard being toxic to you. Playing League is the players.
But
being
in the
toxic
best
to
way.
you. I would agree.
He's
with that.
he's a friend.
Yep, we're all
I
in agreement
consider
then.
him a
That's
good
fair.
friend.
I will. Yes.
Keep that in mind.
But yeah, I'm kind
I'm
of with
muted,
Jacob.
bro.
I've been
Yeah, yeah.
really
They don't
enjoying
hear me.
Overwatch
Yeah, we're
2
good.
for the last few seasons, and it does feel, generally speaking, like it's more chill and casual, but it could just be my experience.
Nate's
But
amazing. He's actually
there was a
good
whole wave of
at
it
the
being
game scene.
worse in
It's
Quick
not a
Play
hot
than
mic.
Comp.
This is a
Like,
cold
yeah,
mic.
For whatever reason, like Quick Play
And that's
got
the best
really
thing.
toxic and
Yeah,
steady,
for sure.
and
I can
then
talk
the
all the
competitors were,
shit I
actually
want,
very chill
and they
about it.
can't hear me.
So that was a weird.
That's been true for a while. Yeah.
Nate's
Yeah,
a fucking liar.
The weird thing.
I don't
is,
know what he was saying, so
and
I don't think
this is
that's
partially why
an
everybody just
accurate
stopped fucking
statement.
caring
But
about
I'll say it
rank
every
is
single
when
time
they
I can. Why not?
They kind of redid
No,
the
Nate's
system,
good.
the
Good
ranking
people.
system.
For sure.
Because like I came back, like I hadn't played for several seasons. Like I did not play for a long time, and I came back and the ranking system is just being completely reworked. And I was like, "What is this hot garbage? Like this is absolutely terrible. It's not ELO based, and there's just like weird tiers between. Yeah, I don't know. It was bizarre.
Are you talking about the Overwatch 2 changes or the recent changes that happened last season?
No, he's in the beginning of Overwatch 2.
Yeah, they changed everything again. There's a new redo, which is actually
Nate
really
knows.
good.
Wait, for ranks?
Yeah, for ranked, it's now you get an exact percentage you are between the tiers, so it's essentially the same as like the old SR system, just with like maybe slightly more understandable. And you don't have that 5-match thing.
Zayu, basically, we're hopping into like the real stream here soon.
Yeah, no, you literally
whatever we're talking about
afterwards, you
now
see
doesn't
exactly
matter.
how much you go up by
It's fine.
and
Okay.
or go down by, more likely.
Now this is the thing though: is when you lose as a team, does it bring down your ranking significantly?
This is just
even
a
if
bunch
you
of noise.
contributed really well to the team.
I think that I can't remember because for a while, like that system.
The
was only
real
there
stream
for
will
Below
happen
Diamond
soon,
for a while,
for sure.
but I believe it's not in the game at all. Like a loss is a loss, but it does account for whether you were favored to win the game or they were favored to win the game.
I mean,
against you.
the
So
after
if they
party
were
is the
favored
real
and you
party
lose,
every
you
single
lose
time.
much less SR.
That's actually true
Yeah,
for like
I've
conferences too.
always had this
You go to
problem
the
with the fact
conference,
that, like,
if you don't
if
go to
you
the after
can't-
party for the
if
conference,
you can't
didn't actually party.
find decent teams, or
It's that
you just
easy.
get lucky with like the randos, you're kind of just shit out of luck when it comes to like you could contribute really well as a tank or DPS or healing specifically, but
My name is
as a
Chris,
team,
and
you
I also
lost,
like to party.
and so your rank goes down. It's like, right, but like I played at gold level while the rest of my team played like they were coming out of a dumpster fire. Like,
Yeah, totally. But like when you play games, like when you keep playing and playing, like there are 5 people on the other team that are random and 4 people on your team that are random. So statistically, like you might, like, there are bad games and good games, but like there's less chance that you get bad people on your team and than the other team does. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
I just want to say, like, my name is Chris, and I like to party, and yeah, I am equally as bad as anyone you might match up with. So, just that's like how every single game works.
That's okay. I played more than enough games with Nick at this point. Nick's in the audience. I played more than enough games with Nick at this point that I'm fine playing with, like,
I did that in a public venue.
Whatever's below bronze.
This
They have
isn't
wood-
just
they
between
have
us,
wood
and I'm
level.
like blowing
That's
it.
Nick.
This is global.
They added iron to League, but I don't think Overwatch has iron.
This is
Yeah,
global.
that's just me making it. I was being a smartass.
But there was that weird thing where, like, if you were in bronze 5, like, because bronze 5 was for some reason because it was the bottom rank, it was a much larger rank, so you could like have multiple like 5-game win cards in Bronze 5 and still be in Bronze 5 because you were just so down at the bottom of Bronze 5 you couldn't get out of it.
Yeah. I mean, like I got, and this actually happened in CS:GO too. Like I got stuck in the dumbest fucking ranks for so long. So like CS:GO, I got stuck in silver. For a long time, I got stuck in like high bronze and low silver as well with Overwatch. And it's like as soon as I have like a couple people that are half decent that I can play with regularly, like we just shoot up like high silver, gold, etc. In CS:GO, I got like all the way up to double AK with a couple friends. Like we just fucking shit stomp people. But it's like you could only do so much in a team game by yourself. Like I had I was using what is his name, Ramos whatever, the tank.
Wait, is this Overwatch or something else?
Oh, it's Overwatch.
Ramatra.
Ramatra, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I was using Ramatra because his ultimate's broken. Like if you have even like a half decent healer, you could just take his ultimate and like walk into the middle of a team and just completely just smash them in the faces and they all die. It's fucking hilarious. I had 43 eliminations one game and we still lost. It's like like I was tanking an extraordinary amount of damage and had 43 eliminations. The DPS had like not even half of that. I was like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what else to do.
Well, they made DPS a lot stronger this patch as well,
yes.
which actually makes tank play really suck. Like it's dire, man. Like,
well, how's Malga playing in this meta?
I don't think Malga's that good. I think he got some buffs in the most recent patch though, so I don't really know. Basically, as soon as Hell Never came out,
he's kind of a sleeper pick because you can pump out so much damage. They had a couple major changes recently. So DPS got a passive that reduces healing done. So if you're a DPS and you're hitting a tank, you reduce their healing by 20%. Or maybe they just nerfed it to 15.
They just nerfed it to 15, yeah.
Yeah, so that's pretty big. But they also they completely revamped hitboxes and projectile sizes, which is really interesting because it makes it easier to hit shots. So they basically lowered the skill ceiling. So like you could go in as Widow and like I suck at Widow and I was getting headshots and killing people.
Oh shit! I stopped playing 76 because his fucking laser rifle turned into like a shotgun.
Yeah, it's pretty wild with the new hitboxes, but the funny thing, tank play does suck, like Zenith was saying. It definitely is rough. And the funniest thing is, since they made the hitboxes bigger, like as tank, you would like jump out and then hide behind a corner to kind of let your healers heal you up. And now you have to hide deeper in the corner because you can still get hit when you're behind a wall because like part of your hitbox is sticking out. So tank play is like, it's literally like hide for your life. Like it feels like Dead by Daylight sometimes, where it's just like you just have to fucking hide and pray that your healers are pumping enough heals to keep you up, and DPS are kind of running amok. So it can feel pretty bad, but it's still fun. It's a fun game.
I might pull out Reaper again. That sounds.
Yeah, Denzel, you like right Widow?
Now. Oh yeah, no. It's the more
Here's
you describe that, the more I was like, yeah.
Do you play
I'm
League?
going back to Reaper Daddy.
We're trying to get full stack League going.
I used to run Reaper and
more than welcome to
basically just would absolutely shit
like
stomp
League of Legends, not Overwatch.
Is there a way to clip this space? Because I need that clip of you calling
Reaper Daddy.
Reaper Daddy. Yeah,
you like that?
I need a clip.
That's. I mean, like we all know Reaper. We all know the story behind Reaper.
He's a little cutie patootie.
Do we though?
Was it Nate? I think it was Nate.
No, it's not because
so I can't clip it.
We got 4 or 5 of us that just want a game together. Like, pick the champ you want to play, man. Who cares about the meta?
Just always trying to catch me.
I don't give a shit about the meta.
It's three
I play
years, and
like
I thought we were all
Singed.
friends. In reality, you're all just here trying to
I am so far separated
this is my
from
first
the
time
meta.
on this space,
Like,
so I
don't feel bad about that. I play Singe.
Well, okay,
That's it.
you get a pass.
You can join
for whatever the fuck
whether
you wanna
we're
call
full
this.
or not. I
Catch me
can't say.
sliding.
So
I
like,
don't know.
I'm not
Slipping-
saying
yeah,
there's
I'm
a
slipping.
spot for you because
Whatever it
I
may
don't
be.
know.
All right,
But there could be a spot
the
for
rest
you.
of you
man.
all here. I thought we were friends. How about that? How about that?
I
now?
used to like Jacob's Spaces, but then all this profanity came in, and
Oh.
I don't know.
All right, I'm just gonna bus driver. I'm tapping on the sign above right here. Just tap right there. Attendance is voluntary. You can see yourself out. Yeah. How's open sauce, by the way? I haven't had a chance to talk to Brian in like fucking forever.
Yo, I mean, we're doing great. We just did a big launch Tuesday, which coincided with the Astro stuff, so kind of got buried. But we got a big feature out called Workspaces.
There's a massive learning curve. That's fine though. Like,
yeah, it's like the whole
everything
new
worth doing has a
set.
learning
That's
curve.
basically what we've been doing,
Right?
But,
Like,
you know,
come on.
You could see a bunch of open source projects all in one, and you could be like, okay, all of the Netflix open source repos, nobody fucking contributes to that. Wow, 0 PRs. Woo, go team. You can also look at like, you know, actual good open source projects and be like, oh my god, they're amazing. I have one called Dreams and Memes. I have a workspace called Dreams and Memes, and it's just all of the Twitter, tech Twitter repos that I see every day on here. And it's
That's
like,
amazing.
oh, people actually are contributing. So, if y'all want
Dreams and memes.
Dreams and Memes, yeah. So yeah, OpenSauce has been doing great. We have more features coming down soon. It's gonna be very exciting. Yeah, doing great.
Outstanding.
Hold on, real quick. Can I jump in and say, like, there are people out there that might not know what open source even does. Can you, like, describe it a little bit?
Oh shit, it's my time to shill. I guess I get paid for this now.
Shill away.
Yeah. So OpenSauce, with a D, is a website where you can get analytics for open source projects. So if you're, you connect with your GitHub, and then you could take a look and, let's say, make a workspace for all of the ping.gg.
If we think about what did I do today, I provided
See how this
value.
company's doing, and you could be like, oh, there's
Where
a lot
that
of,
value was directed,
contributors,
a bunch of
working
ways.
on specifically upload thing.
Open
there's
source,
these recurring
you're welcome.
contributors that I see in every single one of these.
But no, yeah, like Zayu is actually putting in the work and shouting that stuff out.
And
Awesome. Good
that's
job,
basically
Zayu.
the main part of
Fucking
our
awesome.
product, and then the second part is
I should get like a 10% credit
where contributors can,
towards
like,
their
show
platform, which I don't pay for anyway. So like a
have, like, a
10%
highlight
credit towards
system.
0 is
It's
0.
kinda like tweets.
Yeah, for sure,
Where
exactly.
you could be like, oh, I made this.
But yeah, like seriously, open source is a
here's
really
milestone.
cool
This is
platform.
my first PR in the
I hope I'm muted still. I'm not cutting someone off. Yeah, I'm muted. But yeah, like check out open source. Like really awesome stuff. Like check it out. Look at it. Like
last month,
man,
because we were trying to ship the big launch this week.
we
I
know
had, like,
so
a
many
PR
people that
day
work on open
of
source
Velocity.
that
So
I feel bad that they didn't consider like reaching out to me for a job. No, I get it. Like,
in terms of
would it be down to like me
to actually figure
or
out what the hell
Zayu?
is happening in their open source
Hire
projects.
Zayu instead. Way better. Way better. 1000%.
IMO personally, not
I'll
influenced
find a
by
job.
Open source marketing.
Zayu is
GitHub
killing it right
analytics are down in the. So,
And that's the main reason, like,
We're
I don't
here to
know
help.
why I did like the bullshitty marketing
Yes,
statement
I've
of like,
dealt with
tell
the
me what
GitHub
it is.
API
Like,
quite a lot.
I
back
want
in the
them to
day
be
when I
as
was
productive
doing my,
as they can be, and that's why I shouted out in that
open source raid guild. That was Brian.
They
Myself,
fucking
and,
kill it. They deserve
someone else
success
that
in every way.
Talked a lot about ways that we could
Right?
do
Open
stuff
source in
together,
general
before I
deserves
burned out,
success in
but,
every way.
One of the biggest things that we all agreed on was how.
So I wanted to
much of a
shout
pain
that
in the
out.
ass the,
I wanted to
the
like
GitHub,
give them a good leeway,
API was,
and I'll do that as much.
just to get like specific things that you really.
I'll give a shit. Yeah, good content is good.
For me, I was obviously, or not obviously, but for me, I was specifically trying
like Denzel and Standard. You guys haven't heard of Open Source?
My website with all these
way better.
Yeah,
check it out. It's super
the
cool.
Pull requests and the issues and the whatnot.
Super fucking
trying
cool.
to turn it into like a gamified situation. For all the open source contributors that were they were mob programming.
They are all over technically.
So
they are like internationally distributed.
The pain was shared,
or at least nationally distributed.
Brian was just like,
location is so much less meaningful as time goes on.
I don't know.
It's just software,
about, how we actually
way better.
A lot of the data, but I've
if
seen
you don't care about where it's
from. I see how, John talks about like the GitHub API and getting the data off of it, and I'm like, how the hell do y'all? Okay, well, good luck on that. Not my problem. I make the pretty graphs on the
Thanks
website.
for the support.
So.
Sure, I'll do my best to create a superhero based on the username Standard Pointer.
I mean, let's be
Standard
fair,
Pointer is a superhero with the unique ability to detect and manipulate the tiniest of details. With just a glance, they can spot inconsistencies and anomalies that others might miss.
Have personally always
this makes them an expert detective and problem solver. Their power comes from a rare gemstone they discovered during a mission, which they now wear as a
rare gemstone.
This gemstone enhances their attention to detail, allowing them to focus on even the smallest of details with incredible precision.
Concept or data
Standard Pointer's origin story began when they were just an ordinary person working in a mundane office job.
Really,
One day, while working on a seemingly routine project, they noticed a tiny error that no one else had noticed. This discovery led them to uncover a massive conspiracy, and they realized that their talent for spotting details could be used for good. From that day on, Standard Pointer dedicated themselves to using their powers for the greater good, becoming a superhero that's always one step ahead of the game.
Standard Pointer, why are you sorry for that amazing fucking intro to who you are as a superhero? Thank you for gracing us with your presence.
He's starting to work on the
that was super good, man. That was amazing. Standard.
Have like a pretty.
Just send me a DM on Discord, and I will send you that audio clip. And it'll basically only be that thing, right? So you won't get, like, the stuff that you thought you were intruding on. You didn't intrude on nothing.
No.
That's fine, man.
Anyway, Nick started working on the OG.
That'd be fine. Denzel, if you want to get that, like, just reach out. I can send you any of these things with only the bot's audio. I can do that.
So,
if you care, I'll send it to you with maybe Standard's permission.
Shame Netflix for having
Standard, if you're okay with me sending this to other people, I will happily send it to Denzel. Like, duh.
Nicely put. I'm 100% on board.
Duh.
That's funny.
But again, Standard, send a message to me in Discord, and I will send you that audio clip.
Stoked to have you
like
up here
so
as the
easy.
first time speaker.
I have it. It's right there. It's like the simplest thing.
Glad everybody else showed up as well. This is since we're kind of doing plugs, shameless plugs tonight. Does anybody else up here have a shameless plug? Anyone?
I've been streaming more. That's been super fun. But if you want to come and hang out and watch me be a totally fail programmer, that's been fun.
I did join your stream. Found out that I was a moderator. That's good to know. Outstanding, by the way. Love your very much.
I'm gonna jump into this real quick and then send you a thing. Like, just give me a sec.
Environments.
I got it. It's downloaded. But
conversations very very
Let
cool.
me time it.
I think that, like, besides like soft skills, which I hate that name, but I don't have a better name for it right now. Besides that, I think just like the knowledge of the workings of enterprise companies and just like corporate, like the corpo world is not something that's like intuitive or easily searchable, and I think it's a great thing that you're creating resources around. It looked like Anthony was getting ready to talk next. What's that, dog?
I was just going to plug that the entire time that I've been, well, maybe not the entire time, but probably for about the past hour, I've been trying to set up. What was the first thing I set up? Not Tori.
Turbo Repo? I was going to say Turbo Repo.
I was trying to set up Electron for about half an hour. And then literally just now, I finally got a Tori app to run a dev mode. I don't, now I'm just tired. Now I can't even build the thing. And then my plug is, I use Turbo Repo.
New docs incoming, folks. New Turbo docs incoming.
Yeah,
get excited. God damn, all right. I just want to say, I'm not a DevRel, by any stretch of the imagination. Like what I do, how I do it, I'm terrible. I'm terrible at DevRel. But Anthony just made me look like a phenomenal DevRel just now. That was amazing. Thank you, Anthony.
I'm a DevRel. What do you mean?
So I think that's a quick segue to what I want to say. I'm sorry for cutting someone off. I started my first week as a dev advocate, and I would really benefit from people letting me know what I could do as a DevRel, because I have no idea. This is brand new to me.
Yeah. I mean, I'm cool with some sort of some collaboration with you. I'm intrigued to I'm intrigued to find out what we could do, how we could do it. Because my company does authentication and user management. Yours does Git GUI. So it'll be fun to see if we can find some fucking thing that we can do together.
We have a CLI too. I want to point that out.
Manage your users with a Git CLI.
The only people I've seen successfully set up a clerk in a CLI was PartyKit, and they had Sunil on their team, so they have an unfair advantage.
Do you think if we talked about code while we played games, you could have your company sponsor it?
I don't think so. Maybe some company would do that, but I don't know if mine would.
This epic display of toxicity brought to you by Clerk.
I know.
With enough editing, it could be good.
I told you to get it to the fucking mid. Why aren't you in fucking mid? Why do you play so mid? What's your problem?
So anyway, how do you?
And now here's the thing.
CLI?
I was gonna say hey, get to mid. And here's the thing about middleware and what you could do for off middleware.
Get good? You're talking about the CLI, right?
I hate that this is working. You stop it.
Tanked it.
Hey, bot lane, tell us about backend dev.
Team diff? More like git diff, am I right?
Oh my god. Oh my god, this is venturing into dad joke territory.
And that's the best type of DevRel ever.
That's how you know it would work.
Oh man. Look, if we don't do something officially, I feel like there needs to be some sort of unofficial thing done at this point. Oh man.
100%. I'm going to tweet that out as a thing as much as I possibly can.
Everything's for the memes at the end of the day.
100.
It's like the modern day version of the graffiti. Yeah, we got it for the sake of the art of the meme. We have to just sacrifice whatever it is. We will have to do it.
I just want to chime in and say, collaborative DevRel is a thing that a lot of companies are not leveraging, right? If we can do a pairing thing that promotes both of our companies, we all win, you know?
Yeah. No, that's something that I'm very keen on doing. I think my manager is also very keen on that. He's tried to do some stuff with Jason Langsdorff and some other people as well.
Real quick before Jay Langsdorff is the best karaoke person you'll ever meet in your life. He's so good at karaoke. He's like professional at this point.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
I'm sorry. I thought that was important to interject with. My bad.
Mark Lynch, a good friend of mine, says you're all bad and you should feel bad. All right. Yeah, that's fair.
I've hung out with Mark Lynch till like 5 a.m. before. His opinion is marginal.
What is this, Zenith? What is this hate? What is this? If Malga that comes back, I'm throwing myself. Why do people hating on him? That was like such a good tank.
It's a very interesting design. If we're gonna talk about this again, so the problem with him when he was good was that the only thing you could do is like Malga was so good you had to play Malga, and then when two Malgas are on it's okay when you're playing Malga versus another tank. When you have two Malgas on the field, the only thing they can do is shoot each other. Because if you try and shoot something else, you don't get the lifesteal, so you die instantly. And then, so then what you have is two Malgas pumping 350 ammo into the other Malga, and that's the only thing they do.
I have no idea what he's saying.
Incredible
right
boring.
now. What the fuck is he saying? Like, I
else,
hear there's like a word there that I don't understand.
I had really, really cool, like one of those like I wish I had taken like screen recordings of type of situations with Malga, where one of them was I like locked this person down with my ultimate while the rest of the team just pushed the package to the end, and it was just like it was like I also equally used it to shield my team from something at one point. Like I did a lot of weird stuff where it was like, this is probably not the intended purpose of this build, right? I think the strength of it came into like really strong teamwork happening, right? You had like the DPS would help like focus down.
So I'm sorry there, Adar. Yes, I jumped into a Twitter space in which I'm chatting with people
I hear
that
what you're saying. I agree with that.
I am like
I saw
really
that
like
in the beta
deeply
for sure.
familiar with. So I'm sorry for like the shit there. That's my fault. I apologize for.
But
it.
I don't know. I don't think like.
Normally, I'd be doing code
just, like,
right now,
DPS,
right? And tomorrow is probably like code for most of the day, but at this moment, just hanging out and chatting with other people is valuable.
Thing that they're doing.
So yeah, I'm sorry.
I feel like that healing reduction.
Yeah, maybe the title was misleading. That's my fault.
Something like that.
We do that.
What happened is he absolutely
on a regular basis. We do what we say in the title. I've done a bunch of OCAML today, for sure. But right now, this is like, we're wrapping up. This is like a good, fun chat portion of the stream.
They did
so I hope that's valuable to you. And if not,
fuck yeah.
Just recognize that
they're doing a
this is not the common case. This is like an edge case of how stream typically goes.
What? Yeah, fuck League of Legends. I'm sorry, you guys. Like, I know you almost had me, but fuck, that's.
I don't even know what he's talking shit about. Whatever, it's the thing.
Yeah, dude.
I'm also like
Idar,
very close to level 30 in Helldivers
want
2.
your name pronounced.
Not happening either. We're going all in.
You're running into
Depop Overwatch.
Us hanging out with other people that are in the space,
sorry.
and
you almost
this
had me.
like
I'm not gonna lie.
community part of things
I was getting ready to
is
install
incredibly
League of Legends.
valuable.
You almost had me.
If you're not aware,
it's
being familiar with other people in the space is incredibly valuable.
It's kind of neat though,
and that value crosses country borders, it crosses time zones, it crosses everything.
Like the mythics and stuff?
Because the world we live in as devs is actually way smaller than you think it is.
The collabs are always like that.
What happened in the day when you had
so
the
be
fucking
familiar,
loot box and
be
like,
friendly,
fucking mythic,
chat with people, etc.
Like a legendary out of your fucking loot box, like every 400.
It's a smaller world
because the business,
than you think.
The business model doesn't work because people bought the game once and then never had to spend another $1 on the game. And that's like cool, like we all love that, but like if we want the game to exist long term, Blizzard needs to have a business model that's sustainable.
No, don't you apologize for Blizzard, Zenith. Don't you dare. Don't you dare be a Blizzard apologist.
Okay, I will not apologize for Blizzard necessarily.
Microtransactions are not a necessity, no matter how hard you copium it into your brain. No matter how hard you snort that copium line.
I just don't. Okay, I just
off a urinal.
I just don't buy them, right? Like I know they're expensive. I just don't buy them because I'm here to play the game. So for me, it's like if a bunch of fucking whales buy a whole bunch of expensive skins, like it's just going to keep the game running.
Here's the thing, though. You could have the same get those rewards, right? They can't do loot boxes.
I have someone I consider a very close.
That's that's gambling, but
meet up friendly.
You still have like
person,
you can grind this out throughout levels, right?
They're a co-organizer of Seattle JS or Seattle Angular JS,
right? Having the freemium.
They asked, does bad content count? The only bad content ever made is content that didn't get made.
No, that's not true. Only for the collab skins. So the collab skins
even content I hate on is better than no content. Right?
But you can get a lot of skins for.
So yeah, if I dislike a video James Q Quick made or a tweet James Q Quick made,
so
I'd rather he makes a video or tweet that I disagree with than him not making the tweet in the first place.
All right.
Right? That's important.
May or may not actually care about that then.
There's major value already.
You're right. Like microtransactions
out
do,
there
suck.
in the world.
The thing that gets me,
whether you like it or not,
Blizzard and the
doesn't matter.
They get over
he made it.
Is that
if you think better content could be made,
you actually look at the
make
prices
it yourself.
And compare it to like other games of a similar
like I'm not even kidding. Like if you think the only thing out there is bad content, well then you should probably start making some content
around this. Obviously, it's because they changed.
Solve that problem. It's so easy.
But
it's not actually that easy. But if you think it's that easy, try it. Just do it. Come on, man.
Transactions wherever the fuck they exist.
The world is
at least you're consistent. At least you're consistent.
Yes. Absolutely, I think microtransactions.
If you think all content so far is bad content, we're just waiting for you to fix it. Just do it.
I think you're right. But it's not all it works. I don't know. It's very hard, right?
No,
I don't want them.
It works because it's exploitative. That's why it works. That's the only reason it works. Like, oh, you want
so easy a caveman can do it
when you purchase the game.
Well, that's derivative, right? Like,
no,
smart caveman
chimes in
like
trickle in assets over a long period of time, and sometimes even have special assets based off events, and you have to pay for them. Oh no, don't worry, it's only a small amount of money, but it's over a long period of time. And if it was, what was it? They weren't. Who was the first? I forget who was the first one that actually really started this fucking ball rolling on microtransactions.
The first one ever was Bethesda with the horse armor.
Yeah. Is that the that's the Diablo one?
No. The first DLC ever was Oblivion horse armor.
Oh, Oblivion. Yeah. Paid. No, yeah, because I know Diablo had some version of this very early on as well.
Diablo 3 as a game was entirely undercut by its monetization model. It was quite bad.
I made money off of selling gems for Diablo 3 before they killed the actual money marketplace, and I was a snowboard bum, and it paid for my entire game, and also paid for drinks. It was amazing.
Didn't World of Warcraft also eventually get into microtransactions? I feel like you had to buy certain mounts and shit.
I don't know about that, but I made close to $2,600 in Diablo 3 on the gem auction site by buying gold through Chinese sites and going on and arbitraging the gem market, buying things for gold and then selling them for cash.
I did similar things in the market in World of Warcraft. That market was super intense and also probably taught me more about finances than anything ever has since or before.
So I played TF2 with a guy who was in high school at the time, and he bought a new computer with the money he scammed from people like TF2 skin scamming. He would be like, Oh yeah, just give me your skin. I'll hold
I
on
lived
to it.
in
I'll
a
give you a better
fucking
one.
van.
And he would just like disappear and
and
sell
made
skins on
profit
Realm
from
Meme
selling
Market.
like
Got a
gems
piece of
on
it.
Diablo 3.
Yeah, that
it was
sounds like the
amazing. It was the
CS:GO
best.
scammers.
Yeah,
with
exactly the same.
Yeah.
Exactly the
Fuck,
same.
man.
Literally the same system. It's hilarious.
Oh,
I found a light
just,
socket I
one
could
day,
plug
it's like,
into.
Dude, I got a new computer. It's like
Only after 1
you
a.m.
charge
because
them?
like
No,
before
I
then,
kinda
yeah,
scammed
people
it.
might kick me out.
Just scam kids. Yeah, just scam some kids. Fuck, man. I hate people. Yeah, I legitimately worked my ass off in this fucking fake ass market. All right. I'm influencing
I'm gonna eat some tortilla chips right now. But yeah, we're at the point where
all that.
I don't want to be rude. I don't want to leave before they're done. But yeah, once he's done with this space, stream is basically done too. I'll be back here tomorrow for sure. Like 1000%.
It's not too late to get into crypto. Scams galore.
Hey, look. I'm not gonna say I didn't try, but I definitely tried.
Now, were you the scammer or did you get scammed? Because those are the only two options with crypto.
I mean, you mean what was I trying to do?
That's how they really get you, right?
Yeah, I mean, put it this way: I had built a using vegan, and this is like well before Midjourney and all these other things came out. But I tried to I set up vegan and what's that the text one? I can't remember its name. So there's two AI systems that I kind of mushed together, and what it would do is allow you to type in text, and it would spit out AI images. Okay, that's the vegan one, was the AI images, and essentially I'd set this up on my computer, and it was running off of my fucking my poor RTX 3070, and I basically just had it running, spitting out images that me and my brother were turning into NFTs.
I mean, I gotta respect the hustle, honestly.
Yeah, that sucked to set up too, by the way. That fucking was a lot of Vulkan and Python that I never ever want to think about again.
I started out my getting back into coding. I was an advisor on a cryptocurrency because they just needed somebody that had some business acumen. And then found myself in like a pretty heated scam and had to take an exit because they were about to do some really nasty stuff, selling like some huge master node scheme where they're just gonna pump and dump and do all sorts of crazy stuff. And I was just like, I didn't sign up for this.
Yeah,
it's a nasty place out there. The majority of it, at least.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, we legitimately were trying to do. See, that's the problem. Is like anytime you try to do stuff like this legitimately, you're the one that's going to eventually get screwed. And fortunately, it just ended up with us just wasting a ton of time on what do they call that? It was like the whatever C, NFTC, or it was just another NFT marketplace.
Non-fungible tokens.
Yeah, it was just one of the marketplaces for them, and it just ended up being just like we wasted time. Unfortunately, end up, nobody screwed us over, nobody, like that. But yeah, it. I mean, there is also this is a classic story because like there's so many people out there that I'm like I didn't realize that this was such a common theme, but back in 2011 2012 timeframe, me and my brother were not coders. We didn't get into that until like 2017 16. The thing is though is like we still were very much like into technologists and whatnot. We heard about Bitcoin, and we're like, oh, we should get into that. Like, we should check that out. You paid pennies on the dollar for Bitcoin back then, and we were like, oh, let's just get like 50 Bitcoin, right? Like, let's see. Like, it was a pain in the ass to get to get Bitcoin. So we had those, and this is back when we owned the vinyl record store. A whole situation happened with the vinyl record store where like the building owner had locked the doors on us, and like we had to go get our stuff back. And so we're pretty certain that we had the hard drive for this. Like, basically we're missing like, there's like two things that you need. You need the actual like hardware wallet, and you need the key. We're missing the key.
Man.
Yeah. And for a long time, like every year there'd be like a moment where me and my brother are like, maybe we could find it. Maybe we could recover it from one of these computers, right? And we would just spend like months like fucking like digital forensics.
That sucks.
Yeah. But you know, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, there's just millions of dollars locked up somewhere. Oh well.
I was like, I knew about Bitcoin pretty early. Oh, I'm getting feedback. Sorry. I knew about Bitcoin pretty early, and I was like,
Standard. I sent you the audio. Yeah, thank you. Sorry,
dude,
my bad. I totally forgot. Like, yeah, I see your message. What are you saying? Like, audio? Am I fucking up? No. Yeah, I need to send you the audio. Yeah, we're good. Nailed it.
It was at a time when you could like mine a significant amount of Bitcoin just with like.
Hold on. So for you, any topic we talk about is like a unicorn for you. It's like. Have fun to hear the enthusiasm on any topic. Notice we're spending an hour, hold on, something tonight. It's like 10 in the morning for you. Oh, man.
It's like, yeah, me and my brother are millionaires. We just don't have access to the money.
Wait, what's going on?
All right, with that,
I'm muted, right? Oh.
The shameless plugs.
He's very quiet.
We did all the shameless plugs.
I just topped up. I'll pull a Chris off, and I'll cut you off. I just came up to defend my honor. Chris is saying my takes are mid, or something along the line. And I'd say that I did find a place for us to hang out for the entire night and play pool. So that worked out fine, I think.
That's okay.
When he says Chris, does he mean me?
Have a great weekend. I'm hopefully going to be able to go hike on a mountain this weekend. I found out that the weather that I was checking for the mountain I wanted to hike was actually the wrong green mountain. There's two. So, anyways, I'll go hike a mountain, and you'll know if I survive it and get it, because you won't hear back from me if I don't. Bye!
Thanks, cheers! All right, that's the end of it. When he said pulling a Chris, do I cut people off that much? Shit. I'm sorry. I didn't think I did. I thought I was good, man. I thought I was good. I could be fucking up. Yeah, my bad. Totally my bad. I thought I was good. All right, touche. But, hold up. We're at the point where I want to eat some food because I need food in my belly before I can play games with the people I want to play games with. One of the people is Zayu. One of the other people is Nate Codes. And we'll see who the rest of the crew is. But, yeah, I need food. Let's go raid someone. Who is streaming right now? Who's even going? Oh, hold on. I gotta mute Brave for a moment. Dude, my audio is totally fucked. It sucks. I see Evan J. Stern doing Valorant stuff. I see ODatNerd. We haven't raided ODatNerd for ages. I'm thinking we go raid ODatNerd. He's awesome. He's so good. If y'all don't know ODatNerd, he's like the only Sublime Text user here on Twitch right now. Don't judge him for it. It's a fantastic tool, and I could yell at you about when Sublime Text is better than any single other thing you're trying to use. But we're not going to yell about it tonight. If you want me to yell at you about it tomorrow, we can totally do it. But let's go raid ODatNerd. He's great. He's such a good dude. Thank you all for hanging out during the Twitter space chaos that it was. That was fun, right? Yeah, Sublime's actually really good. Sublime is the #1 tool you should use for like SQL dumps, etc. It's the only thing that performs admirably when you have a multi-gigabyte file to read. Sublime's basically the only thing that does that in a clean way. There are other tools that can, but Vim will fail. Emacs, I think, fails too, right? A bunch of the things you would expect to do it well don't. Meanwhile, Sublime will totally do it. And it's a GUI-based tool that you would not expect to be good at these things and performant, but because of the way it's written, it's actually really good at it. So yeah, Sublime is actually an amazing tool, and you'll probably hear way more about why Sublime is the thing you should be using from ODatNerd. I don't care what you use. If you want to use something that locks up for a good minute and a half while you try and read like a 2 gigabyte SQL dump, go for it. I don't give a shit. Doesn't affect me in any way. If you want to use a tool that will lock up when you're reading a file that big, then do it. I don't give a shit. Doesn't affect me.